2 rounds down and 4 to go in the 2026 INF1NITY IAME Series Asia after brilliant season openers at LYL in Malaysia and at the Bira Circuit in Thailand. We're back to the latter 2 weeks after the second round, and we're on the longer configuration, 1,321 metres of the Bira Circuit for this event, and we're about to get ourselves in for time qualifying. Come and join us as we go into the paddock. It's going to be a very intense weekend of competition across Cadet, Junior, Senior and Master X30, with all of the drivers getting themselves geared up for the time qualifying session. It is definitely going to be a tricky one here this weekend. It's a very different layout compared to what we had 2 weeks ago, longer, with a few more apexes to deal with, and it's slightly hotter than it was 2 weeks ago, but it's a tiny bit higher in terms of wind resistance, and it's Songkran Festival this week, so there's quite a few water guns in the paddock as well. So plenty of drivers finding ways of keeping cool as they get themselves prepared for the time qualifying session. Trinka Semsup's car getting himself ready for the qualifying session. It's definitely going to be a busy one over the next 2 days of competition. We've obviously got big fights in all 4 categories across Cadet, Junior, Senior and Master, and championship leaders hoping to extend their advantage here this weekend. In Cadet, the championship leader Max Schilling of Hong Kong, his countryman and teammate in DRM Paralympic Mason Kwong is currently the leader in Junior X30. In Masters, I think nobody would have predicted Tiru Kumaran to be leading the championship, but he'll be delighted for that if he can keep hold of that at the end of the 3rd round of the championship. And the Senior X30 leader is the hometown favourite, Toby Gale, after 2 very strong weekends to start the season. We've got time qualifying coming up, and this weekend we've got the most Senior X30 drivers that we've ever had in the INF1NITY IAME Series Asia in one event. 40 drivers, and that means that we're going to split the drivers into 2 groups for the time qualifying, and it means at the end of the weekend 4 drivers are going to be eliminated before the final, so it's very much fever pitch for the competitors. They want to be at the absolute peak of their ability this weekend. You can see everybody doing their best to keep themselves cool. The guys at CRG Thailand obviously looking after their cadets, their session coming up a little bit later on. There's a lot of focus from these guys, Bira Asia as well. They want to make sure they've got some big results from Cadet and Junior, and to get their man catching up to Toby Gale in the championship as well, who's in the awning. There's some big talent here looking after things as well. Former world champion Pedro Hiltbrand in the awning to give these guys some fantastic coaching, as well as some amazing resources. We've got RL Karting beside them as well, assisting the Bira charge with the Malaysian back team. And that is, of course, where the Master X30 championship leader Tiru Kumaran is. I wonder if he's in the awning at the moment. No, he's still getting cool round the back, so we'll go and find him a little bit later. I think he's probably having a nosebleed being in the lead of the championship as he is. We have got a big name joining us in Master X30, though, at the JDP group. Let's go and have a word with Kip Foster, who comes all the way back into Asia from Western Australia. Hello, buddy. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fantastic, thank you. Really looking forward to a great weekend. Yeah, it is hot. Providing it sort of stays a little bit overcast, it's sort of bearable. But if the sun sort of comes through, it's a real cooker. So, but yeah, we'll give it a shot.
It wasn't that long ago that you won an epic IAME Asia final in Macau. There's a great chance to go up against Luke Armstrong again this weekend. How are you feeling about it?
Oh, I'm certainly looking forward to it. I'm not on his pace at the moment. I'm sort of struggling to sort of come to grips with the circuit and the setup required to sort of combat the hard-wearing surface, you know what I mean, on the tyres. So the tyre degradation for me has been pretty bad. And so I'm sort of having a bit of a hard time trying to find the sweet spot. But hopefully over these next few races I can try and fine-tune and get it right for the final.
We're certainly looking forward to seeing where you go out there. Have a good one, Kip.
Thank you, mate. Good on you.
Great to see Kip Foster back in the IAME Asia paddock once again. We'll duck our way out of JDP and see who else we can find. Sorry, I just blocked your way there. And no worries, we'll work our way further down. We can see the Senior X30 drivers getting themselves ready for their time qualifying session. While we're on the subject of Masters, would be good to get a word with the man who's kept it on all 4 wheels all weekend so far, Darren Formosa. Hello, Hollywood. Good to see you. How are things?
Much better than 2 weeks ago, so I hope that we can finish all the heats all in one piece. Body is mended and I'm ready to go.
I realise we're causing an obstruction at the moment, so let's move aside so that we can let the Bira crew come through to the starting point. This is a much difficult layout compared to last time. Even though the first corner was faster last time, it's a lot more of a challenge on the setup this one, the Grand Prix route, right?
I agree 100%. Mind you, I actually like this layout of the circuit compared to 2 weeks ago. I don't know why, but they keep saying it's harder, but I actually find it flows a little bit more. And But Fireball have given me the goods again, so we'll see how we go.
Excited to see how you get on for qualifying. Good luck, buddy.
Thanks, mate. All the best.
It's going to be very, very interesting on this very different layout of the circuit. We'll try and make our way a little bit further down, see if you can get a zoom in, because I'm not sure we can get much closer with the signal we've got. But the driver's getting themselves ready, including the man right at the front of that lineup, and that is Toby Gale, the championship leader. And he's going to be working very hard indeed to maintain that championship lead, if not build upon it. And there's actually been a bit of a shuffle of the deck at Bira Asia this week because they've got a new driver. It's Jamie Ambrose, who has joined the team for this weekend. Hello, Jamie. How are things looking for this weekend?
Yeah, okay. Not too bad. Bit of a struggle yesterday, but we've shown good pace and see what we can do in quali.
It's always difficult to change teams in the middle of the season, but you've obviously gone in with the boys in red and white. What's the atmosphere like in your first weekend with them?
It's truly amazing. They all work hard, and I believe we can win them. That'll be good.
Now, this is, of course, the team that has a driver leading the championship, so on paper, we should be seeing you towards the front. Excited for the challenge?
Yeah, hopefully. We'll see.
Good luck for qualifying.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, we can't talk to Jamie for too long because he's got to get himself ready for Group 2. Going to be a challenge for everybody, and there's certainly a lot of talent up and down the grid. In junior, one of the newer faces, Juddy Rowland from Australia. Juddy, good to see you. How are things going into your second weekend in junior?
It's going good. We're just still getting used to the setup and the different track layout compared to last weekend. But hopefully we get better and qualify better than we did last round.
You're one of the many new drivers to come into INFINITY Asia from Australia. Very different types of circuit, different types of challenge for you. But how are you finding it overall?
I'm going okay, just struggling a bit with the tyre degradation, but hopefully we can fix that and that should go well.
Okay, well, we've got qualifying coming up for you later. Good luck with it.
Thank you.
Good to hear from young Juddy Rowland. There's so many more new faces coming into this competition over the weeks and months, and that's always really exciting. A couple of years ago, you would be struggling to get 50 drivers on the grid. We're already beyond 100 now, and in Senior X30 alone, we have 40 drivers, which makes it so tough. And that means there's going to be even more of an onus in the Senior X30. 3 qualifying heats those drivers have got. A, to keep the tyres flowing for the entire weekend, and B, to make sure they actually make it to the final, because there's 4 drivers at the end of the weekend who are not going to have that privilege. It's definitely going to be tricky on that side of things. So the circuit is primed and ready. We are about to get ourselves started for the qualifying sessions. It'll be the senior competitors that get out there first across their 2 groups. They've only got 5 minutes, so there's no time to waste, and you certainly can't dilly-dally getting out of the pit lane. 5 minutes is all you've got. You've got to try and get yourself as far up the grid as humanly possible, and it's a quick turnaround. We'll try and grab a word with the fastest drivers from each of the groups to see who comes out strong, but certainly in that first group, we have got the championship leader, Toby Gale, going in on home turf. So, get excited, get ready. It's going to be no holds barred from here on in. Going to get tougher and tougher as the weekend progresses. We already heard from several drivers, tyre degradation is going to be a massive premium to get right, and the competitors know they have got very limited chances to find the sweet spot. 5 minutes is all you get on track. Out onto the circuit then we go in the first group. It's going to be Melvin Shane, INF1NITY, Ian Marwa, Warawong Komorakul back again, the GFC importer for this part of the world, Kian Shah, Danish Chen, Mika Slabbert, Thomas George, championship leader Toby Gale, Jenny Bibinet, Rafael Kamal, Paco Miguel Sarmiento, Panya Yamchan, Jerry G, Wong Kifei, Dylan Tan, Nathan Arya, Kai Burke, and Didi Tser. So all of the drivers venture out, 5 minutes on the clock. You do not get a lot of time to fool around in. And so it's very important that the drivers get the most out of this opportunity. Youngest driver in the field, well, that is still Andrea Galimberti, who's going to go out into Group 2, of course. The young Italian fighting for the championship in his first season in the competition, just 13 years of age. He'll turn 14 in the summer. And the oldest man on the grid this weekend is the man in cart number 209, Warawong Komorakul, the 29-year-old from Bangkok, who is the distributor for the American Chassis GFC, which he is racing this weekend. Always very exciting to see the black and white colours, very reminiscent of the Cadillac F1 team. No inspiration taken from them. If anything, it's the other way round. That's been the JFC colour scheme for quite some time now. So the driver's already putting laps down on the board. And the first blood goes to Kian Shah, the Indian driver, on a 57.938. Toby Gale immediately gets a 57.6 on the block. Dominic Setyevan is up into 3rd place ahead of Nathan Arya and Mika Slabbert. So already fantastic work behind the scenes to continue to elevate. And we're very happy indeed to be joined by the likes of Race Colonel and Score It, who are going to be helping us with our timing over the course of the rest of the season. Very excited to see these new graphics. Hope you like them as much as we do. Fastest time at the moment, Dylan Tan, the man who won round 2. But it's already taken down as the drivers are into the 55s. And Danish Chen has gone provisional quickest ahead of Kai Burke. That's great news for the Singaporean. Danish Chen in his first season in Senior X30, of course, having been a title contender in Junior last year. And he took the title fight right down to the wire almost 9 months ago. So fantastic to see him really starting to get back on pace. Toby Gale comes across the line as he goes top spot, 55-0 for the man from Pattaya. And he's got an interesting challenge this weekend because Toby Gale is rejoined by his older brother, Austin, who competes in cycling these days. But he was on the starting grid 2 weeks ago with his brother, and he got the bug again. He decided, I can't stay away. So they decided, well, why not have another go at it? So he is here this weekend, and honestly, guys, Austin Gale is just as much a contender for the victory this weekend as his brother Toby is. We know how prolifically fast Austin and Toby are around this circuit. So keep an eye on them. There is the 2:58 going through the picture. That was 2:68, I should say. That is Wong Jefei, the Chinese driver who is carrying his tribute Lewis Hamilton helmet design as he works his way through on the timing sheets. No, my apologies. That is not Wong Jefei. That is Jerry Chi of Hong Kong who carries the Lewis Hamilton Ferrari helmet. Always wonderful that you've got drivers who come up with their own designs, but they've also paying tribute to the others. Always really nice to see the different variations. We've got a minute and a half on the clock, and Toby Gale 54.67 onto the top spot. Dylan Tan second, and Kai Burke third. There you are, Toby Gale on a 54.67. So I am absolutely on point with social media trends. So is Toby Gale, for that matter. Across the line to finish another lap. Toby Gale is tipped by Kai Burke. Kai Burke gets a 54.657, and that's 13 thousandths of a second between him and the tie. Dylan Tan, round 2 winner. He's got renewed confidence after that. In front of Danish Chen in 4th, and in 5th position, that is the highly ranked and highly rated INF1NITY, who is back in the paddock once again in front of Nathan Arya, Dominic Setivan, Warawon Gomadakul and Kian Shah. And then Mika Slava. Up to the top spot comes Nathan Arya. Very good lap indeed from the Indonesian. 54.634. 23 thousandths of a second quicker than Burke. 36 thousandths quicker than Toby Gale. Talk about a shot in the arm. This is definitely good stuff as far as he's concerned. So Dylan Tan P4. Tangnanachai is in P5 at the moment. So definitely getting pretty exciting at the moment as the drivers are trying to find even more pace and certainly looking for more energy in the car. It's going to be tricky to find that last little ounce of time, particularly now that we're into the latter stages of the 5 minutes of qualifying. This is when the tyres are going to be at their lowest peak. So you've got to hope there's a little bit more in them. But I think the checkered flag being out gives us absolutely no chance of more time on the board. So we're going to see Nathan Arya unlock his potential from the pre-season, and he is going to put himself into provisional pole position. Is anyone going to beat him as they come through? I'm not sure they're going to get another chance. So Nathan Arya is going to get the pole position here. Fantastic work from him, and very deserved indeed. So Nathan Arya will be the top spot. Excellent work from the 14-year-old from Jakarta as the Rahabat JMX Phantom driver on his Kart Republic goes top spot. Very exciting moment for Nathan Arya. And so that will put him on the top spot for the time being. And certainly as the leading competitor in the first group, that's a very exciting start to his weekend. So Nathan Arya gets the top spot, and he can be so delighted with the progress that's being made. So I'm going to head down and see if we can have a word with the man on the top spot after his session. Hopefully the signal's going to go far enough. It has been tested over the weekend, but hey, signal problems do happen. But that's a big moment in Nathan Arya's progression. They only made the decision to switch to seniors 2 weeks ago for the second round of the championship. He's still eligible for junior and, of course, would have been competitive in the junior category. But having to be making the decision to switch to senior based on Nathan's height, because it turns out he had a bit of a growth spurt between Malaysia and Thailand. January to March is quite a long way. And so, poor Nathan Arya, they had to make the decision to switch but it's worked out in his favour. He's come up with the goods for provisional pole going into this one. So an excellent performance then for Nathan Arya, and he can be so delighted with the way his weekend has started. So we'll see if we can make our way down there to have a word with Nathan Arya on his Kart Republic. Hoping for a very steady start to the competition. And of course, all the drivers want to come up with the goods in their first session, proper session of the weekend. So we're going to see if we can have a quick chance to have a conversation with Nathan Arya. Check it out down here. It's getting very busy as the juniors are waiting to get themselves on the starting lineup. It's getting pretty busy down here as everyone wants to get themselves into prime position. Mika Stabat having finished his session. Here we are in the waft of the juniors. 101 Komarakul returning to the grid once again. You can see here in the gorgeous GFC. He's even got an Oasis sticker, so you know what's on his playlist. Other bands, of course, are available. We're going to let the traffic come through. Go on, let's get Mika Stabat's car back to the paddock, and then we'll work our way through. But we'll see if we can have a quick chat with Nathan Arya after his fantastic run. We're going to go on to the edge of scrutineering. Dominic Setiovan taking his cart onto the trolley. And we'll see if we can have a quick chin wag with Nathan Arya, if he's already worked his way through. Here he is, after a fantastic run. So we'll see if we can have a quick chat with the man on the top spot, Nathan Arya. What a great start to your Senior X30 journey. You only had your first weekend in Senior 2 weeks ago, and here you are getting the provisional pole. You happy with that?
Yeah, I'm very happy. Yeah.
So talk us through the lap. Obviously, it looks as though the tyres are already pretty dead. How quickly are they degrading?
On my last lap, it was already degrading pretty quickly, so needed to get the lap quick.
So the confidence must be really high going into the races. How do you feel you can perform from here?
I feel good.
Well done. Enjoy the moment. Go and get a drink. Good work.
Thank you.
Nathan Arya then unlocking potential in only his second weekend in Senior. But check out the tyres. Those were fresh going into the start of the session. And look, they're already completely spent. That's what I was talking about the high degradation. Come over and have a look as we put the next kart onto the line. This is the 206, the Tony kart. Come and have a look at these tyres. The second they've come off, that's 5 minutes. 5 minutes of running on fresh tyres. And that's what they look like after 5 minutes. So you can imagine what those tyres are going to look like after 3 competitive sessions out on the course. Absolutely incredible, the tyre degradation that these guys are going to have to face. But it's getting pretty busy down here as the drivers are getting themselves ready for Senior Group number 2. Drivers getting ready for the start. There's Karsten Chong, the man who did such a great job in LYL. Karsten, how are you doing?
I'm feeling good for qualifying. Yeah.
There were some problems in round 2, but you've worked very hard over the last 2 days to iron out some of the kinks. So how much stronger do you think you're going to be in round 3?
I'm pretty confident I'm going to be better this round.
That's what we like to hear. Good luck for quali.
Thank you.
Karsten Chong, the man who did such a great job at Malaysia. It's getting pretty hectic down here, as you can see. Even the cadets are now in position, getting lined up. Jaden Arya getting ready to go in cadets, of course. So who knows, we could get double bubble for the 2 brothers from Indonesia. Sahel Singh getting himself ready to go. How are you feeling ahead of the qualifying?
Confident, feeling that I can get to the front grid.
There were some hiccups in round 2 on pace, but over the practice for the last 2 days, you've been in the top 5 regularly. So perhaps this is the chance for a renaissance for you.
Yep, probably.
Good luck, buddy. Have a good one.
Yep, thank you.
Sahil Singh ready for a shot at the pole position time in qualifying. Great to see the Peak Racing team from China coming back into the paddock this weekend. We missed them over the first couple of weekends, but they're here with their driver coach, Piers Sexton, who is obviously going to be giving the young Chinese lads a big boost. As we can see, getting ourselves ready for the second group of Senior X30 drivers getting out onto the circuit. We've got some big names in this one, of course. Andrea Galimberti is there, Jaden Pope is there. So too is the reigning champion, Yuka Pope. So big names in the field getting themselves ready for another crack at pole position. Let's see what happens as we get ourselves geared up for the second group. So already big potential then for these guys as the second qualifying group prepares to get under starters' orders. And of course, as ever, they'll only get 5 minutes to put their lap times down on the board. So plenty of opportunities for things to go well. I've got Shabal Basalama lining up alongside me, getting himself ready for his cadet run. And now he's just been pinched by Cruz Priolo. So I can't have a chat with him, unfortunately, because he's already disappeared. No worries, we'll have a chat with him a bit later on. But goodness me, it's going to be a tough one for all of the contenders here in this second of the groups. And with Nathan Aria laying down the gauntlet in the first group, we're definitely in for a shock or two if the pace is anything to go by. But we're literally playing with thousandths of a second for the top spot. It's not about tenths or hundredths anymore. The level here in Senior X30, particularly at this stage of the season, is brutally close. You make the slightest error on one of your laps and it's all going to fall apart around you. So very intense to see the differences and the variations in the lines and the setups. The drivers are really going to give us some excitement over the battle for pole position. Beautiful flags from all of the various nations represented in the 2026 season. We've had drivers from all over Europe, not just across the Asian Peninsula. Wonderful to have so many countries represented in the paddock as ever. Drivers from across Hong Kong, China, Philippines, Malaysia, Indonesia, Australia, Singapore, India and Sri Lanka, and of course Thailand. So many great competitors putting themselves up to the sharp end of the firing line. And in Senior X30, perhaps more than ever before, because we've certainly had plenty of excitement going into the season, and now these drivers know there's plenty more still to do. So the drivers preparing to venture out onto the circuit once again. Big pressure on the shoulders of these youngsters. Senior karting so competitive these days. There's Sra Onuras. Great to see the 16-year-old for Watt Motorsport on his Biralart. The 244 there as well. Big opportunity this weekend for Putter Warapong Yamchan, who races both senior karts and the F4 Southeast Asia when he gets a chance. So he'll want to get up at the sharp end of this one. There is the 229. That is the very talented Sedikit Saramakukasem, who we saw fighting at the sharp end 2 weeks ago. Unfortunately, he got caught up in an incident in the closing stages of the weekend with Banu Steenmankong, I think it was, battling away down the middle of the circuit. There is the different layout that we've got for this weekend, the full-scale Bira Circuit Grand Prix length, 33 degrees Celsius already, and 48% humidity makes it feel like it's about 36 at the moment. There is wind, but it's not very strong at the moment, so it's definitely going to be a prime to keep hydrated and to keep focused. A lot of isotonic drinks here this weekend with vitamin C to really boost people further forward across the weekend. So there's a lot of focus on staying energized on a very tricky weekend indeed. The marshals getting themselves ready to send the competitors out. You're going to see the firepower of the Italian stallion, Andrea Galimberti, the man who is from the beautiful Lake Garda region of Desenzano, but of course nowadays is based in Chengdu in China. He won the junior final at Macau, as well as becoming the junior title winner in the IAME INF1NITY Asia Series last year. So stepping up as a senior, the youngest man on the grid, already fighting for the title. But after the first session there, he'll have taken a lot of data from that, and he will get himself prepared and ready for the next bite of the cherry. And what an amazing waft of talent we've got in this particular field. Yukapo, the reigning champion in Senior X30, along with Chanuknan Viratacha, Banu Steenmankong, Aidan Forbes, Sun Yang, Austin Gale, Fakin Jananukul, Suriket Sonomankokasem, Yohanatan Mosh, Kantapat Naransuksanti, Sra Anuras, Warpang Yamchan, Andrea Galimberti, Jaden Pope, Zachary Boyce, Jamie Ambrose, Charles Majwan, Travis Teo, Leonardo Mori, and Seshan Gunasekara. So it's definitely going to be very competitive right from the start, as all of the drivers know exactly what to expect of these 5 minutes. The green flag flies. The race director, Martin Bean, being very clear to the drivers pre-session. I don't want to see any rolling on. I don't want to see any blocking. I don't want to see any waiting for a tow. If he feels it's getting to a dangerous level, he will red flag the session. He's been very clear about this in the driver's briefing. So hopefully they've taken all of that advice on board and will be able to go purely for lap times rather than any difficulties around the course. But this is a fabulous, fabulous racetrack, the Bira Circuit. It's been here since 1986, so it's as old as I am. And of course, the karting circuit has given us plenty of great drama and battles over the years, none the least of which we saw, of course, last weekend in the Senior X30 fracas that saw Dylan Tan come through for his first INFINITY IAME Series Asia final win in Senior X30. Almost assisted, if you like, by his teammate, Aaron Garcia, the IWF champion, who sadly is not here this weekend. He'll continue on, hopefully, later in the season. He's trying to get to Macau, either for round 4 or for the Asia Finals at the end of the year. He loves being out here, and we wish him all the very best for the season ahead. So time trial Group 2 for X30 Senior gets underway. For the sake of argument, it is Andrea Galimberti who has hit the top spot for the moment, but there's still quite a long way to go in this session. The big question is, though, can he go quicker than we have seen from Nathan Aria in the first session? That's the only thing that's going to matter to him. So obviously there's a big pressure cooker building. He'll want to be there at the sharp end, putting in a decent and solid effort, but it's never easy to predict how things are going to fare. So as the drivers push their way through the course, they'll want to give us a really good show. And so the battle is going to be raging from the outset. Everybody wanting a very fast start, and a very decent time on the boards is expected from so many of the drivers in this field. So we're hoping there's going to be a lot more to come still. Drivers want to give us a fine show. Nathan Aria's time, of course, good enough to put him onto the top spot provisionally, because of course there's still a fair way to go, but he got a 54.634. That's what everyone in this session has got to beat, 54.63. At the moment, Austin Gale is on a 54.882, and we got double yellows on the straight. That is a kart in trouble. That's Jaden Pope. Jaden Pope's in trouble on the straight. There he is. You can see him for yourself. So Jaden Pope has had a problem on the main straight, and it looks as though he's going to continue into the race with no decent time laid down. So Jaden Pope will have to start the heats from the back of the grid. What a disaster for the Top 1 Motorsport driver. The double wave yellows are taken away on the main straight. There is his stricken kart. So disaster for the man from Oran Park in New South Wales. Disaster for the Australian. Austin Gale goes up to the top spot and now is beaten already as Yukapo goes top. Now it's Wadapong Yamchan's turn to go top. What a fillet it would be for the hometown favourite for him to get top spot. Yukapo second, Travis Teo third. Don't forget, it's 54.634 to beat. Will this second group be faster or slower? Tough to tell in these temperatures. But of course, if they don't go faster than the time set by Nathan Aria, it'll be the Indonesian on outright pole position in Senior X30. And that really would be sensational. Banu Steenmankong now goes second in front of Yukapo, reigning champion, who's getting better all the time, having made the switch back to the Kart Republic chassis, having been on the Explorer last year. Then it's Leonardo Mori from Travis Teo, Suleiman Kokasem, Vidatacha, Galimberti, Gale, and Ambrose. And they're all covered by 0.3 of a second. There's nothing in it. So still warming up the tyres to try and get more out of the kart. Are we going to see a change to the timesheets? Well, Galimberti's up to P5. Yukapo remains on third, but only going 0.1 of a second slower than he had done previously. Wadapong Yamchan, 54.741, still top spot. But he's not going to improve on his best time. As up to third now comes Suleiman Kokasem, only 0.02 of a second slower than he has done previously. Nothing in it at all at the top spot. If you go all the way back to Andrea Galimberti in 8th, it's less than 0.1 of a second between the top 8 drivers. So Yamchan, Steenmankong, and Suleiman Kokasem dominating for Thailand in the top 3. Then it is Yukapo from Leonardo Mori, Austin Gale, Travis Teo, and Andrea Galimberti. Vidatacha doing well in 9th in front of Gunasekara. And then Jamie Ambrose from Shant Moswan. And then it's Fakin Jananukul from Sra Anoras, Yohanatan Mosh, Boyce Yang, Nanu Susanti, Forbes, and Jaden Pope, who will not go further. Still trying to find a little bit more pace. They're going to cross the line to increase their lap times. Yamchan gets a 54.9. That's not going to improve his time. So is it going to be a tie top 3? And are we going to confirm the outright pole position belonging to Nathan Aria? I think we're going to, because it doesn't look as though the second group's going to be faster than the first. The checkered flag is in the air, and drivers will be crossing the line for the first time. So is there going to be any last-minute changes? Doesn't look as though there's many personal bests going down, but the tyres have already passed their peak. So it's going to be a very competitive Senior X30 grid, that's for sure. The drivers desperately trying to get back to the line in the hope they can make a little bit more of a push. The first one to cross the line of this group is going to be Andrea Galimberti, who comes out of the hairpin now. His best time is 88 thousandths of a second off the top spot. Can Galimberti get pole? No, he does not improve. It's very, very tight at the top end, and that means that it's going to be Putter, who is the fastest of the group. The first time ever that has happened in Infinity IAME Series Asia. He's been improving all the time, and Wonapong Yamchan is the fastest man in the group. Barustin Mekong second, Siddhikut Cinnamon Kukasem is third. From Yukapo, Leonardo Mori, Austin Gale, Travis Teo, Andrea Galimberti, Chanaknan Vidatacha, and Sishan Gunasekara. But they are not faster than the second group, and so it is going to be the top spot in qualifying in Senior X30 then for the man we spoke to a short while ago. Nathan Arya gets the top spot. What a brilliant result for Nathan Arya. Only his second weekend in Senior X30. He probably wasn't expecting to shoot for pole position anytime soon. And in his second weekend in the class, it is the Indonesian Nathan Arya, the 14-year-old from Jakarta, who gets pole position in Senior X30 for round 3. It's always satisfying when a new face tops the timesheets, and in both groups we've got a new leader. Nathan Arya fastest in Group 1 and the outright fastest, and in Group 2 it is Wonapong Yamchan, the very talented man for Top 1 Motorsport. So very good work indeed as he tops the timesheets. And so we now know that Senior X30 this weekend is going to be more competitive than ever. Poor Jaden Pope down there on your screens, having a very torrid time of it. I wonder if I might actually get the chance to have a word with him, because he's on the home straight, of course, so we might be able to figure out exactly what happened as it has happened. Rare opportunity on a circuit like this when my commentary box position is so close to the start-finish line. I'll see if we can get in there with Jaden and have a quick word. He's already in conversation with the members of the team, so we'll see if we can have a quick word with Jaden. He's going to rush back to the garage, unfortunately, so we're going to see if there's a chance to have a quick word. Jaden, not the way you needed your qualifying to go. What exactly was the problem?
The throttle was jammed on, so I tried to fix the problem, but I couldn't fix it, so I just pulled over, and better probably to save tyre than to run around on a throttle and fuck my front tyres. So, but it's good for the team. We ended up in pole in that session, so it's good that Putter's done the best he can, so it's a good job from the team.
Hard luck, Jaden. Good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Sweet, thank you.
It's going to be very difficult for Jaden from the back of the grid. Apologies if any language offended you there, but the adrenaline is pumping, the heat of the moment. Your drivers will be drivers. Very unfortunate, though, for Jaden Pope. Stuck throttle, ruining any chances he had of going to the top spot. But as he already told us, the team is on form because, of course, Wonapong Yamchan, fastest of Group 2. But it is Nathan Arya of Indonesia that goes top in Senior X30 here at the Bira Circuit. Next up, more great action on the way from the juniors. So Junior X30 is set to cook up a storm. We've obviously got more great battles to come from them. Championship leader going in is the man from Hong Kong, Mason Kwong, the Freemason, doing a fantastic job at the sharp end of the field and doing an absolutely amazing job to put himself right up at the height of the table after 2 very consistent and solid weekends. He's obviously going to have some pressure from those around him. Did a sensational job to take the final victory last time out, but it was certainly very keen and exciting to see how things were going to progress for him. We've got 23 drivers competing in the junior category this weekend, and that's going to make for very entertaining as ever. So the competitors gearing us up for an exciting show. We'll have Medina Zara Kamaruzaman, the 12-year-old from Shah Alam. She's got a great chance for DRM on the Paralympic, making steady progress in her first competitive season in Infinity IAME Series Asia. And she's one of the 2 females in the field. The other, of course, is the Singaporean for LOR Racing, Sanjana Dandu. Good to see her back in the paddock once again. As for the others, well, Knox Black is back in position once again. The man from Mermaid Waters in Gold Coast on the Biralat Asia kart. He's definitely going to be a contender for the pole position. Rehan Khan Rashid will be hoping for a very strong weekend. The 12-year-old from Chennai, along with Akil Rungta, the Singaporean for the 29R team. Then we'll have Aditya Pratap in the mix as well, another of the Indian drivers for LRR. Also, one of the drivers from Chennai, their home circuit, of course, is Eringatukatoy, or as it's also known, the Mika karting circuit. Chris Kasemsup, the man from Bangkok Classic Car XFR, on his Bira. He, of course, has a younger brother, Trin, who's going to be competing in the cadets a little bit later. Kevin Subhavanichinon, the CRG Thailand superstar from Samut Prakan in Bangkok. Then Budapong Wangnapachant for top one. He's definitely going to be a star contender. Steps up from cadet last year, and he'll be trying to put himself into the top 5 in junior for the first time. Championship leader, Mason Kwong, race winner in cadet in 24 and 25, and won the final in round 1 and 2 of 2026. So a very competitive racer, Mason Kwong. Zhu Kaijin, good to see him back again for the 1000 racing team, along with the Watt Motorsport driver for Bangkok. It's Patapol Kokanjanaset in his first season in the junior category. And for my money, he's got a really decent shot of pole position here. He knows the circuit very well indeed, and he's got great pace. But then so too does his countryman, Mr. Posh Kongchol, who was a star in the cadets, is now very much a top 5 runner competitively in CRG Thailand. You're also seeing, just in the foreground of your screen, the 164, the Singha Motorsport Thailand driver, Pumsit Kumbonjong. Regulars for INFINITY IAME Series Asia will, of course, remember him as the cadet champion from 2024. And he's had a sporadic program in 25. Now he's back in INFINITY IAME Asia in his second junior season. He was helping the team to coach last time out. This time he is back in the seat himself. We've also got Tianarat Janajatupat, also part of Biralat XF. And then we've got Karsten Choi, the 12-year-old from Hong Kong, who did such a fantastic job for HP Karting in the first round of the championship, all the way back in January at LYL in Malaysia. We've also got the likes of Sahil Singh in the grid, the 13-year-old from Johor Bahru, the southern state of Malaysia, for Stratos. He's been much quicker in round 3 so far in the practice sessions than he was at round 2. So expect him to be challenging for a podium this weekend. Top 5 drivers in INFINITY IAME Series Asia get podiums, of course. Hobart Yao, definitely one to keep an eye on as well, the PR1 driver from Hong Kong. And we've also got a return visit for the man for top 1, Pun Suksongchai. He did a great job last time out. He was fighting all the way to the end with the likes of Kintunatapat Bunirakalin. They were fighting in fantastic fashion 2 weeks ago. Sadly, they ended up taking each other out in the final, but there's big chances for both of them to bounce back. There's also a great chance for the man from Australia, Johnny Rowland of the Fireball Motorsport team. We heard from him earlier in the program. And of course, the Ital course driver for HB, that is the man from Haraspara in Dodanduwa, in Sri Lanka, that is Lennon Barchi. Good to see him back up to full strength. And the last man in the field is Siddhaprash Ketsuwan for Watt Motorsport on his CRG, the 12-year-old from Bangkok. So all the competitors gearing up ready for the start of the Junior X30 qualifying session. Just 5 minutes to get out there and set the time. Never easy when you've got so much riding on each of these opportunities. And so the contenders getting geared up and ready. And of course, as soon as the final timed qualifying session is over, which is the Master X30 session, we'll go straight into the qualifying heats. And there's going to be 3 of them for Senior X30 and 2 for the Juniors, Cadets and Masters. So the Senior X30 drivers are definitely going to have their work cut out trying to keep the tyres going for 3 races, whereas everybody else is only going to have 2. And of course, don't forget, they don't just have the 3 qualifying heats today, Senior X30. They've also got the super heat tomorrow morning as well, before they put fresh tyres on for the final. It's gruesome, it is brutal. And certainly on a circuit like this, when it's very high tyre degradation, very high temperatures, this will be very tricky. But this is where the race drivers learn their craft and get faster and faster all the time. So all the contenders once again preparing to head out onto the circuit. Great to have your company if you're watching on our live stream on Facebook or on our live stream on YouTube. Great to have your company. Do drop us a comment and a message. Who is it that you're cheering for? Who is it that you're wanting to celebrate the efforts of? There are so many great drivers in the field here this weekend. Great to see everybody really putting on a great showcase so far. Already support for Seshan Gunasekara on the YouTube stream from XYZ Vibe. Thank you very much indeed, sir. Good to see everybody cheering on their favourites in the Facebook stream as well. Who are you cheering for and who do you think is going to win in the junior, the cadet, the master and the senior? Very tough weekend ahead of us in searing hot temperatures. I can tell you that there is a less than 5% chance of rain in the next 3 hours. So very exciting. There's certainly some cloud cover, that is a fact, but in terms of the weather forecast I've got in front of me, we're not expecting to see any rain hit the circuit here at Bira over the course of the day. It is currently looking to be very, very strong indeed. Less than 5% chance all day long. And tomorrow it is going to get to a high of 36 degrees Celsius. And again, less than 5% chance of any form of rainfall. It'll get to what will feel like 38 degrees Celsius tomorrow. So it's definitely going to be pretty tricky. Today it currently feels like 39 because of the high intensity of the humidity that we have here at the circuit. And I've just been handed official practice 1 results. Jaden Gabriel Aria is indeed at the top spot with a 103.148. Oh, that's official practice. My apologies. That's not the fastest laps from the qualifying session. But I have got now all of the time trials from the previous practice sessions. So looking back at the juniors, it was actually Kevin INF1NITY who went fastest this morning on a 55.227. So good to see what we had from him earlier on. Sahil Singh went second quickest ahead of Karsten Chong, Bunsuk Sungchai and Knox Black. Mason Kwong all the way back in P6. But the gap between the 6 drivers in practice this morning covered by a quarter of a second. So again, that tells us that it's anybody's pole position. There's only 1 time trial in Junior X30. We've got 23 drivers in the field, so we're only going to need 1 time trial group. So whoever is the fastest in this will be starting the 2 qualifying heats today from pole position. Drivers getting themselves balanced out as they want to get a decent time on the board. And Karsten Chong looks like he's absolutely nailed the pace of this one because he's sat behind Puttapong Wangnapachat in the tow. So although Wangnapachat is the first one to get a decent lap time down on the board, Sanjana Dandu, I think that is, getting an overtake into turn 1 just to put herself into a stronger position. Drivers can occasionally use an overtake into turn 1 and turn that into the fastest lap of their session. But it does require you coming off the racing line for a brief moment. So that can be a little bit demolishing to the tyre degradation. But certainly at the moment, it is Wangnapachat from Karsten Chong. And after the incredible, impeccable pace that we saw from Karsten Chong at LYL, you cannot count him out as a contender here at Bira. Things were a bit tricky for him 2 weeks ago, but he did spring back in the final to pick up some decent points. So now he's hoping that this is going to be a bit more like Malaysia. And that was almost 3 months ago. But he's definitely going to be trying to fight his way back to the top spot. They come across the line to complete the fast lap, and it is Kelkan Janasset who's currently on the top spot on a 55.47, and that is 0.2 of a second slower than we saw from the previous run. So very exciting to see how that has all played out thus far. But certainly, oh, double waved yellows as we've got an issue at the first corner. And stopping at the very end of the straight, that is the 165, abandoning the Kart Republic. That is Hobart Yao. Disaster for the man from Hong Kong. So Hobart Yao is going to go no further in the session. Well, he'll be bitterly, bitterly unhappy about that because he had a great chance this weekend. His pace in the junior practice session was fairly decent as well. He was lapping 55.9s this morning, so he could have had a decent shot at the top 10. So I'm afraid that's not to be now for Hobart Yao or Yao Hopak. So he will now have to sit and watch the rest of this session from the sidelines. As up to the top comes Knox Black with a fantastic time. 55.466 for Knox Black, 0.005 of a second quicker than Porsche. So Porsche Kelkan Janasset is now second ahead of Kevin INF1NITY, who bounces back to the same sort of form that we saw from him in practice. So Karsten Chong P4, then it is Bunyarakulin, who is up in 5th position. Good run there from Kitunatapat Bunyarakulin. And then it is Sahil Singh from championship leader Mason Kwong. And then Pun Suksumsongchai, Chris Kasemsop and Posh Kongchol. Pumsik Klambonjong 11th on his return at the moment in front of Puttapong Wangnapachat. Then Jackson Gate, Aditya Pratap, Juk Kaijin, Akil Rungta, and then Rashan Khan Rashid from Sanjana Dandu, Medina Zarakumar Ruzaman. And then it is Jolly Rowland, Sutipash Kitsuwan, and Lennon Barchi. Sadly, no more laps from Hobart Yao. 1 minute to go in the session. Are we going to get better than a 55.4? We are! Knox Black smashes the pace from the previous runs in the session, and Knox Black gets to a 55.285. Very solid run from Fort Knox himself, as Mason Kwong now goes second. Very good run from Kwong, 55.405, and that's a 1/10 of a second off the pace of Knox Black. So Knox Black going very quickly indeed here in Bira. It is fascinating that it's just 2 weeks apart, round 2 and round 3. but on very different layouts of the circuit. Most of the corners are the same, but the way they configure with each other on this layout is vastly different to how they come through on the previous layout. So, for example, the Mickey Mouse section 2 weeks ago, they will have approached that very fast indeed. Here, it's a much slower approach, so it's a lot easier on the tire degradation at that part of the circuit. Turn 1 is not as fast as it was 2 weeks ago because it doesn't shoot straight up to the Mickey Mouse. It turns back on itself and essentially comes back up the straight that would have led to one of the sections earlier on in the weekend. Checkered flag is out, and up to the top comes Kwong. 55.218, right at the end of the session. Kwong beats the time set by INF1NITY in practice this morning, and that's the fastest lap we've had all weekend thus far then from Mason Kwong. He's been sitting tight all weekend to keep himself in the mix, and he saves his best until the last moment of qualifying. So Kwong goes top spot, knocks back his second from Kokon Janaset, INF1NITY and Sahil Singh. 67 thousandths of a second is all that's in it. But the drivers are still on a fast lap, so there could still be a little bit more in the times. Karsten Chong is the leader of the pack. He's currently in 8th. So let's see if his final flying lap is going to give him just a little bit more. Comes off the final turn. Several drivers abandoning their fast laps now. And we're going to see if there's a big change. No improvements by the look of it. So it looks to me as though it is going to be Mason Kwong at the top. And yes, indeed, as the final drivers come through and complete their qualifying laps, that is the way it finishes. So Mason Kwong, the championship leader, has unlocked the brutal pace in the final lap of the session. Very good run indeed for the man from Hong Kong. Absolutely impeccable timing. He's been there or thereabouts all weekend, but he has kept a little bit back, kept it in about 5th or 6th all weekend so far, but then in the time trial, boom, fastest lap, last lap of the session. That is exactly how champions get the job done. They leave nothing to chance, and they leave no doubt. Fabulous work then from Mason Kwong to put himself into a very strong position. Herbert Yao, sadly, out of the session earlier on, and so he's not going any further, I'm afraid. I'm going to make my way down to the holding area at the end of the circuits to see if we can have a quick word with the man on the top spot, Mason Kwong. What a fantastic run from the man from Hong Kong. And of course, the Junior X30 Championship leader. He was always a front runner in Cadet, but consistency was always very difficult to sustain in Cadets. But now that he's stepped up into juniors, boy, has he unlocked some pace. Great to see him in such fantastic form. Once again, apologies if there's any slight cracks in the signal, but in essence, we've got the signal can travel far enough so that we can have a word. So just bear in mind with us that it could be a little bit crackly on the speakers, or maybe even at home as well. But apologies for that. We'll do our best, and we're not going to let a little thing like interference stop us from getting all of the stories. So let's wander down there and have a quick chin wag with the man on the top spot in the Junior X30 timing sheets. Mason Kwong, once again, getting the business done exactly when it was needed. And I think he's making his way towards us now. Mason, come and join us. It is Muzzy who gives him a handshake after his session. Mason, come and join us, mate. Fantastic start to the weekend. You've been there or thereabouts in the top 5 through the practice sessions, but you managed to find that sweet spot at the end of the session there with that quick lap. What was it like on the circuit?
It was very tough. At the start, I thought I couldn't get the position to get a good time, but I managed to do the last lap.
Tyre degradation looks really severe this weekend, even more so than 2 weeks ago. How's that going to fare in the heats?
I think I'm just going to chill. I'm not going to push that much in the heat to preserve the tires for the super heat.
Sounds like a good strategy to me, mate. Good luck for it.
Thank you.
Mason Kwong always times things to perfection when he's got an opportunity to, and that was a superb lap to put himself at the sharp end. Right, Junior X30, that's sorted. Senior X30, that's sorted. Now we're going to get ourselves ready for the Cadets, and it is another intense field of competitors this weekend. Sadly, the guys who got the job done 2 weeks ago, the Vejabuti brothers, date and time are not here, so that opens the floodgates for everybody else. And for the championship leader, Max Schilling, it's an opportunity to extend the gap to the drivers around him, but don't count out the Australian Cruz Priolo. He's going to be right up there trying to find his feet again. He had a very long weekend 2 weeks ago, but it all came sweet for him in the final as he charged his way back to P2. So expect more of the same from them this weekend. It's definitely going to be very tricky indeed We've got some big firepower in the cadets this weekend. Keep an eye on Libin Lewis Kanan, car number 5. The Malaysian's going to be strong this weekend. He's hoping to get himself back to his true form once again. But the cadet drivers definitely wanted to showcase that their learning and their progression continues. The thing about Cadet X30 is, even if you manage to take a victory, it's difficult to sustain that from weekend to weekend because everybody's rate of development, everybody's progress is very different week in, week out. And sometimes when you hit a sweet spot one weekend, 2 weeks later, you can't quite keep that pace up. So it has always been very, very difficult in Cadet X30 to predict from one race to the next who's going to get the job done. Makes it sweet for us, very difficult for the kids involved. So, for 5 minutes, let's see which of the cadets has the fast lap. Tricky times coming for all of our Cadet X30 drivers. Don't forget, they are aged between 8 and 12. That is absolutely astonishing that these guys are already putting themselves to their paces and trying to find the heat and the adrenaline. That physical exertion is always going to be pretty tricky to sustain for the cadets. But we always get great excitement and satisfaction, great drama from them as well. Plenty of talents in Cadet X30 to watch out for. Of course, all eyes are going to be on the championship leader, Max Schilling, but he's got plenty of opposition around him, particularly Cruz Priolo. And even Kalen Delsey, I think, this weekend is stepping up the attack even more. And he got his first proper podium outright last time out, so expect him to be challenging for the victory this time. It's definitely going to be very difficult to predict, as Cadet X30 usually is. So with the cadets gearing themselves up and getting ready, I'm not entirely sure who's going to grab the pole position. Every single practice session leading up to this point has had a very different result. It doesn't appear that there's one standout talent in X30 in the cadets who is dominating. And that means that we are very much going to come down to tactics in this qualifying session. Drivers will want to see how long they can make the tyres go, how intense it's going to be once they reach their peak, and of course, how they can keep the consistency across one lap. It's not even through the 5-minute session. Keeping the consistency strong for an entire session is very difficult in and of itself. But we've got 35 drivers, so all of them are going to make it through to the final, whatever happens. And that means that obviously it will come down to consistency, rhythm and fluidity to see who gets the top spot in time qualifying. So we're certainly going to have a session of the usual suspects. Saharat Le Persephone for CRG Thailand will be in the grid, as of course will the returning Zheng Yicheng for Peak Racing. Great to see the Chinese talents return for this round of the championship. They will obviously be gearing up for a very decent weekend next month for round 4 at Macau on the fantastic circuit, just a couple of kilometers away from the street circuit at Gia. Then Libby Lewis Kanan, now in the Garang Motorsport squad, still aboard his Paralin. And the young 11-year-old from Selangor, hoping that this is going to be a weekend where he comes good on the top sheets. Then it is Aiden Zhang, or Zhang Jiyu, one of the drivers from Peak Racing under the tutelage of Piers Sexton. And then we've got the Australian superstar, Cruise Control, Cruz Priolo from Guelph in Western Australia. The man who is definitely challenging for the title in his first season in INF1NITY IAME Series Asia in cadets. So keep an eye on him. We've got a new female in the grid as well, Pichamon Lutovivit. And it's great to see her in contention, the 11-year-old for TNP Motorsport. So great performance then for all of the contenders in that run. Mohamed Falik Fariz is in the squad for RL Karting again, the man from Sungai Pachala, the Malaysian talent, 10 years of age, alongside his fellow 10-year-old from Singapore, Jensen Hammond, formerly registered in Dubai, now living in Singapore these days. Palat Tanchampong, the 11-year-old from Thailand on the CRG Thailand squad kart. And then the man from Gading Serpong in Tangerang in Indonesia, Darren Artagani in the mix again for DRM. Tantaj Yavasakunkrai, the 11-year-old from MRC Racing. And the Thai is going to be on the grid along with the man from Hong Kong, Carson Choi for PR1 in the closing stages of his Cadet X30 career. Kenzie Eversenanda is back once again, the 9-year-old, the youngest in that particular run of the field. He's threatening to be one of the youngest of them all, in fact. Great to see Kenzie Eversenanda back again. Along with Super Giorgio, George Patrizzi, one of the 2 Australians in this run of the field in cadet. And the man from Gijkanup in Western Australia, still like the bullet in Mario Kart, always trying to fight his way through the field. But nowadays, it's in the top 10 rather than in the lower 10. Trinka Semsup fighting his way further forward as well. The young man from Bangkok Classic Car XFR. He is the younger brother of Chris, who is in the juniors. Go Yang Jian for Wara Race, the Chinese driver on his energy course. Kaylin Delsey for the Hot Wheels Racers team, the man from Konkan. And he was obviously a cadet rookie winner in round 4 last year. Now he is looking to be a cadet winner in round 3, almost 12 months later. Jotanin Ityakararat for top 1. He'll be there on his home circuit, of course. He lives in Pattaya, just down the road from here. Natapon Charungrang, the 9-year-old lady for DRS, and her teammate is Pimpot Kurang Fatai, the young man from Samut Prakan. And then we have Mitararat Vanish Prapa, alongside his teammate, Sriatapat Tidapatara Bawang, the 2 drivers for DT Motorsport. DT, it stands for Daytime, because, of course, the 2 brothers from the Vejabuti family are called Day and Time in English, and so that's how the team, DT Motorsport, got its name. The young man for RL Karting, Thutamin Set, he carries the flag of Myanmar, but, of course, there is no Motor Racing Federation in Myanmar at present, so he is registered under a Thai license, and he carries the flag of his nation on his kart. Time Sotrai for Singha Motorsport Thailand, under the tutelage, no doubt, of former champion in this category, Pumsiklan Bonjong. And then we have Anna Nakil for CRG Thailand, the man from Singapore, 9 years of age, along with Jaden Arya, who is the 10-year-old brother of the very talented Nathan. And, of course, Jaden Arya was actually quickest in the practice this morning, so we could get double trouble for the Arya brothers if he comes up with the same sort of pace he did in the practice. Then we get Achira Pinpuk for Top 1 Motorsport, Tian Hosruan of Peak Racing for Shanghai, and then Shabel Basalama, championship contender for DRM, along with Joshua Tan for Fireball, the Singaporean, Sidovit Sritanakul for DRM Racing, and then we have Chayot Lemratanakan for Top 1. The championship leader is Max Schilling, number 92, as everyone knows him, Classic Max. And the who lives in Singapore, based out of Hong Kong, has got 2 other opponents to go up against. The man from the Philippines, from Cebu City, it is Percy Yonko, and he's for LOR Racing. And the last man in the field is Wong Tse Young for Peak Racing, and he, of course, based out of the beautiful motorsport city of Shanghai. So the contenders out on the course then for 5 minutes blast around this Bira Circuit. Big opportunity, big talents, and big performances. In the earlier practice sessions, we had some very competitive times from the X30 cadets. We certainly got to see the best of these young drivers put on an excellent showcase. The fastest of those, of course, was Jaden Arya in front of Sahara the Persephone, Achira Pinpuk, Palatan Chanpong, and Wong Si Yang. So none of the major players were in the top 5. Max Schilling was P7, and then we had Shabal Basalama in P11. A very tricky session, though, for the others in the field, particularly for the man who was right up at the sharp end initially in the season, Chris Briolo. He didn't get a time in at all in the practice session this morning, so he's already going into this on the back foot. But that doesn't mean he won't be able to come up with the goods in qualifying. 35 drivers in the pack, although it looks as though only 34 of them have actually gone out on track, so it looks like we've got 1 driver already having difficulties before we even get into the running. For the sake of argument, at the moment, the fastest time is Max Schilling. He's done a 1:04.9, but the fastest time from practice this morning was Jaden Arya's 1:03.1, so a pole position time is likely to be in the 1:03s again. There might be a slight push into the 1:02s, but I wouldn't bet on it because obviously it was cooler earlier in the day, so you're much likely to get slower lap times as the heat progresses to back down on the circuit. The tyres are always at their fastest when the circuit is at its coolest. So I don't think we'll quite get to the same lap times that we saw in practice, but a 1:03.1 will certainly be the target, if not the accomplished medium. Jaden Arya again goes top on a 1:04.3 ahead of Carson Choi and Zhong Yi Cheng. Up to 4th goes Jensen Hammond in front of Kenzie Eversananda and Max Schilling. And the new girl in the field already up in the top 10, that is Pichamon Litavivit. So very good work indeed from her. Having a very solid start to her journey in the INF1NITY IAME Series Asia. Now the big times are coming in as Shaba Basalama goes 1:03.8, Max Schilling goes 1:03.9, as does Sritanakul. So already some big times coming in then from the established guard. Sidovit Sritanakul for DRM goes 3rd, and it's a DRM 1:2.3.4 in fact, because Darren Artagani is there in 4th place as well. And Palatan Chanpong is the next fastest for CRG Thailand. So DRM are currently 1, 2, 3, and 4. But how much faster can the others hope to go? Cruz Priolo currently down in 26th, but we saw that 2 weeks ago, and he was able still to charge his way back into contention in the final through the weekend. Priolo up to 18th, but there's still big times coming down and dropping through the field. Still the top 4, all Paralins, all from the DRM awning, but it is going to be tricky to see how other drivers progress. How would the contenders from Peak Racing by Racing Plus go? Well, Chan Ho Xuan is currently in the top 10. Wang Xiyang just outside that in 14th place, making some big headway. Also good performance from Zhongyi Cheng inside the top 20. And then young Zhang Jiyu, or Aiden Zhang, is still trying to make up the progress. But everybody's still very quick. Up to the top comes Sritapat Tirapatara Bawang. 103.7. There you go. That's a big target for everybody else to try and chase after in the last minute of the time trial. Only one time trial needed, of course, for X30 Cadet. We've got 35 drivers in the field registered for the event. Only 34 out, so clearly somebody's had an issue. But at the moment, the top spot is Sritapan Tirapatara Bawang. So is Tirapatara Bawang going to hold on to that at the top spot, or is there going to be a shuffle of the deck? Drivers coming through to put another time on the board. Nobody's getting near that time, though. So it looks like yet another big lap from a Thai on home soil. Sritapat Tirapatara Bawang looks like he's going to be on the top spot. And yet again, it's a DT Motorsport driver. Although this time, of course, it's not a Sodi kart, it's a Kart Republic. Basalama second, Schilling third. Then it is Sviatanakul, who is in 4th position in front of Daranata Ghani. So it's 2, 3, 4, 5 for the DRM Paralins, but Tirapatara Bawang has gone quicker than them all. Checkered flag is out. So this is the last chance to put a decent time on the board for everybody. Cruz Priolo really struggling to put a decent time on the board here. 25th only for the Australian at the moment. Let's see if he can crack the top 20 at least. Galen Delsey having a tough time out there as well. 13th at the moment. And even Carson Choi not quite knocking on the door of the 15. Libin Luis Canan is 19th. So it's tough to find the pace. But I tell you what, George Patrizzi has Super Giorgio in the top 10. Here comes Cruz Priolo. Last chance to improve. And he doesn't. Very tricky on these tyres, that's for sure. Are we going to get one final push from the end? Lots of drivers banging their steering wheels in frustration, unable to find the pace. But it is going to be Sriatapat Tirapatara Bawang who gets the top spot in qualifying from Basalama, Schilling, Sriatanakul, Ghani, Tanchenbong, Leprosepticon, Pinpuk Patrician in the top 10. That is Chen Ho Xuan. So Chen Ho Xuan has got himself into the top 10 there. Very good work indeed from the leader of the Chinese talents. Then Kurang Fatai, Jaden Aria, only 12th this time from Kalen Delsey, Percy Yonko, and Jensen Hammond. Then Wang Xiyang, Auden Akil, Carson Choi, and it is Natapon Charungalang who is in 19th in front of Liban Lewis Kanan, who can only get 20th. Cruz Priolo only 25th on this occasion. It's going to be a very tricky weekend and an uphill slog for the JDP Lenzo driver. So already big pace then from Sriatapat Tirapatara Bawang, who sadly I won't go and interview because he doesn't speak any English, unfortunately, yet. So we'll have a chat with him later on. But certainly big battles to come as we get ourselves ready for the Master X30 qualifying session. The INFINITY IAME Series Asia Round 3 continuing here at Bira Circuit. Already some very big times on the board. X30 Senior pole position. Nathan Anthony Aria for Rehabat JMX Phantom. His first pole position in Senior X30 in only his second attempt in the class. Very exciting work from him. Sriatapat Tirupatara Bawong getting the fastest lap time in fantastic fashion in the Cadet X30 qualifying in front of Shabal Basalama and Max Schilling, the teammates for DRM Paralin. Mason Kwong, the fastest driver in X30 Junior in front of Knox Black. Patapal Kakanjanaset, Kevin Subhavanichanon and Sahil Singh. Definitely going to be exciting in those categories then. There's one qualifying session left to go, and that is for the X30 Masters. It's wonderful these days to have 10 drivers on the grid. Just over a year ago, we hadn't even got enough to go to double figures, and now we took the roll of the gamble to have 5 drivers on the grid at round 3 last year. And all the Masters are starting to come out of the woodwork. We've got some great talents this time round. Luke Purser is back once again for the JDP Group on the Lenzo chassis, the 45-year-old from Perth, along with the championship leader. Get this. I hope he enjoys hearing this. The championship leader is Tiru Kumaran, the world's fastest surgeon, the Malaysian, doing a sensational job so far in the first 2 rounds. And the man from Sarawak is actually leading the championship at this point. It's a welcome return to the paddock for the JDP Group driver, Kip Foster, the man who won the IAME Asia final in Macau at the tail end of last year after an epic battle with Luke Armstrong and Davide Foray. The former of those, Luke Armstrong, is here again, hoping to make it 2 wins in a row in Thailand in the Master X30 category. But the man for Simon Racing, who is based out of Singapore but carries the Australian flag where he is originally from. Fantastic work for Luke Armstrong. It's also a welcome return to the paddock for a man who lives here, but certainly isn't from here, originally from Finland. It is Jukka Koivistonen. Great to see him back in the paddock again, the 50-year-old under the ICU Racing banner. He actually has a sports bar here in Pattaya that he runs and operates. He's got motor racing seeping through his veins, and every time Formula One is on, his bar is the place to go to tune in and watch from. Alongside him on the lineup is another Thai, although he is a Thai born and bred. Bira Circuit, or P as he is known, the Masters champion 2025, sealing the title right here on home soil in Bira last September, and he's hoping to make it back-to-back titles. Harit Saralo, the Malaysian, 31 years of age from Johor Bahru. He is there on the Tony Kart once again. Tamya Koh continuing his journey for Simon Racing, the man from Hong Kong. And Ian Willock, the man who is just flirting with victory every single time he goes out. The Eugene Racing driver from Singapore on his Tony Kart, hoping that this is the weekend when it's not a flotation, it's a done deal. And the other man in the fray, Hollywood himself, the oldest man in the grid, and the oldest man this weekend too. Hollywood himself from Taylors Hill, Melbourne, Victoria, Darren Formosa for Fireball. And once again, in Master X30, your guess is as good as mine as to who's going to get the victory. We've had so much variation in terms of development, in terms of pace, breadth, depth. Over the last few weekends, it really has been incredible in terms of the stats. We haven't had a consecutive finals winner since a year ago. Absolutely amazing that the competition has got so vast in Master X30. As the 10 drivers venture out onto the course to find the flying lap. Who is going to get pole position in Master X30? So the drivers over the age of 30 in Masters, but they have exactly the same karts as the drivers in Senior X30, although the weight restrictions are slightly different. Masters X30 slightly heavier in minimum weight. And of course, there are 2 classes within the class here, because we have the Masters category for drivers over 30, and we have the Veterans category for drivers over 45. And amazingly, we've got pretty much the same even number of drivers across both classes this time. Although actually, that's not quite true. My apologies. We've got 4 drivers this time in Veteran and 6 in Masters. No, I was right the first time. We have got 5 Masters, 5 Veterans. So we're going to have a completely full podium at the end of the weekend, which is always a very good reading for us. It means that pretty much everybody is going to get a trophy. 1 or 2 drivers might even come away with 2. So out of the final turn then, it's already going to be a big charge to go for the pole position lap. Darren Formosa heads the pack around. He's got the first lap time down of the drivers to complete the opening tour. The lap times are going to be updated very shortly indeed. We had a Sakyamchan currently on the top spot with a 1 minute flat 0.0. But based on the official practice times they did this morning, it will be a 55.5 that will get us the pole position, potentially, because Luke Armstrong managed to come up with a 55.5 in practice this morning, half a second quicker than Riddis Sakyamchan and Ian Willock. Kip Foster and Luke Purser, very evenly matched indeed in the JDP Lenzos. Then Darren Formosa, Harald Zaralo, Tiro Kumaran, Jukka Koivistonen, and Tam Yuk-ho. That's how it all worked out in the practice this morning, but qualifying, very different. It's hotter, the track is warmer, and there's only 5 minutes to put the times down, rather than 15 as there were this morning. So now it's time to see what the ultimate lap times are going to be as the drivers work their way through. Up to the top spot comes Darren Formosa on a 56.6. Yamchan is second. Purser is third. Willock is currently fourth, although it now becomes fifth because up comes Tiro Kumaran to third and Tam Yuk-ho to fifth, displacing Willock down again as Koivistonen gets a 57.5. That's very good work from the Finn, who is under a Thai license, of course. As up to the top spot comes Luke Armstrong, 56.2, out there on his own without the need of a tow. And so it's Australians 1 and 2. Luke Armstrong in front of Darren Formosa. Second place at the moment. Third is Wedesuk Yamchan. Tiro Kumaran in fourth from Luke Purser, Tam Yuk-ho, Ian Willock, Jukka Koivistonen, Kip Foster and Harald Zaralo. Well, Formosa and Yamchan really are assisting each other at the sharp end. Yamchan getting a tow from Formosa, but for my money, he's running just a little bit too close to him to get the pace he wants out of this. But Formosa is keeping to his racing line. He wants to get the fastest time he can out of the fireball across the line again. What's he going to get in terms of time? Well, Willock comes up to a 55.97, only 0.03 of a second quicker than Kip Foster. Kumaran up to third. Armstrong is fourth. Then Purser, Formosa and Yamchan. So Formosa and Yamchan are actually now down to sixth and seventh. They were second and third. And Luke Armstrong finds the pace again. 55.83 to go quicker than Willock, Foster and Tiro Kumaran. This is a very competitive run for pole position now. And full credit to Jukka Koivistonen, the 50-year-old, is only a second away from Armstrong, having not been in the kart in INFINITY IAME Series Asia this decade. Absolutely fantastic work from the Finn. I think the last time he was actually in the kart in the Masters category was in 2018. So very good work indeed from Jukka Koivistonen to get back up to pace again. He's only been in the kart for the first time since Thursday. Friday, I think it was, actually, he got up for the first lap. So very good work. Only a tenth of a second between Armstrong and Willock, first and second. Foster, Kumaran, Purser, Zaralo, Formosa and Yamchan. Yamchan must be bitterly frustrated. Formosa and Yamchan actually have the same lap time to the 1,000th of a second. That's incredible. Koivistonen is now 0.8 of a second back. He's going quicker and quicker. And Tam Yuk-ho is 10th. All 10 karts, 1.2 seconds. That's incredible. And I tell you who really deserves a pat on the back here. It's the JDP Lenzo drivers. If you consider how far off the pace Luke Purser was at the start of the season, he's now only half a second back from Luke Armstrong. He's got to be delighted with that. So 5 minutes on the board for the sessions. I'm not quite sure why the official practice here, it says it's official practice. It's not. It's the time trial. So the checkered flag is going to come down very soon indeed, as the drivers are getting ready for the finish of the session. But Luke Armstrong is on the top spot. Ian Willock's time is not an improvement, so he remains in second place. Kip Foster's backed off and now decided to go for another faster lap. And now everybody's rolling back off pace, so I think Ian Willock's time in the session is over. I think he's decided he's got to pull in. There is the hard-charging Kip Foster, currently third on the timing sheets. And there's Darren Formosa. I think he has to accept the fact that it's now 7th position or nothing, really. The times are going to drop down. Formosa is going to continue to finish the lap. And it looks as though quite a few of the drivers are already bailing before they see the checkered flag. So Harald Zaralo's coming in, Wedesuk Yamchan's coming in, so too Tiro Kumaran. And I think that is Ian Willock pitting as well. So too will Jukka Koivistonen. And Tam Yuk-ho's coming in as well. Darren Formosa will cross the line. He's done a 56.4, so that's not an improvement. And it's the same for Luke Purser, who also gets a 56.4, which is also not an improvement. So it is Luke Armstrong, once again, who bags the pole position. Very good work indeed, in front of Ian Willock and Kip Foster. Boy, is this weekend going to be a good one, because it's even closer than I think anybody estimated it was going to be. So we're going to see if we can grab a quick word with Luke Armstrong before he disappears round the back of the circuit to Simon Racing. But Masters X30 is definitely going to be watchable, as it always is this weekend. But for some reason, this weekend, it's even dialed up another gear. So good to see everybody putting on a terrific showcase. But certainly Luke Armstrong has got his work cut out for him this weekend. Yes, okay, on paper he's bagged another pole position, but he's having to look over his shoulder a bit more than he would have wanted to. So definitely tricky from Luke Armstrong's point of view. We're going to see if we can head down there. We've done some work on the signal, so hopefully it's going to be a little bit better for you on the run down to the holding area. Carsten Choi giving us a little 6-7 there on the grid. I don't know, it's amazing. This 6-7 trend isn't going away as fast as I thought it might. Sahil Singh, he's always there ready with a bottle of water, exactly when I need it. I don't know how he does it. I wonder if there's some kind of electronic device hidden on my person that he's got the data and access to. I think Jake needs some water. I'll go get him one. It's regular as clockwork, Sahil Singh. So we're going to see if we can grab a word then with the man on the top spot. I'll tell you who we are going to get a word with. We're just going to cross paths in the right moment with the championship leader, Tiru Kumaran. So let's have a quick word. Tiru, I bet you weren't expecting at round 2 for me to say you're the championship leader coming into this one. You must be quite happy with the way things are going so far.
Yeah, I mean, points-wise, it's quite good, but we have to keep ourselves grounded and do our best every round it comes. So, yeah. So still got a lot of work to do for round 3 and to keep that lead. So, yeah, I'm doing 200%, my team's doing 200%, so hopefully all goes well. Yeah.
And the first few guys in the grid of that qualifying session only separated by half a second. So where on earth do you find the increase? Where does the pace come from?
But it depends on what strategy you're trying to play. So if you want to go the fast game, then probably you're going to wear out fast. So, but if you don't go into the fast game, then probably you might catch up later with the time difference that drops, you know, with the tire wear. So different strategy.
I'm so excited for this one, Tiru. Great to see you.
Okay, thank you.
So Tiru getting himself ready for another excellent showcase. Come with me, because I think our signal is better this time. And we'll see if we've got a chance to have a chinwag with the man on the top spot, Luke Armstrong. I don't know whether he's disappeared already or not. No, he is still down there, so we will get a quick word with him. Ian Willock, right over the sharp end. Good to see him doing such a good job in Master X30 qualifying. Always pleasant to see him on pace, and it shows us what kind of a weekend we're in for as well. You can see all of the competitors getting themselves ready for the first Senior X30 heat. It's getting noisy down here as well, because this is where they're allowed to warm up the engines. Look at the tyres again. 5 minutes worth of work. And a little bit of yellow paint picked up by the tyre, but that is 5 minutes worth of pushing. And you can see already just how intense it is. Let's see if we can have a quick word with some of the drivers in the field. Let's have a quick word with Jukka. Jukka Koivistonen, great to see you back in Master X30 again after a long absence. How are you feeling?
Okay. I'm happy also now. I make my fastest time of the weekend, my own fastest time. So I'm improving slowly.
Well, it's getting busy. We'll catch up with you later in the weekend, but great to see you. Keep it going.
Okay, thanks.
Let's have a word with the man on the top spot after his qualifying session. Just a quick chat to Luke Armstrong. You can see again, look, pole position, but that's what a fresh set of tyres looks like after just 5 minutes of running. You can see just how much the degradation comes in, particularly in the centre of the tyre. That's when it gets really, really tough in terms of degradation. Never easy to keep on top of, but the man who's got the pole position by a fraction, Luke Armstrong. I know it was very good in round 2, but in round 3, already it looks like they've caught up a little bit. You're on pole, but not by much.
Yeah, they've caught up. You're never going to have a massive lead for long in this series. So kart was really good, tyres were good, engine was good. So yeah, happy with that.
How big a difference are the conditions from one week to the next? It's slightly warmer, the humidity's higher. How much of an impact has that made?
To set up, not so much, just the driving. The left front works more on this layout, so you just have to drive a little bit careful.
You could get quite a lot of opposition this weekend. It looks like Ian's picked up the pace a bit, Kip's back, and obviously you never really know how fast Tiru's going to be from one race to the next. You're going to have to look over the shoulder a little bit in the first part.
No, I won't be looking behind. I'll just do my thing, and they'll be there, so I just focus on what I do.
Awesome. Great job so far, buddy.
Thank you.
Luke Armstrong, very quick indeed. But yet again, it's all going to come down to tyre degradation. But amazing work from the teams in Master. Usually, over the last couple of weekends, we've seen the pace dissipate from anywhere between 1 and 3 seconds. All 10 drivers covered by 1.2 seconds in qualifying. That is testament to the hard work that is being done by not just the mechanics, but the drivers as well. The levels of fitness are increasing, the motivation's getting higher, and this is becoming one of the most competitive Master X30 grids in the world. Never mind in this part of the world. So it's fantastic to see the drivers in senior getting themselves ready for their first race of the day. And so obviously it's going to be 2 groups now all the way through. The drivers have been separated into groups A, B, C and D. They'll all get to race each other over the course of the day. But the qualifying heats will basically accumulate points. It'll be reverse points, as it were. So drivers will put 0 points to their tally for a win, 2 for second, 3 for third, 4 for fourth, 5 for fifth, and so on. And it's a bit like golf at this stage of the weekend. You want as few points as possible to be at the top of the rotation. But there are 3 heats per driver in Senior X30, and it's getting hotter and hotter all the time. It will get to a crescendo of 36, although for the drivers in this humidity, it'll feel like 39. It's never been more important to be hydrated. I'm going to go and get this down ahead of race 1. So now the competitors ready for another exciting start to the weekend here at Bira. 2 weeks ago, we had some really exciting runs. Now we're going to continue that with the qualifying heats in the Senior X30 category. It's going to be Group A versus Group B to kick things off. And that's going to put the two fastest men from the qualifying groups earlier on, Nathan Anthony Arya and Warapong Yamchan, side by side on the front row of the starting grid. Indonesia versus Thailand. And it will be an exciting battle out of the blocks because in third position on the grid will be the current championship leader, Toby Gale from Pattaya. And he will definitely want to get his way through that first run of the grid nice and early. Then Sidikit Sadaman from P4 on the grid, the returning Ananton Tangnanachai. And then Leonardo Mori, P6 on the grid from Dominic Setiavon, Travis Teo, Kian Shah, Chanaknan Viratacha, and then Mika Slabat from Shomotswan, Papacha Yamchan, Pakin Jananukul, and then Pakumigos Samientu. Yanatan Mosh, Jenny Bibanet, Kantabat Nanasuksuntai, Thomas George and Jaden Pope, after his qualifying troubles, will start at the back of the grid, tearing through the field like scissors through wet newspaper. Plenty of names to watch out for in this top 10. Of course, Arya and Yamchan are going to be the favourites from the front row, but Toby Gale will definitely want to make a big impact. I've got a little bit of a suspicion we'll see some big things from Leonardo Mori this weekend. 6th on the grid for this one. The Malaysian with a big chance to put himself onto the podium outright after another fantastic weekend recently. And then, of course, there's the Komodo Dragon himself, Dominic Setiavon, the man who represented his nation in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy a couple of seasons ago. Still very new to the world of karting, and yet he has done so much in so short a space of time. And here he is, gunning for an outright podium again here in Thailand, alongside Travis Teo, the man who used to be the king of it all, of course, in Senior X30. But he took a season or so out of the karts, and when you spend a long time away, it's very hard to get back to your best again when you realize how much has changed in even a couple of seasons of racing. So the Malaysian definitely having to try and return to his peak the hard way. He's currently in his Michael Schumacher at Mercedes mode, desperately trying to work his way back to fruition at the top of the ladder. But he's definitely not going to give up. He is a serious contender. And then, of course, Kian Shah and Chanaknan Viratacha. Great to see them in the top 10. And a much better qualifying this time from Mika Slabat. He had to start all his races from the back of the grid in round 2 and fight his way forward. Did a sensational job to make it happen. But now he's going to be closer towards the front end. He's obviously right in the center of cannon fodder territory. So it's keeping clean on the first lap that's going to be his first priority. And alongside Xiaomoswan, the Chinese driver, much better pace as well from Panya Yamchan in qualifying, alongside Fakin Jananukul. So the two of them with plenty of work to do. But this is just the beginning of the weekend. 20 drivers in each heat this week. Tells you just how busy the grid is. 40 entrants, which means that at the end of the weekend, the bottom 4 are going to be eliminated. They will not be able to get through to the final. And so you cannot afford a single DNF, you cannot afford a single DNS, and you definitely cannot afford a single DSQ. It's going to be very tricky for the drivers to keep the consistency through the 3 heats and the super heat. They've got more to do than any of the other drivers in the field in any class, because the others have only got 2 qualifying heats on this set of tyres. The senior drivers have 3. So it's about measure, discipline, patience, control, and stamina. And all very difficult to maintain and sustain here in Thailand. There is our race director, Mr. Martin Bean. Good to see him in prime position, known as Daddy now in the paddock. I had to squeeze that in very quickly. He knows why. We'll talk about it later. But all the competitors gearing up for an exciting showcase, and it is going to be very exciting from the dance-off. First position on the grid, Nathan Arya. What an exciting opportunity this is for him, for the Rehabat JMX Phantom team, to be on the top spot in only his 2nd Senior X30 weekend. That tells you how much potential there is in Nathan Arya moving forward. This was only a late decision as well. They only decided to switch to Senior X30 3 weeks ago after the first round of the championship when he was in junior. He had a growth spurt between the end of January and the beginning of March. And so they had to make a decision. Do we stay in junior or do we cut our throats and go up to senior? And they decided the latter, and it's been a very steep mountain to climb, but they've climbed it very quickly, I have to say. For Nathan Arya to be on pole position in only his 2nd Senior X30 round, that's exciting. It really shows what his potential is. So let's see if Nathan Arya can maintain that through the weekend. It's certainly a fantastic rate of development for the man from Jakarta. But now comes the real test. He's got so many competitive races around him. Toby Gale, Sidikat Saramakukasem, Tangnanachai, Mori, Setyavon, Teo, Shah, and Viratacha, all wanting a piece of the action. And don't forget the man alongside him on the grid. Putter himself is going to be wanting very hard indeed to put the top one team on the very top spot. Fastest in his group. That's the first time he's ever achieved that. So now comes the next test. Can he go for his first outright win in INFINITY IAME Series Asia, either in a heat, a super heat, or a final? It's never happened so far for Warapong Yamchan. But this is his chance to put that stat to bed. There is an air of uncertainty going into this one, even with Toby Gale in the top 5, because he's got so many competitive drivers around him. Arya, Yamchan, Solomon Kokasem, and Tangnanachai, who he's not used to being on the front end of the grid with. And that makes things interesting, because when you've got different drivers in the top 5 with you, that's an increase in the unknown factors. You don't know what the drivers are going to do on their defense. You don't know what they're going to do on their tire management. You're not sure what their tactics are going to be at the start, in the middle of the race, and in the closing stages. How desperate will they be? How overexerting will they be going for overtaking moves? It's the unknown that makes things a challenge. And so with this particular situation, it is going to be fantastic, especially when you consider that we've got Kart Republics on the front row, a Biralart, a CRG, and then a Tony Kart. It is very even Steven indeed up at the sharp end. So what is going to be the chassis that crosses the line first at the end of the first heat? Again, as I keep saying, your guess is very much as good as mine. And it's a very privileged position for us to be in, not knowing what the form is going to be like. It's certainly going to be very tricky for the second qualifying heat as well, because there's going to be just as much of a wealth of depth of ability in that run as well. Great to see everybody really putting on the show. Kathy Priolo is cheering on the JDP group and Cruz Priolo. A lot of support for Nox Black on the stream as well. And big support for Akil Rumta. So great to see everybody on YouTube really getting involved and sharing and cheering for their nearest and dearest. Hopefully it's pretty much the same show on Facebook. We'll see what everybody is chatting about on the stream there. Obviously just as much of a wealth of excitement there. Kanakpon Barungpong is cheering on Achira, who's got a great chance in the cadet category, and cheering on Tatat as well. A lot of support for Liban Lewis Kanan from Amisha Rai, and obviously big support for Top One. There's massive partisan fan base here in Thailand for what is essentially the top Kart Republic team from this nation, the land of smiles, hoping that they're going to get more smiles over the weekend. And of course tomorrow is Songkran Festival Day here at IAME Series Asia. So there's going to be a lot of excitement in the podium tomorrow. We're not going to tell you quite what's going to happen for that, but it's definitely going to be different. Let's put it that way. So all of the contenders gearing up for the first big test of the weekend. 35 degrees Celsius, according to my temperature charts. That is very intense in this weather. It's going to feel like 38 degrees out there in this humidity. It's almost 50% at this point. And that makes for very big problems in terms of the dynamics on the circuit itself. Every corner is going to feel like a new challenge because it's difficult to keep fluidity. The tyres will be degrading so rapidly from here on in. After 5 minutes, we showed you down in the holding area just off the dummy grid how difficult it is to maintain the tyre life, even for 5 minutes at the limit. And those fresh set of tyres are now well and truly spent. In most countries, the tyres are currently after 5 minutes in the condition that most championships would find after a weekend. So it shows you just how difficult it is to keep the measure of the tyres. And it's a real test for these drivers to see how patient they can be, how calm, how measured, and how controlled. What's also going to be a big factor this weekend is fatigue. They've got to keep themselves hydrated. They've got to keep themselves refreshed and energized. That's going to be a prime. So anybody listening here at the circuit itself, please make sure your drivers stay hydrated. I always recommend at this stage of the weekend a bottle of water in the hand at all times, because as soon as you've finished one, it's time for the next one. So you've got to make sure everybody is well hydrated. Attention paddock, can we please have drivers 239, 207, 203 and 298 suited with helmets and carts to the starting grid now. There is a change to the lineup for the senior heats after an extra disqualification from qualifying. So will drivers 239, 207, 203 and 298 make their way to the starting line now, please. Your heat is about to begin. 239, 207, 203 and 298. Please get your way to the carts now. So there is a last-minute correction to the starting lineup due to a disqualification from time qualifying. That means that Sra Anuras, Sun Yang, Aidan Forbes and Didit Sir will actually go into Group B for this race. And so they will take up their positions on the starting grid. So that is Sra Anuras, Sun Yang, Aidan Forbes and Didit Sir. Please make your way to the starting grid immediately. So obviously there is frantic activity now to get the drivers into position, ready for the first race. It sometimes happens occasionally when we get the one final declaration from qualifying, when there is such a quick turnaround from one session to the other. Sometimes you get this little bit of an issue. So hopefully we can get back to the scheduled timetable as quickly as possible. But for Sra Anuras, Sun Yang, Aidan Forbes and Didit Sir, they need to make their way to the grid immediately. So sadly, that little difficulty has put us a little bit behind schedule. But fortunately, the team here at INFINITY IAME Series Asia are very efficient once these things are spotted and identified. And in the past, we've had delays like this and been able to bring ourselves back to the scheduled timetable. That's why there is those couple of minutes between sessions to give us that little bit of extra time to bring things back up. So we are running a tiny bit behind schedule. But hopefully, by the end of the day, we will probably finish at about the time we were expecting to anyway. So everyone working very hard to put us into the correct position. That means, folks, that you need to get yourselves ready to start as soon as physically possible so that we can catch up to the schedule. So the competitors in groups C and D for Senior X30 need to be standing by, ready to go immediately. And I would say the same for Junior X30. Make yourselves ready. And then follow the scheduled timetable. If you see the grid in front of you getting ready, you need to get ready too. And hopefully there'll be no delays for the rest of the day's activity. The sun is shining, the sky is a clear blue, and there is less than 5% chance of rainfall today in the region as we prepare for the third round of the championship. It's going to be the hottest day of our competition so far. Even in Malaysia for round one, it was not quite as hot as it is now. So certainly a very tricky day at the races. Of course, the difference between here and now is that in LYL, it felt hotter because, of course, we were about 150 feet above sea level on the LYL circuit. It's quite a high elevation once you climb the mountain to get to the Monkey Canopies Resort in the first place. And so it is very different conditions. It's not quite as big an elevation change here as there either. So it's a little bit more flat and even. But what we lose in elevation and camber, we gain in tyre degradation because the circuit surface is definitely a bit more old school. So those last 4 drivers now getting themselves into position. Surat Anuras, Sun Yang, Aidan Forbes and Didi Tse joining the outside row of the grid, tucking into the 14th, 16th, 18th and 20th positions. So hopefully that is all now correct and above board. The drivers that were displaced from the grid will obviously get the chance to race in the heat after this one. So they will not be taken out of the running, they will just be put into the heat following this. So hopefully, all according to plan, we'll be heading onto the circuit itself, ready for the start of racing very soon indeed. There is a slight pause, obviously, to make sure that we get ourselves to that point. And I can see the Junior X30 drivers already getting themselves to the dummy grid. So that is very good news. Everybody's staying in fine position. I've just been handed the final result of the X30 cadet time trial as well, where we've got the confirmation that it is indeed Sriatapat Tirupatara Bawang who got the fastest time on the DT Sodi. And then it's a waft of DRM Paralins. Shabal Basalama second, Max Schilling third, Sidovic Vetanakul fourth, and Darren Artagani in 5th place. So it's definitely going to be an exciting weekend from there on in from those drivers. And we should get some very brilliant racing indeed from them. So the drivers now getting to their carts. The 1 minute board goes up. That's exactly what we were hoping to see. So we will now get the chance to go racing in Senior X30. After that little conclusion and a confusion, and a little bit of a delay. Hopefully that's the last delay we'll get for the day, and we'll be able to get ourselves back to scheduled running very quickly indeed. The good news is that the team here are very efficient indeed, with the fantastic support from SKT Thailand and the RAAT, the Royal Automobile Association of Thailand, who assist with these races. And it's obviously not just the INFINITY IAME Series Asia this weekend, it's also round 2 of IAME Series Thailand, and in the rookies category, which is part of the cadets race as well. So plenty to get excited about. And so the drivers and marshals getting ready. We get the green flags and we're off and away on the 2 formation laps. So we get a warm-up lap and then a formation lap. Exploratory around the circuit as the drivers get themselves ready to go. So it's going to be Nathan Anthony Aria from Wadapong Yamchan, Toby Gale, Sidikat Solomon Kokasem, Ananton Tanganachai, and Leonardo Mori, then Dominic Setyavan, Travis Teo, Kian Shah, Chanoknan Veratacha, Mika Slabat, Shamol Swan, Panya Yamchan, Sra Anuras, Paco Miguel Sarmiento, Sun Yang, and then Jenny Bibanet, Aidan Forbes, Thomas George, and Didi Tse. So the contenders are getting themselves around the circuit for the warm-up lap. There is a formation lap after this one, of course. 12 laps of the course in X30 Senior for the heats. And it's going to be tough for the X30 Seniors, of course, because they've got 3 qualifying heats to do, as opposed to all the other classes that have 2 to do. So after a short delay, the drivers are managing to get themselves back up to pace. And for Heat A versus B, we're definitely going to be in for an exciting run. The formation lap board is shown. They've had the warm-up lap, now the formation lap. So this is where the drivers will get into their 2 tram lines. They've got to make sure that they're all in their correct starting positions before the red line, before the final hairpin, and then they can come through. They are not allowed to accelerate until the yellow line, which is on this circuit located just after row 6 of the starting grid. So it's almost halfway down the grid hatchings. And if we are judged to have a decent start, we are going to go straight away with racing. But of course, for the pole position man, Nathan Anthony Aria, it's big pressure time. He's never been on pole position in Senior X30 before. So there's definitely a lot resting on his shoulders. And he's going to have a man who's never started on the front row of the grid in Senior X30 in INFINITY IAME Series Asia before. Wadapong Yamchan. So how is this going to fare going into the first couple of corners? We will find out as the field is backed up. It's a little bit later than usual, but then obviously Nathan Aria still getting used to life at the front, but it looks like we are going to be gridded up quite nicely under the watchful gaze of our race director, Martin Bean. We come off the final turn. We're in the 2 tram lines. Are we going to get a clean start for racing? Yes, we do. Off to the first corner comes Toby Gale, trying to get up the inside line of Wadapong Yamchan, and the Bira slices through into second place. Already on the attack of Nathan Arya, who slides slightly wide, and that's going to give momentum to the Bira behind. Gale is already trying to cover his bases with Yamchan behind him, about to lose the place to the Tony Kart on his tail. Already very aggressive racing into that first couple of corners then, as the drivers try and work their way through. Couple of drivers sliding wide at the S's, and as they come onto the Mickey Mouse section for the first time, it is still the lead for Nathan Arya in front of Yamchan. And the drivers try desperately to get through without too much contact. They'll slide through the hairpin, then down the back straight that leads to the left-hander. The penultimate turn, it's a very different layout compared to last week. But Arya has the advantage as their green flags all the way on this first lap. Arya has the lead. Gale is second, third is Yamchan, and fourth is the 229 of Cinnamon Kokasem. So Sidiket, Cinnamon Kokasem, fourth place on the CRG as they come through at the end of the lap. It's Arya, Gale, Yamchan, Cinnamon Kokasem, Tanganatshai, and Kian Shah. Good start from the Indian, who has worked his way into P6 in front of Mika Slabbert. So difficult start for several in the field. Teo is 8th, Mori is 9th, Vidatacha is 10th, and then the Komodo Dragon himself, Dominic Setiavon, in front of Anuras and Didi Tsur. What a great start for the Thai, as she has worked her way to 13th in front of Panya Yamchan. Ironically, all three ladies are in the field for this one. So all three of the female drivers competing against each other in this first heat. Didi Tsur, Panya Yamchan, and Jenny Bibanet, all from Thailand. And all very keen to make an impression in this first heat of the weekend, as Yamchan is already under pressure from Cinnamon Kokasem. So the Thais are going to battle. It's just like it was 2 weeks ago. Yamchan, Cinnamon Kokasem, and Tangnanatchai are going to be battling over third place as Toby Gale just runs in formation behind Nathan Arya. Always he'll be thinking about the title. And this is the game plan working to perfection for Toby Gale. Running behind Arya is a very comfortable place for him to be. He'll be wanting to think about the bigger picture, and second place will be a great way to start the campaign. Especially with the man who was ahead of him on the grid behind him now. Yamchan falling into the clutches of Cinnamon Kokasem and Tangnanatchai. So Ananton Tangnanatchai in 5th place on the Tony Kart, trying to close up on Sediket Cinnamon Kokasem in the CRG. And then it's Wadapong Yamchan in 3rd place on the blue and lime yellow of Wadapong Yamchan, Putter, as he is known to his friends, family, and fans. But Nathan Arya just doing what he needs to do up front, keeping it nice and tidy. Yamchan, Cinnamon Kokasem, and Tangnanatchai still running 3rd, 4th, 5th. Then Kian Shah, great start for the Indian in P6, the 15-year-old from Mumbai, doing a great job at the moment as he continues his craft in the senior category. On the inside, that looks like a move from Tangnanatchai, sorry, has got the move on Cinnamon Kokasem. And so he's up to 4th position. Good run on the CRG. And so that's Tangnanatchai into P4. Now he's going to try and close up on Yamchan. So Arya, Gale, Yamchan, Tangnanatchai, and Cinnamon Kokasem. The CRG driver will want to get back into 4th position as soon as possible. Toby Gale just driving a very patient and measured race behind the leader, Nathan Arya. No big issues between the leaders. And Kian Shah is now starting to close up on the battle for 4th place between Tangnanatchai and Cinnamon Kokasem. This is exactly what the 15-year-old from Mumbai wanted, as the Bira driver closing in on the gang in front. Then Slabbert, Teo, who's holding station in front of the 201. That's Vidatacha. And then Dominic Setiavon. So Arya and Gale. Turn 1. Much better corner, a little bit slower this week than it was 2 weeks ago, because it's not a flat-out run from turn 1 to the Mickey Mouse section. This time they turn back on themselves and use part of the infield section to then rejoin the Mickey Mouse section here. So it's a very different layout compared to 2 weeks ago. Keeps the variation favourable. It's much easier to get this Mickey Mouse section set up right on the slower approach than it was 2 weeks ago. You've got that real balance and blend of variations of layout, which makes things trickier for the mechanics to set the karts up appropriately for each circuit. Okay, the road is going to be the same condition, but the way the behavior and the characteristics of the kart changes in the corners from 1 week to the next is quite startling, actually. Tangnanatchai all over the back of Yamchan, as we've got Arya versus Gale. Keep it delicately balanced. That is very good work indeed. That's Presley who is guiding his driver, and up the inside comes Tangnanatchai. That puts him into 3rd place in front of Yamchan. Good work so far, holding his nerve on the inside line. So Tangnanatchai into third place on the Tony Kart. Yamchan's going to close up, and what that battle has done is it's brought Kian Shah and Travis Teo into the mix, as Mika Slabat sadly has fallen now to 8th place. He's almost in the clutches of Dominic Setyevan and Viratacha in 10th place. So Chanuknan Viratacha for DT Motorsport on his CRG, looking like he's got a chance to move forward. But certainly the battles are still stable. Remember that there's 3 races on this set of tyres. You can't afford to be too daring. As up the inside, that's Travis Teo getting the run on Kian Shah. So that's P6 for the Malaysian. So Travis Teo puts the DRM Parallel in. Good work so far, says Presley. Leading his boy Nathan Arya out front. Then Gale, Tangnanatchai, Yamchan, Senaman Kokasen, Teo, Shah, Stabat, Setyevan and Viratacha. Then Leonardo Mori from Srat Honoras and Didi Tse from Paco Sarmiento and Shao. Here's another chance for Yamchan, but he's in a very difficult position now, is Pata, in 4th position, because he's got Tangnanatchai on the Tony Kart in front, and he's got the hard-charging CRG of Sirakat Siglaman Kukkasem behind him for Team GFPT. So this is going to be a very big test. He's got to be offensive and defensive at the same time and hope that they don't lose too much ground to the parallel behind them of Travis Teo, the former king of Senior X30. And he's going to make his bid. That was a very audacious challenge there alongside the CRG from Teo. Cinnamon Kukkasem is not going to play ball. He's going to hold his line, and Travis Teo is not going to get the overtake. So the aggressive stance from Teo as he tries again in turn 1 and then has to bail out of the overtake. They sweep through turn 2 and still not quite able to get the attack. And Cinnamon Kukkasem now knows that Teo is going to be ruthless. What a move from Travis Teo. That was full 4-wheel drift into the apex, and he made it stick. It was a gamble, and that could hurt his tyre life, but that was a fantastic overtake nonetheless. And so Travis Teo makes the bid, and he's not the only one to get there, because Kian Shah has got through as well. That was a very painful first sector for Cinnamon Kukkasem, who drops from P5 now down to P7. And it's not the only one who's going to try and make that bid, because it looks like Dominic Setyevan has managed to get ahead of Mika Slabat. So they're going to battle as well. That's going to be Cinnamon Kukkasem and the Komodo Dragon himself, Dominic Setyevan, trying to duel away to work his way back to a podium place. And that's the lead change. Toby Gale has got ahead of Nathan Arya. I missed that completely. We were so busy focusing on the battle further back. But Toby Gale has made the move on Nathan Arya and got through to take the lead. He's timed it to perfection. 8 laps completed and 4 to go. And this is so characteristic of Toby Gale. He only ever pushes as hard as he has to. He doesn't overexert. He never takes too big a risk. He never gambles. He knows how to methodically plan his race, lap by lap, apex by apex. And he always takes the maximum out of what he needs, because, of course, he's got a 2nd and 3rd heat to come later today. But he never takes his move until he knows it's absolutely 100% on. And that will certainly please the team at Bira Asia on the sidelines. Gale getting into the lead. Meanwhile, 3rd place, that is Tangnanatchai, getting well clear now of Yamchan and Teo. Travis Teo looking to try and get past Wadapong Yamchan. So Gale leads Arya, who now has the toe, of course, for the Bira. Tangnanatchai, Yamchan, Teo, Shah, and Cinnamon Kukkasem from Setyevan, Slabat, and Viratacha. 3 to go. Travis Teo looking to get the move on the inside the same way on Yamchan, and it works. He actually puts Pata slightly wide in the braking zone. Pata is going to try and bounce back. Retaliation! Superb from the Thai. These two having a terrific battle, and Teo's going to try and come back at him through the Mickey Mouse section. Pata will not let him have it, and they collide, and up on the curb comes Kian Shah, and he splits them. Travis Teo gets through, Pata is held back, and Kian Shah fights his way into 5th position. Pata will not be happy. It's already getting aggressive in the first heat of the weekend. So Pata manages to sustain that, but there was definite contact between the 2 drivers, and there could be an investigation into it. But Gale leads the way from Arya. Tangnanatchai 3rd and slipping up the inside. That is the move from Setyevan. He gets the dive on Cinnamon Kukkasem and moves up into P7. So that's going to charge him after Shah and Yamchan. A bid for the top 5 as Kian Shah checks over his shoulder. And Yamchan is still there looking for a bid to get through. A side-by-side further back, that is Mika Slabat going wheel to wheel with Chanuknan Viratacha. And Viratacha's got through. So that's unfortunate for the Malaysian, who was rather hoping to keep a hold of that. And tucking up behind is his countryman, Leonardo Mori. So still a good battle all the way through. with a lap and a half still to go in this first heat of 3. For Group A versus Group B, it's going to go the way of Toby Gale. He's managed to extend his gap over Nathan Ardia to about 5 kart lengths on the straight. And so as he goes into the last lap, it's looking so good for Gale. Here he is. Checks over his shoulder, leads the way to Ardia. Final lap of the opening heat of the weekend. Then Tangnanachai, Teo, Shah, Yamchan, Setyavon, Cinnamon Kokasem, Vidatacha and Slabbert. So far, only one retirement from this race, and that sadly is Aidan Forbes, who has not been able to complete the full distance. He has completed the full distance, but he's down at the tail of the field about 8 seconds back from Bibinet and George, so he must have had an incident to drop him further back. But Gale is absolutely in his rhythm. He's got 2 more qualifying heats to come before the end of the day, so he only has to look after his tyres for the remainder of this heat. He extends the gap a little to Nathan Ardia, and he secures his position. Ardia driving very maturely for a new boy to Senior X30, and that's the way it's going to finish. It's going to be victory for Toby Gale. He opens his account with a W. Victory for Toby Gale on home soil. Ardia in 2nd place, 3rd place for Tananachai, and that will do very nicely indeed for those 3. 4th is Teo, 5th is Shah, 6th is a rather disgruntled Pata Yamchan, and then Setyavon, Cinnamon Kokasem, Vidatacha, and Leonardo Mori, who just manages to pit Mika Slabbert to the top 10 at the end of the race. Shomo Paco Sarmiento, Didi Tsur, Sra Onuras, Banya Yamchan, Sun Yang, Jenny Bibinet, Thomas George, and Aidan Forbes. So a very solid start to the week then for the Bira Asia driver and the championship leader, Toby Gale. And that was a very calculated race drive. Never had to push himself too far, and certainly managed to unlock the maximum potential from the Bira. So that puts him into a neat position right from the outset. He's going to have a very solid time of it as they run in position. But it's going to be an exciting run for the drivers in the 2nd Senior X30 qualifying heat. We certainly know now what everybody's made of in Senior X30, and after that little bit of a delay, tensions were obviously running sky high immediately. But very cool to see Toby Gale come through in fine style. The 5-minute board immediately goes up. We're trying already to get back on schedule. Very good work indeed from the officials to make sure that we're ready to go to try and save some of the time. Let's have a quick word with the former world champion, Pedro Hiltbrand, who's with Bira Asia this weekend. Pedro, good start for Toby. He's obviously giving the team exactly what they need out of the block.
Yeah, good stuff for Toby and the rest of the team. At the moment, after the qualifying, we're happy, but now we know it starts another race, safe tires and all the things that happens here in Bira that I like. So happy to be here, nice championship, glad to come. Hopefully I come back for the next rounds.
What we'd really like to see, of course, is you coming to one of these weekends with your helmet, suit and gloves. We want to see you behind in the wheel at some point.
I don't know, we will see. Maybe one day.
We hope so, Pedro. Good to see you.
Good to see you, too.
Yeah, great start for the team in Bira Asia, and if they thought they had it good in Heat 1, they're going to have it good again in the 2nd of our qualifying heats for Groups C and D, because we've got a front row filled with Bira Asia all over again. Don't forget, championship contender Kai Burke from Australia, right up at the sharp end of the field, so he's definitely going to be one to watch out for. But as always, in Senior X30, there's always plenty of people to keep an eye on. So we're going to see how the magic is going to come again. Dylan Tan is obviously going to be right up there at the sharp end. We know, obviously, his pace is going to be very hard to match after his victory in the previous round of the championship 2 weeks ago. So Senior X30 gearing up. We've obviously had the 5-minute board, so I don't quite have the time, sadly, to go and have a chat with Toby Gale. But we've got great racing to make up for it. And it's going to come thick and fast over the weekend, that is for sure, because we're going to have some solid race battles from Groups C versus D now in Senior X30. The 3-minute board goes up, and already fantastic work from the officials after the initial delay. We're already starting to cut back the time between races to get us back on schedule once again. They do such a fantastic job, the guys here, with support from SKT Thailand and the RAAT, the Royal Automobile Association of Thailand, who have brought all of their best folk here in the weekend to support the competition. Now turning into, of course, one of the prime motorsport events in the nation, as it's great to see all of these fantastic competitors continue their dynamic approach to motorsport organisation. It's not going to be too long before some of the drivers in this paddock are going to be on the Formula One grids, the Le Mans grids, the IndyCar grids. The level is definitely getting higher and higher all the time. And we've already got some fantastic alumni who have come through this paddock over the years and gone on to great things. Sitavilin Nanthrak, who was a great competitor here back in the day, was at P2 in the Cadets in X30 Asia final a few years back. She's now in the Kyoto Cup out in Japan in fantastic fashion. Christian Ho and Yavan David, two drivers who came through the grid here, who are now in FIA Formula 3 for Singapore and Sri Lanka. And then, of course, you've got the likes of Enzo Tanvanitschkul from Thailand and Bianca Bustamante from the Philippines, both racing in Euro Cup 3 this year, along with the Chinese talent Chuyan Pu, who raced here back in 2017 in the cadet category. There's all sorts of great talents. Malaysian drivers Alistair Young and Amahalis Jeffrey, who came through here. Tazinder Puvazak of Thailand, Dion Gowda of India, and Akshay Bora and Nikhil Bora, the brothers from Singapore, all came through this paddock and have gone on to massive things in motorsport. So it's great to see that the talent pool in IAME Series Asia just keeps getting stronger all the time. And it's wonderful to see all of these terrific contenders continue to make solid progress as they step up the ladder. So now we go back into the action once again in Senior X30. And the action is definitely going to be palpable in this one. We're going to see so many great challenges from the drivers heading into this one. Heat C versus D. We're going to see some more great battles. Nice messages from the fans. Rachel Mortimer says, good luck to all the Western Australian drivers. Ploy Tachapan is obviously cheering on Rahavat JMX Phantom. I would have expected nothing less from her. Good to hear from Ploy Tachapan. Good that she's continuing to support and stimulate the imaginations of the young drivers from the region. Always great to see her fantastic involvement in young driver development. So great as well to see all of the contenders putting in a fantastic showcase across the board. So Kai Burke, Panu Stinmankong, Dylan Tan and Yuka Po, along with Danish Chen, Austin Gale returning to the karting world. Warawon Komonakul, the oldest man in the field, Andrea Galimberti in 8th on the grid from Wonkife and Sashan Gunasekara. Then Melvin Shane and Fakin Jananakul, Ayan Marwa and Yohanatan Mosh, Jerry Chi and Kantabatnara Suksanti, and then Rafael Kamal, Jaden Pope, Jamie Ambrose and Zachary Boyce, who takes up his position at the tail of the field. So there'll be 12 laps of this X30 senior heat as we get ourselves back into the race battles once again. And so it's going to be yet another exciting duel for all of the drivers as we go back into race trim. And I can see already that the competitors for juniors are already preparing to get ready for their race. So again, well done to all of the officials for getting us back on track. But now it's up to the Australian Kai Burke and the Thai Panu Stinmankong on the front row of this grid. As obviously they've got to get formed up for the red line. This is great work again from Kai Burke. This is a big year for him in 2026. He showcased himself brilliantly as a title contender in his first year of competition last season. Now he's got a chance to go at it again in 2026, and now he's got big potential. But what is going to happen in his first race of the weekend? They come off the final turn. Burke, Stinmankong, Tan, Yu, Chen, Gale, and we are not starting. It's a false start on this occasion. So the grid getting away a little bit too eagerly for the race officials' preference, and so they will go around again. So not the easiest of situations for the drivers in that one. They obviously didn't quite get off to the starting grid the way that everybody would have liked. And so they've got to make another go of it. But there's a fantastic team of people here to continue all of the great work. Obviously, all of the amazing people continuing on from the RAAT and from SKT Thailand, who put in such a magnificent effort to continue making such amazing progress in the sport. And it just keeps getting better time and time again. And we're always really happy to see what the contenders give us from each race event. And we obviously get to see some really great faces again. Good to see the likes of Philippe Lachman, who is the head of the stewards team this weekend. We've got Darren Clark in scrutineering. We've got Jessica Nicholson assisting on the stewarding. It's fantastic to see all of our fantastic team continuing to make our way through. And it's great to see one of our favourite people from the Thailand Federation, Deo, who has been recovering from his chemotherapy. He has spent a week in China and he's looking so fit and so strong. Great to see him back in the paddock, and we wish him all the best for his recovery. He's a fighter and he's going to continue making great progress, I'm sure. So 12 laps of the course. Burke, Steamler-Kong, Tan, Yu, Chen, Gale, Komorakul, Galimberti, Wong and Gunasekara. Let's see what we get from this race. Now we're going to go racing. It's very close on the run to the first turn. They almost bang wheels, the two leaders, as up the inside comes Dylan Tan, trying to break through past Steamler-Kong, and he's made it. Good work from Dylan Tan. Very aggressive needs must on the inside there from Dylan Tan to assert himself on Steamler-Kong, and that's given Kai Burke breathing space as Tan defends again. Steamler-Kong has a look on the inside, has to bail out of the move, and that certainly tightens things up. Danish Chen, I think that is, trying to work his way forward, but getting edged away by one of the Cut Republics, and that's the GFC coming in there to fight his corner. That is the 209 of Komorakul. So Komorakul trying to work his way further forward. But it's definitely going to get intense from here. Dylan Tan breaking away from Steamler-Kong. But it's definitely going to get tricky from here on out. And up the inside, that is the overtaking move from the 210. Austin Gale gets his move to third place. So we've got one Gale taking a victory. The other brother is already in the top three, chasing after Burke and Tan. So Kai Burke leads Dylan Tan, Austin Gale, Banish Steamler-Kong, then Yukapo and Warawan Komorakul from Galimberti, Chen, Wong and Aryan Marwa. Good battles already as diving up the inside line for an overtaking move. That's the 290 coming through as the 231 has had a spin. Coming out of the final turn, that's Johanathan Mosh. Johanathan Mosh double-waved yellows at the final corner as Johanathan Mosh has lost the kart and he's now trying to recover it on the main straight. So Johanathan Mosh is trying to get going again, but unfortunately he's having a very tough job of it, and that's that kart obviously stationary on the home straight. He's back in the kart. So Johanathan Mosh is trying to recover the kart on the main straight. He's managed to spin turn the kart and get going again. There he is, bouncing the kart away down the main straight. He's in danger of being lapped already. And we can see there are the leaders coming through. So Burke, Tan, Austin Gale, Hanush Steamler-Kong, and then Yukapo has actually got ahead of him now. So Yukapo is now into fourth place. So the reigning champion fancying his chances of moving into the top three. So Burke leads Tan. Austin Gale fancies a very audacious move from a long way back. Even Austin Gale can't finish that one off. Goodness me, he's back to his best. Austin Gale trying all of the moves. He's clearly missed racing at this level. He's obviously made the switch out of karting for this year. He's taken up professional cycling racing, and he's very, very strong. Has had a lot of competitions here in Thailand where he's been very competitive in the junior categories. But he was stood on the grid with his brother Toby in the fight for the Senior X30 victory 2 weeks ago. I actually caught up with him on the stream and he said to his dad, I missed this. And so he says, well, why don't you give it a try, son? Get back in the kart. And so he has. So Kai Burke doing a fantastic job out front, as ever this season. Great to see the Australian continuing his charge. The 16-year-old from Bundaberg in Queensland, leading the way from Dylan Tan, who won the final last time out. Then Austin Gale, his first race of 2026. Yukapo, the reigning champion, P4. That's the level of talent we're dealing with, even in the top four. Then Steamler-Kong, Komorakul, Galimberti, the reigning junior champion. Danish Chen, the man he fought with for the title. Then Wong Kifei, Ayan Marwa is 10th, and up to 11th is Jaden Pope, would you believe? Jaden Pope has stormed his way through. Meanwhile, it's a disaster for the Bira Asia team and Jamie Ambrose. Ambrose has got back into the pits and has walked away from his kart. So problems for Jamie Ambrose in the first race of the weekend. That's bitter disappointment for the British Singaporean. As meanwhile, Kai Burke is still keeping his gap fairly steady to Dylan Tan. Nothing to choose between them in pace. Gale is third from Yukapo, Panush Steamler-Kong and Warawan Komorakul. Great to see the GFC right up at the sharp end as the 29-year-old Warawan Komorakul, who is the importer and distributor for the GFC chassis, which is the only American chassis in the field. There he is in black and white. Running at the moment in P6 in front of the junior champion Andrea Galimberti, who's having a tougher weekend this time out than last time. But of course it started in tricky situations. He was able to fight back, and then an incident in the final meant it all turned sour. But that doesn't mean that it can't go the reverse way this way. It could start difficult and then come through. He just needs to challenge he needs to channel the same sort of mentality as he had in Macau at the tail end of last year, because that was a really impressive run he got there. There is the former world champion, Pedro Hiltbrand, just keeping Kai Burke honest there in the lead of the race. Just keep it tidy, look after the tyres. There's not a lot of pressure from the guys behind. They're in the flow of the rhythm. And there is the fastest lap of the race, set by Jaden Pope. 55.1, 10th position for Jaden Pope. That shows you the kind of pace he had. So very unfortunate that his throttle stuck open in qualifying and he spun the kart, because that is exactly the kind of pace he could have showed in qualifying. So that gives us plenty of excitement, because he's obviously going to keep moving up through the ladder, and we could well see him fighting for the victory in the final tomorrow. Progress is just what it needs to be made here. Just continuing to pick up those results race after race after race, and it will eventually come back to him. So Burke, Tan, Gale, Yu, Steenman-Kong, Commodore, Galimberti, Chen, Wong, and Jaden Pope. So Kai Burke having a great race. 6 laps done, 6 to go. Here's Galimberti on the inside of the GFC, and Commodore has no response for the Italian. So Andrea Galimberti storms by, the youngest man in the field in Senior X30. Spent a lot of time in the interim setting up the car. Oh, we've had an incident in the final turn between Jeddy Chi and Melvin Shane. So Jeddy Chi and Melvin Shane had an incident in the final corner there. They've both got going again, but that's dropped them to the tail of the field, unfortunately. And so the Indonesian and the man from Hong Kong definitely struggling. Here's Austin Gale challenging Dylan Tan. Tan is having to look over his shoulder now, as he knows that the man from Pattaya is wanting to get the thing done on home soil. But certainly top 3 for both brothers across the heats is going to give the rest of the field something to panic about here. What if the brothers could get themselves a 1-2 finish in the final tomorrow? That really would be a barn dance they could remember. So Burke is your leader. Then Tan and Gale still dueling over second. Yuka Po, the reigning champion, not far behind them in 4th place. And coming into the battle again is Steenman-Kong. Galimberti's only half a second back. Tan is defending with 5 laps to go. He clearly doesn't have the confidence in his tyres, and so Austin Gale is going to try and shoot out the far side. Tan will have the inside line to protect for the next apex, but Gale is going to have the momentum to try and storm back on the inside. Tan chops across his fairing, and that could have been very nasty indeed. If there was contact, that fairing could have come loose. So Austin Gale has to bail out of it. Tan sets him up for that. But this will be frustrating for Gale, for you, for Steenman-Kong, and for Galimberti, because the more Tan protects, the bigger the gap Kai Burke is able to extend up front. Here comes the move from Gale, up on the curb. They're going to wrestle their way to the apex, and Gale's going to have to bail out. He knows that he can't go side by side into that kink before the final turn. Kai Burke is loving this, because Tan is dropping further and further back. Gale is in danger of losing out to Yuka Po as Galimberti gets up the inside of Steenman-Kong and gets into 5th place. So now Galimberti, junior champion, is going after the senior champion from last year. Yuka Po, Yu's trying to cover the inside line. Galimberti's keeping his foot in around the outside, as now Gale is having to cover their line as well. Galimberti almost loses the ground again to Steenman-Kong. Commodore is closing in on them, and we've got all 6 in a line now. This is very close. Tan, Gale, Yu, Steenman-Kong, Galimberti and Commodore. All very tight together as they run through, and that's Commodore getting on the inside there of Steenman-Kong. So Steenman-Kong has dropped all the way to P7 now, sadly. Momentum's a big deal. Gale again down the inside of Tan, and he nearly drifts wide. That's going to be enough for Yuka Po to get alongside him, but he has to bail out, and Galimberti bangs wheels and comes through. Beautiful opportunism from Galimberti. The junior champion takes on the senior champion. Brilliant work from the Italian stallion. And Galimberti's troubles in qualifying are already ancient history. Now he's going after Austin Gale, sweeping around, putting the Bira under pressure. When he gets 1 decent overtake, his confidence increases. When he gets 2, his dander is well up. And Galimberti now charging for the top 3. All of this, of course, has given Kai Burke a massive advantage up front. And the Bundaberg boy wonder really cannot be caught in this particular heat. He's on lap 10 of 12. And he's just getting the job done. Meanwhile, the battle for second is anything but sorted. Tan is still under big pressure from Gale, and Gale's going to have to look over his shoulder in a minute, because there is Galimberti. Up the inside, that's Commodore. Commodore gets his run on Steenman-Kong. What's happened to Yuka Po? He's dropped quite a long way back here. So, in fact, it's Commodore getting the hang on Yuka Po. As, again, Hiltbrand gestures to his driver, Austin Gale. Out of the Bira Asia fold, and look at all of this toing and froing. It's definitely changed things up, as now Galimberti is all over Gale, and we've got Yuka Po trying to keep back Jaden Pope. Jaden Pope from the back of the grid is now in the mix of all this. And on the inside, that's lovely racecraft from Galimberti and, from Yuka Po and Gale. No, my apologies, it's Jaden Pope. He's got the move on Yuka Po. Goodness me, Jaden Pope really going through this field like wildfire. So the Australian from Oran Park in New South Wales, that really is motorsport country, getting a fine job, and now he's P6. So Jaden Pope from the back of the field to 6th. He might not have the time to close up on Cool, but he's got the pace to challenge him regardless. Final lap begins then for Kai Burke. Tan in 2nd, Gale in 3rd, Galimberti in 4th, then Cool, Pope, Yu, Stimrakong, Chen and Wong Kifei. There's Ayan Marwa, 11th place in front of Rafael Kamal, Sashan Gunasekara, and then Zachary Boyce and Fakin Jananukul. What a fabulous race battle from this man. Kai Burke has just had no pressure at all on him at any point during the race. Got into the lead, held his advantage to Dylan Tan early doors, and now he can just look after the tyres. He's got so much time on his hands here. 2 weeks ago, he was in the air, pirouetting, airborne. Now he is absolutely flying in a very different mode. 4 wheels bolted to the road, and he's like a railway train right now, absolutely bolted to the road, and been fantastic since the start. Out of the final turn then comes Kai Burke. He opens his account for the weekend with a W of his own. Great work from Kai Burke. 2nd is Dylan Tan. 3rd is Austin Gale. And it's going to be a race to the line further back between Chen and Stimrakong, I think that is. That's Stimrakong and Wong Kifei. And Stimrakong manages to pip him by just 100th of a second. So, fascinating scenes down here then at Bira. All sorts of battles continuing on. And certainly great racecraft from the outset. But in the first 2 Senior X30 races of the weekend, it's all the boys in red and white. Bira Asia are the kings of Thailand in Senior X30 thus far. So very exciting so far, as the drivers have definitely given us something to get excited about in each of the 2 Senior X30 heats thus far. Kai Burke on the top spot, the Australian, certainly extending a decent advantage early doors. Sad that we had a retirement there from Jamie Ambrose. Already the 5-minute board has gone up at the end of the pit lane, so we're getting on with things very quickly indeed. Great to see everybody already accelerating things. We don't have a lot of time to talk to people in between races as a result of that, so we'll try and grab people as we can through the day. But it's certainly been an exciting start, as everybody is already putting on an excellent showcase from these first 2 Senior X30 races. Now things are going to look slightly as they normally do in IAME Series Asia. We'll go back to what is the previous program, from junior to cadet to master and then to senior. I have got time, though, to catch up with the winner from the first heat of the day, and that is Toby Gale, who did a fantastic job in that first heat. Toby, great to see you back in Bira. 2 weeks ago, very strong. First race of the day, and you almost weren't really challenged there in that first one. Nathan Aria was an initial challenger, but then once you unlocked the pace, you managed to extend a bit of a gap.
Yeah, that race went really good. Just time conserving there. You know, it's a really long weekend. We have another 2 heats later on today. But obviously, you know, even with that tire saving, we have really good pace, and, you know, hopefully we can carry it on.
It's going to be difficult to know how these tyres are going to go. 2 weeks ago, the tyre degradation was really high. It's slightly hotter, but the humidity is higher. How big a difference is that going to make to sustaining the tyres across the 3 heats and the super heat?
Yeah, I would argue it would make quite big of a difference, but, you know, as a team, that's something we need to manage, and, you know, if we can, that could definitely maintain our strong pace that we have, and hopefully we can bring that into the super heat tomorrow.
Does it tend to be more towards the rear tyres or the front tyres where the propensity of the graining becomes its strongest on this circuit?
I would argue it's more the fronts, because obviously the track is really heavy with a lot of rubber right now, and when that happens, especially at Bira, the fronts just like to push a lot. So it's important to maintain that good balance within the car.
It's a very good start for you so far, Toby. I know you've got another race to prepare for, so we'll let you do that. Good job so far.
Thank you.
Great start for the Thai, Toby Gale, getting his first heat of the race weekend out of the way with a victory. His teammate Kai Burke managing to do exactly the same thing in Senior X30, but we're getting ourselves ready for the first Junior X30 race battle, where, as ever, it's going to be very unpredictable. Junior X30 begins with race trim then, as the drivers now know exactly what they can expect over the weekend. No nonsense, no holds barred racing. For the drivers stepping out of Cadet this season into Junior, they've got a bigger chassis, a longer wheelbase, and a lot more power to be dealing with as well. You go from a 60cc engine to a much faster engine, and that definitely adds a lot more power to the battles that the drivers have to deal with over the course of a weekend. Still only 2 heats, like it is in Cadets, but the first challenge they've got to overhaul is, of course, having to deal with a little bit more power. And, of course, with more speed comes more exertion. And with more exertion comes bigger tyre degradation. So that's the first challenge that a junior driver has to face over the course of a race weekend. But so far, so good for the championship leader in Junior X30 as the green flag goes out at the end of the pit lane. And we got ourselves ready for more great battles. Mason Kwong and Knox Black. That's a very competitive front row of the grid as the young man for DRM, Parolin, heads out onto the circuit in front of another Bira Asia. They're looking to conquer as many classes as they can this weekend. And certainly for Fort Knox in second place, Knox Black, he's got a great chance to put on a decent showcase against Mason Kwong, who's definitely been the king of Junior X30 so far in his first season in the category, don't forget. Having been a very consistent front runner and race winner in Cadet over the last 2 seasons, stepping up to Junior, it's never easy to keep that momentum. But if anything, Mason Kwong's got more momentum in Junior X30 than he ever did as a Cadet. So as the drivers get themselves up to speed, it's going to be Kwong and Black on the front row of the grid, then Kokan Janisset, third position, Porsche to his friends. He's known alongside the second row of the grid with Kevin Subhavanichanan. And then it is going to be Sahil Singh, fifth on the grid. Great performance from the Stratos driver from Malaysia, alongside Puttapong Wangnapachan. And then in 7th on the grid will be Posh Kong Chol from Karsten Chong. Chong Tahe, the Hong Kong driver, in 8th place. Then it is Kintanatapat Bunirakalin in 9th, alongside the Singaporean Sanjana Dandu. She will be just ahead of Punsuk Sunchai and the Australian Juddy Rowland. His best qualifying performance thus far, P12 for him. Good to see him increasing his performance. Chris Kasemsup in a difficult 13th for him, alongside the former Cadet champion, Pumsik Krumbonjong, 14th on the grid. Then Aditya Pratap and Jackson Gate for the JDP Lenzo squad. Rehan Khan Rashid is beside Zhu Kajin. And then it is Akil Rungta, Medina Zara Kamaruzaman from Siddhapash Ketsuan, Lennon Barchi and Hobart Yao. 23 drivers ready for another exciting battle out on the course. And we're getting ourselves up to speed for another great tussle on the course. X30 Junior Heat 1, 12 laps again. Of course, these guys have got a little bit less work to do than their Senior X30 counterparts. 12 qualifying laps, again, same as the Senior X30s, but of course the seniors have 3 qualifying heats to do. Juniors only have 2. And so the drivers getting themselves ready for more great action, more drama, more suspense. And this is looking like a great start already from Kwong and Black. Then Kokan Janisset, Subhavanichanan, Singh, Wangnapachan, Kong Chol, Chong, Bunirakalin, and Dandu. Are we racing? No. False start. So it's not quite as clear a start to the first turn as we would have liked, and certainly with the red lights not extinguishing, the race is not under starters' orders just yet. Back to yellow flag conditions, back to formation lap conditions, as it were. And you can tell that there's a little bit more tension in the air for Mason Kwong. He really wants to maintain this advantage that he's got at the front end of the field in the championship. But he's starting to get more opponents challenging him. Knox Black starting to increase his stature in the Bira Asia camp. Also for Patapal Kokan Janisset, good to see him really stepping up the attack as well. And then we're also seeing a lot more from Kevin Subhavanichanan, the CRG Thailand driver, really increasing his run. Sahil Singh and Puttapong Wangnapachan, all very impressive. Poshkong Chol and Karsten Chong, definitely quicker than they were in the previous weekend, 2 weeks ago as well. So there's a lot to be said for their rate of development. But there's still plenty to do, plenty to discuss, and plenty to get excited about. 12 laps ahead of these drivers. as Mason Kwong and Knox Black gear up for another attack. Kaukon-Janacet, Subhavanichinon, Singh, Wongnapachant, Kongchol, Chong, Bunyarakalin and Dandu ahead of Suksum Sungchai, Roland, Kasemsup, Klumbonjong, Pratap and Gate, Rashid and Zhu, and then Rungta, Kamaruzaman, Ketsuan, Barchi and Yao out of the final turn on the 2 tram lines. That's more like it. We're racing. Good start to the inside line as Pumsik Klumbonjong is trying to work his way further forward in the middle of the gaggle, and it's a little bit of a run wide from the Bira Arts. That's going to open the gates for one of the Tony carts to come through, but Mason Kwong is the leader. Up into second place has come the hard charging that's going to be a big challenge forward, from Patabo Kaukon-Janacet. He's the one that's taken up the initiative, and a big slam dunk on the inside turns into a slide wide from Knox Black. It's not going to be so easy to maintain his run at the fast end because he's going to have a lot of opposition. Karsten Chong getting a decent start. That's him in the top 6 now. So Kwong elevating himself to the lead position. Riding behind him there in second. That looks to me like Patabo Kaukon-Janacet. Porsche, as he is known here in Thailand. So it's Kwong ahead of Porsche. And then the 157, great start from Sahil Singh, the Malaysian, to work his way into the top 3. He's got a CRG Thailand right behind him. That's going to be Kevin Subhavanichinon then. So Knox Black is P5. Then Karsten Chong, Bosch Kongchol, Bunyad Rakalin, Suksum Sungchai, and Sanjana Dandu. Good start from Pumsik Klumbonjong as well. Up into 11th place he goes. So there's a bit of a shuffle of the decks in various places of the field. Good to see some going forward, others sadly going back. But it's making a very tasty race of it as Karsten Chong is battling away with Bosch Kongchol. And already the duel for 5th position is strong. Knox Black having to defend from Karsten Chong. Kongchol fancies his chances on the inside line, has to bail out of the overtake. So it's not going to be easy to predict a winner in this one. Kwong leads Kaukon-Janacet. And then it is Singh and Subhavanichinon. But they're very evenly paced. There's Knox Black and Karsten Chong dueling over 5th place. And then they've got 2 CRGs behind them. That is Bosch Kongchol ahead of Kuntinuntapat Bunyarakalin. So Kuntinuntapat Bunyarakalin still trying to get back on the same sort of pace he was 2 weeks ago. So too is Pumsik Sungchai. Both drivers struggling a little bit here this time round, as some of the drivers who were having a deficit last week have managed to gain quite a bit this time. Sahil Singh under big pressure from Subhavanichinon. He's got the circuit advantage here, of course. But so too does Porsche Kaukon-Janacet. Not that that's causing an issue for Sahil Singh. Very good work indeed from the Malaysian in his 2nd season of INFINITY IAME Asia, but he opens the door there as Kevin Subhavanichinon storms his way through for it. So it's going to be very interesting to see how things progress. And a big problem as everything continues to work in close proximity. So the battles are raging. It will be very tricky as the race battles continue. So more and more the driving standards continue to elevate. Mason Kwong leads Porsche Kaukon-Janacet. Sahil Singh now down to 4th behind Subhavanichinon. Then Knox Black, Karsten Chong, Bosch Kongchol, Bunyad Rakalin, Suksum Sungchai, Dandu, Klumbonjong, Kasemsup, Roland, Gate, Wongnapachant, Rungta, Zhu and Pratap. Hobart Yao in front of Rahim Khan Rashid, Kumarazaman, Barchi and Ketsuan. So some big potential still coming from our competitors as they want to give us a really good showdown here. But Mason Kwong under pressure from Porsche Kaukon-Janacet. Subhavanichinon, Sahil Singh, Knox Black, Karsten Chong diving at the inside line. Big moments there as it's Subhavanichinon fancying his chances here to get on the inside of Kaukon-Janacet, who dives in. And it's going to give a chance to Sahil Singh. Singh fancies a look on the inside line. It all comes to nothing, and Singh's opened the door there for Knox Black. Black gets the move on the inside. Karsten Chong's trying to come forward as well. And it all shakens up to a very tidy run. So Kwong is well clear now at the front as a result of all of that. Kaukon-Janacet having to defend. Singh is now in the defense position in front. Sahil Singh holding on from Karsten Chong. Then Kongchil, Bunyarakalin, Chong again sweeping through on the inside. That's on Sahil Singh. So Karsten Chong into P5. That's much more like it. So the man from Hong Kong continuing his elevation as he works further forward. So very tricky moves so far. So it's definitely going to be an interesting situation for all of the contention then for the drivers. And so the battle's well and truly joined. So a very exciting run. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one. And it's definitely going to be tricky. Mason Kwong diving to the inside line. On the inside comes Sahil Singh, gets the run on Karsten Chong. So that's Singh through on Chong. And that's Mason Kwong having a very tasty run of it from Porsche Kokanjanaseth. Subhavanichinon is third. But Mason Kwong's lead is nowhere near what it was because Subhavanichinon and Black have been very smart here, going with Kokanjanaseth to try and close up on the man from Hong Kong. Very solid racing so far. So it's a very tricky situation then as the competitors are running in close proximity. So it's going to be a solid battle. Let's see how the juniors deal with the situation in front of them. Mason Kwong still leads from Kokanjanaseth, Subhavanichinon, Black, Singh, Chong, Gongchol, Bunit Ratkalin and Bunsuk Sumsungchai. Dandu from Klambonjong, Kasemsuk, Roland, Gate, Wangdapachan and Rungta. So it's going to be an interesting one. Still, they work their way through the S's at the Mickey Mouse section in close proximity. Kwong doing what he needs to do to keep measured in front of Kokanjanaseth. Subhavanichinon and Knox Black. Sahil Singh and Chung Kahe. Kongchol, Bunyan Ratkalin, Siksam Sungchai and Dandu. From Klambonjong, Kasemsuk and Roland. Good battles in the mid-pack. All getting pretty spicy as the competitors want to run to very tight proximity. It's going to be tricky to keep the balance flowing through. But Mason Kwong leading the way from Porsche Kokanjanaseth. Subhavanichinon, Knox Black, Singh, Chong, Bunyan Ratkalin and Siksam Sungchai. So it will be a tricky one for Kwong. Kokanjanaseth and Subhavanichinon having a great run. But at the moment, it is all going full guns blazing for the race leader, Mason Kwong, who's starting to extend a little bit of a gap over Porsche Kokanjanaseth on the Bira Art. Subhavanichinon third, Knox Black, Sahil Singh, Karsten Chong, Bunyan Ratkalin, Siksam Sungchai, Kongchol and Dandu. Down the braking zone to the hairpin. And Kwong still doing a magnificent job here to extend what is already a pretty slim gap. Knox Black really elevating his charge to try and close up on Subhavanichinon. Out of the hairpin, down the main straight. All of the teams on the main straight there gesturing to their drivers to try and get the most out of them. Those little gestures, those little bits of guidelines to help out. But it's definitely going to get tricky from here on in. And it will be a very tough day at the races, that's for sure, if these kind of early laps are anything to go by. Kwong, Kokanjanaseth, Subhavanichinon, Black, Singh, Chong, Bunyan Ratkalin, Siksam Sungchai, Kongchol and Dandu. And then we got Klambonjong from Kasemsuk, Roland, Wangdapachan, Jackson Gate and Akil Rungta. So far, Subhavanichinon can't quite get the move here on Kokanjanaseth, and he's got to be very careful that he doesn't get too overexerted on Knox Black, because Knox could get the move here. He's got to be very careful about this. Not going to be easy to get the balance against him as they move through. So still, a very focused approach is going to be needed. So the drivers still giving plenty of momentum to each other as they work through these first couple of laps of the season, the weekend, sorry. Third weekend of the season. Kwong, Kokanjanaseth, Subhavanichinon, Knox Black, Sahil Singh and Karsten Chong. Top four tightening up. Lap 10 of 12, and Kokanjanaseth's advantage to Subhavanichinon is still about the same, but all three of them are closing in on Mason Kwong. So this is definitely starting to elevate in terms of intensity. So a very tricky moment coming if they can all battle away, but Knox Black is fancying a move here on Subhavanichinon. To the hairpin. They kick out. We've got 2 laps to go. Is there going to be a move from Porsche Kokanjanaseth? There could be a chance as he works his way forward here. But it will be very tricky. Because I think we could see a move from Knox Black. He had to think about it there on INF1NITY, but the CRG was just enough over the racing line that there wasn't a move on. Now he's going to have a go on the inside line, and Knox Black slices through, but INF1NITY's back on the exit, and he immediately retakes the position. Very tricky to get these overtakes done, because the second you move the kart into the racing line position, you run the risk of kicking it out wide, and that's exactly what happened to Black. He got the move and then lost the move. But out in front, no major dangers in the end for Mason Kwong, as Knox Black is going to make one final push to the inside line, slows the kart down, finishes the move. Lovely job from Knox Black. And so he takes third in the final lap of the race, as out of the final turn comes Mason Kwong to go into the final lap. So Kwong is in the lead. Kelkan Janisset second. Black is now third from INF1NITY. Singh, Chong, Bunirakalin and Suksum Sungchai. There could well be another chance for Black. He's got time to go for Kelkan Janisset, but has he got opportunity? Because that was about 0.7 of a second between them on that last charge forward. And there's a battle going on further back. That is Sahil Singh trying to get the move on Kevin INF1NITY. INF1NITY resists him. So that could be another place lost for the tie if he's not too careful. But Sahil Singh really fancying a chance to get into the top 4 positions now. Mason Kwong, however, keeping it nice and balanced throughout. Not overdriving, just keeping it nice and tidy. Giving him plenty of focus. So out of the final couple of corners, Mason Kwong will start the weekend the way he ended the weekend 2 weeks ago. Mason Kwong, in victorious fashion, he takes the win. Second place for Porsche Kelkan Janisset. Third for Knox Black. Then it is INF1NITY, Singh, Chongkahe, Bunyad Radkilin, Suksum Sungchai, Poshkong Chol, and Chris Kasemsub in the top 10. From Dandu, Klambonjong, Roland, Wangnapachan, Gate, Rungta, Zhu, Pratap, Hobart Yao, and then it is Rahim Khan Rashid in front of Kamarusaman and Lennon Barchi. Sadly, it is going to be Sitipash Ketsuwan who runs at the back of the field. In fact, he is actually retired from the race. Very unfortunate indeed for Sitipash Ketsuwan. But the victory goes the way of Mason Kwong, and in fantastic fashion too. He really put himself into the grand scheme of things there. Great result for him. And of course, we now have a very exciting battle to come from the cadets. But it's certainly perfect start to the weekend thus far then for Mason Kwong, really putting himself into a solid position. And it was always going to be a tricky one for the drivers as they ran in close proximity. 5-minute board has already gone up for the first of the cadet races. I'm going to see if there's a chance to grab a quick word with Kai Burke after his Senior X30 victory just a short while ago. Now that he's out of the kart and well refreshed, hopefully, after his initial early run. So we'll see if we can pop into the Bira Asia awning and quickly have a word with the Aussie, who's certainly started his weekend in the best way possible. So we'll turn right and we'll see if we can pop into the awning and have a quick word. Kai Burke, he heard me coming. There we go. Kai, that's a perfect start really for you. It was always going to be an intense run in the first race of the weekend, but to get the job done with a little bit of a gap in hand as well, that must be quite satisfying.
Yeah, I mean, just the aim of the game is to get to the superheat and have some tyre left so we can fight on that, but overall just conserving and trying to stay at the front.
So do you find that in races like that, when you've got a bit of an advantage, you're actually pushing about 85% or so just to give yourself that little bit of extension?
Yeah, more or less. Just trying to get the gap early, and then if we get a big enough gap, try and save the tyre enough for the remaining laps.
So last year, of course, you only had 2 qualifying heats coming into the superheat. This year, there's 3 because there's so many more drivers to race against. Has that made 2026 significantly tougher than even you expected it to be?
Yeah, definitely. It's a bit harder on the tyre to keep the tyre good enough for the superheat. But yeah, just same thing goes. Just got to conserve and have enough tyre for the superheat.
A terrific start to the weekend so far, Kai. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Epic start for the Australians. So we're 2 Senior X30 heats and 1 Junior X30 heat in. We'll try and grab a quick word with Mason Kwong if we get an opportunity. You can just about see him actually making his way back to the DRM awning. So I'm going to let him do that because it's very, very hot today and they're going to need their hydration. And plus, the 3-minute board has already been sounded at the pit lane. So it's time to get ourselves ready for the first of our Cadet X30 races. Can Sriatapat Matata Barwong maintain his position at the front? I'm not sure either. It's going to be very, very tricky from the start here. We've got big battles to come, particularly within the DRM squad, because they're currently running 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th going into this one. Definitely going to be all guns blazing for the Paralins, but they've got one man to try and eclipse off the start. Sriatapat Tirapatara for the DT Motorsport team. Unfortunately, the nomenclatures of that squad, Day and Time Vejabuti, are not able to be here for round 3, which is probably a relief to their competitors, but certainly a shame for us, who were hoping for a really strong home finish for the Vejabuti brothers. One of them managed to get the job done 2 weeks ago. The other, sadly, was unable to, as Dave Vejabuti just missed out on getting the top spot. You've got the starting grids on your screen. Definitely going to be an interesting one in cadets among the 35 drivers. Certainly the significant battle in this one is going to be Sriatapat Tirapatara Bawang on the front row from Shabil Basalama. And then Max Schilling, championship leader, 3rd on the grid, inside of the 2nd row too. So that gives him a really strong position to kickstart his attack for the weekend. There we go then, Sriatapat Tirapatara Bawang and Shabil Basalama from Max Schilling and Sidovit Sriatanakul. Then it is Darren Artagani and Palatan Chanpong on the 6th row. 3rd row, sorry, Sahara Led Persepicorn and Achira Binpuk. Then we have George Patrizi, Super Giorgio, his best ever grid position, 9th on the grid alongside Chan Hoswan. Then it is Pimpat Kurang Fatai and Jaden Arya. Kaylin Delcy and Percy Yonko, along with Jensen Hammond and Wang Xiyang of China. And then rounding up the top 20, we've got Aaron Akil, Carson Choi, Natapon Charurungrang, and she is alongside Liban Lewis Kanan, who'll be bitterly disappointed, I think, with 20th on the grid. Zhang Yicheng and Tanta Jivasakunkrai. And then we have Mitarad Vanish Prapa alongside Ko Yangxian. Then it is Cruz Priolo. He'll be very difficult to settle with in 25th. He won't stay there long. Kenzie Arizananda, Chayat Lutranakan, and then it is Tutamin Set. Pichamon Lutarivit in her first weekend alongside Joshua Tan. Trin Kasemsup way down in 31st along with Falik Fariz. And then Zhang Jiyu, Times Retrai. And at the back of the grid, it is Chotanin Yitakararat. Attention paddock. World driver number 75. Please make your way to the race stewards. Number 75, please make your way to the race stewards. So the competitors are getting ready for heat number 1. They're on the formation lap at the moment. 10 laps to go. Shabil Basalama, Max Schilling, Sritanakul, Ghani, Tanchanpong, Leprasepakon, Pinpuk, Patrizi, and Chin Hajwan. So Sritapat Tirapatara Bawang is there on the first position of the grid. Basalama, Schilling, and Sritanakul. So Tanchanpong currently looking good for a big chance to move forward. But Tirapatara Bawang looking comfortable as he runs in close proximity with the DRM Paralins off the start of the grid. Basalama, Schilling, Sriatanakul, Ghani, and Tanchanpong. It will be a tricky one. But Tirapatara Bawang certainly looking very strong in qualifying. How will he be able to maintain this on the way through is going to be very tricky indeed to manage and maintain. So we'll see how it all progresses. But Tirupatawa Bawang from Shabil Basalama, Shilling, Swetanakul, Ghani, Tanchanpong, Leprosepacon, and Achira Pinpuk. Patrizi and Chanozwan to round out the top 10. So as they continue to make steady progress, but now they work their way forward. It'll be a very tricky one out of the final turn. Svitapat Tirupatawa Bawang and Shabal Basalama off the final turn, and it's a false start on this occasion. So we haven't quite got the grid set as we need to. Obviously big pressure on the shoulders of Svitapat Tirupatawa Bawang. He's never been in pole position before. So a big opportunity for him, but also big pressure. It was never going to be easy. And so he's got to make a good opportunity come together here. And so everybody looking forward to a big race coming forward. We're going to see a replay of what happened on the start. And you can see there that it's just a little bit too eager on one side of the grid compared to the other. That's why we didn't get the start we wanted out of that one. The acceleration's a little bit too early. You can see the gaps in the field is the reason why we had to declare the false start. When you get gaps like that, it's because certain sections of the grid have accelerated a little bit too early, and that's why we end up having to go through the formation lap procedure again. So through they go, back into the 2 tram lines, and it could be a very tricky one for Tirupatawa Bawang, running in front of Shabil Basalama. Max Schilling on the inside of the second row. He's got pressure from Sidovit Swetanakul, Darren Altagani, Palatan Chanpong, Saharat Leprosepacon, and Achira Pinpuk. And then we've got George Patrizi and Chan Hojwan. So they run through off the final turn of the hairpin, back into the tram lines. This is looking a little better, and off we go. Great start from Tirupatawa Bawang. He leads into the first turn and up the inside. Schilling already trying to go for his teammate Basalama, having to wait. But he works his way through on the first couple of corners, and it's the top 3 as they started. So Shabil Basalama already trying to put an attack on the pole sitter, Tirupatawa Bawang. So Swiatabat Tirupatawa Bawang trying to extend as Schilling already looks to try and follow his teammate, who is going for the lead on the first lap. Shabil Basalama takes the lead then. Good run from the Indonesian as he gets in front and leads the pack. So Shabil Basalama in the DRM Paralin heads the race. Second is Tirupatawa Bawang. Third is Max Schilling. And in 4th position, just behind them, that is one of his teammates on the DRM Paralin. So that is already going to be a very solid start. It's going to be very exciting off the first run of the grid. They charge their way further forward as the drivers run through, taking it nice and tidily through the S's and up to the far side. But it will be a great battle. Of the final turn, it looks as though they're already starting to make some big race battles in the middle of the pack. Bit of a shuffle of the deck as Swetanakul has lost a few positions there out of the final turn. There's double waved yellows because we've got an off at the penultimate hairpin as well. I think that's Caelan Delsey. Caelan Delsey in trouble on the Hot Wheels races, Intrepid. So that's all gone very badly wrong. He's managed to recover. So someone else has not come through. We've got Jatakarat, Charungrang, and Liratavit all in trouble. That is the 46 of Charungrang. So she's got an issue there, I'm afraid. Charungrang with a big problem. So her cart has fallen off the road. We've got double wave yellows further round the course as well. 2 separate incidents. It's Ityakadarat who's off in the Mickey Mouse section. Lertavivit has also gone off the road. So that's very unfortunate as we've lost both of the girls from the competition. In this first point, she gets away from her cart. That is the 46. Moved away, Natapon Charungrang. Good work from the safety marshals there at the side of the course to get her out of harm's way. It's double waved yellows on approach. So everybody's got to slow down in anticipation of that. And it looks as though we've got a retirement coming in then, I'm afraid, for Caelan Delsey. Damage to his car as Caelan Delsey is coming into the pits to retire. Very unfortunate. Meanwhile, the battles are raging as up into the inside comes Tirupatawa Bawang to retake the lead on the Sodi. So Tirupatawa Bawang retakes the lead. Shabil Basalama back to the inside line and retakes the lead once more. And Schilling's gone through as well. Tirupatawa Bawang slipping all the way back to 4th behind Ghani. So Basalama, Schilling and Ghani. Schilling goes for the lead in the Mickey Mouse section and gets it. Max Schilling goes from 3rd to 1st in a matter of corners. Very good work indeed as Schilling hits the front. Basalama 2nd, Ghani 3rd, and Tirupatawa Bawang in 4th place. And now Basalama is pushing away with his teammate. Looks like it's going to be tactics for DRM Paralin to try and stretch away from the rest of the field. Exactly what you would expect. The team can work in unison to extend the gap to the rest of the pack, and then they can race each other in the closing stages. But this is what the boys will have trained for many times. Schilling leads the way. Basalama second. Ghani third. They'll want to work in unison to stretch away. And then it all becomes about who's got a clear head on their shoulders. Lap 4 out of 10. Tirupatara Bawang, 4th position. Tajanpong is 5th. Arya in 6th. From Leprosepacon, Tian, Patrizi, and Sivaratanakul. They work in very tight formation here as they come up towards the Mickey Mouse section once again. Schilling, Basalama, Ghani, and Tirupatara Bawang. Tajanpong from Arya, Leprosepacon, Tian, Patrizi, Sivaratanakul, Pinpuk, and Kanan. But Max Schilling is building a tiny little bit of a gap between himself and Shaba Basalama. Obviously in the toe that's going to dissipate, but he'll get on the throttle fractionally earlier than his teammate to give himself that tiny bit of protection, that little bit of breathing space. Of course, once Darren Ghani gets back on terms with Basalama, they will close up on their teammate purely out of momentum. So it's going to be an interesting one as they close their way through the course again. 4 laps done, 10 in total. So Schilling, Basalama, Ghani, Tirupatara Bawang, Tajanpong, Arya, Leprosepacon. Got a nice battle going on further back as well. That's Yangi Cheng dueling away with Limra Tanakan. Trinka Semsup trying to get back on terms. Sadly, we've now got 4 retirements from this race. Delsi, Itikararat, Chirungrang, and Lutevivit. So that drops us to 31. At the back of the field, sadly, is Falik Fariz. He obviously got involved in an incident elsewhere too, and that's dropped him to the back. Shaba Basalama now dueling with his teammate, Darren Ghani. So Darren Arthur trying to work his way forward. Great battles with these two. And of course, Tirupatara Bawang is not out of contention yet. Tirupatara Bawang still fancying a chance to go for the move. But it is very tricky indeed between them at the moment. It's certainly very close indeed between Darren Artagani, the number 23, the 11-year-old from Gading Shepong in Tangerang, and his fellow Indonesian teammate, Shabil Basalama from Jakarta, 10 years of age, slightly younger than his teammate, but Basalama's trajectory has been very strong of late. And so they're both trying to take on their teammate from Hong Kong, Max Schilling, the championship leader, who leads the race at the moment. 1 heat at a time, 1 lap at a time, 1 apex at a time. The drivers have got to slow their focus down a little and just keep it nicely and in check. But this is going very well indeed for Schilling. The gap is extending for him as Basalama is struggling a little bit to keep with him. Ghani is trying to help him out. But as a result, there is a tiny bit of daylight starting to emerge between the 3 Paralins. But Tirupatara Bawang is still hungry to break them up again. 5th place, very strong race so far from Tajanpong, as the number 20 is definitely still in the mix. And so they will run their way further forward and continue this great trajectory. Schilling leads, Basalama, Ghani, and Tirupatara Bawang. Attention paddock, will driver number 277. 277. Please make your way to the race stewards. 277. Please make your way to the stewards. Thank you. Schilling, Basalama, and Ghani, the 3 DRM Racing Paralins, having a very solid battle out front. And all the time, Sriatapat Tirupatara Bawang on the DT Motorsport Sodi hustles them for position in P4. Nothing to choose between the 4. They come out of the hairpin. One of the 5 parallel straights that all run in proximity to each other. It's a fabulously intelligent layout, this, really maximizing the space that we have to play with while still maintaining plenty of opportunities for overtaking, for tow, for great effort, and also looking after the tyres. 7 laps completed in this Cadet heat. Still more to do, but still more to get excited about. Drivers still giving us plenty of their best. Off the turn, Schilling. Ghani now in front of Basalama, so he managed to nip his way through. So Darren Artagani gets ahead of Shaba Basalama. And this is the first real test for Darren Artagani now, having split the two teammates that have usually been at the front. Darren Artagani's really stepped up his attack in 2026, and certainly here at Bira, he's got a chance to put his own name on the top spot, and that won't be lost on him. So Darren Artagani is really hoping that this is going to be a chance to showcase what he can do. Schilling leads, Ghani second, Basalama struggling a little as Ghani nudges the back of his teammate just to give him a little bit of support to extend away from Basalama and Tirupatara Bawang, but also to remind Schilling, I'm here and I want to beat you when we do start racing in a couple of laps' time. In fact, it could be as early as this lap. We now complete lap number 8, 2 to go. And Ghani has done the hard work here to get into second place. And with 2 laps to go, this is usually when drivers start to race each other, if they've still got battles in them. Darren Artagani looks back, so does Schilling, trying to figure out how far away Basalama and Tirupatara Bawang are. How big a risk do you take? Do you wait? Do you bank the points? And do you go for a better move later? Or do you stick your neck out on the line and go for the overtake now? It's all going to be about composure and also about instinct. If you see the gap, you're going to want to go for it. But how big an impact will that make on your tyres ready for Heat 2, for the Super Heat, and then, of course, your starting position for the final? Every action has an equal and opposing reaction. Darren Artagani fancying a look at Schilling, but Schilling covers his bases. Good work into the hairpin. And still these two pull clear. Based on what we saw on that lap, it looks like it could be measured. But into the last lap, all bets could be off. Schilling controls it. Ghani still with him. Third position for Basalama, then Tirupatara Bawang. Into the last lap we go. Schilling pulls enough off the racing line to let Ghani know this is not your moment. Out of turn 2. Along the back stretch, holds the inside line, lets Ghani know, I'm going to protect this lead. I'm going to do everything I can to stop the move. We need to just settle in position here. Think about the long game. Schilling doing what he needs to. Ghani giving him a nudge. He fancies a look. So Schilling holding on from Ghani. Ghani's lost a little bit of momentum as a result of that. Perfectly clean between the 3 drivers. This is exactly what clean cadet racing is all about. You can defend, but you can't get aggressive. And this is exactly how it's working. And that has given Schilling that tiny bit of breathing space he needs to have that little bit of extra momentum going into the final couple of corners. He's done what he needs to set up the win. Now, Ghani is the one positioned to take the risk, but he's run a little bit wide in the hairpin, so that diffuses the problem. Schilling is going to hold on to this one out of the final turn, and it's Hong Kong sensation, Max Schilling, that opens the account with the win. Excellently done there for Schilling. Ghani in second. Third for Shabil Basalama in front of Sweatapat Tirupatara Bawang. And then it is Jaden Aria working his way all the way back to P5. Great work in front of Saharat Lipasapekon, Tanchan Pong, Sirutanakul, Patrizi, and Jian Hozwan. Very good racing, very smooth and very solid at the moment. Great to see the level of maturity being so high between the drivers. It didn't get messy, it didn't get silly. Drivers just knew this is a long weekend, bank the result, come back and do it again next time. Great work, amazing maturity from the cadets, and it's Max Schilling who pops up with a victory. 10 minutes flat on the limit, and that's what it leads to, a great result. So the contenders have obviously got a little bit of work to do before the second heat later, but we now know the colour of the money from the drivers out here. Certainly been a fantastic start for them. The championship leaders in junior and cadet have certainly started this weekend's campaign the way they meant to go on. So some very mature racecraft from the drivers. They've given us plenty to continue being happy about. Racing definitely getting on with things in the right measure here this weekend at Bira. And it's a fantastic start to proceedings. Certainly all guns blazing on that side of things. So very exciting work. I think it's a little bit early to go and find the race winner in the cadets, but we should have the time to go and find Mason Kwong, who was probably a little bit now chilled and relaxed after that opening race in juniors, and certainly starting his campaign the way he would have wanted to. But certainly in the cadets, we had a tough race out there, but a fair one, and that's the perfect way to start the weekend for them. Great racing, brilliantly intelligent racecraft all the way, and certainly starting as they mean to go on. So it's a good opening account for DRM in both the juniors and the cadets. And I want to have a quick word with the man who won in the juniors, Mason Kwong, after a fantastic start to proceedings. Let's see if we can grab a word with Mason. Come and join us, mate. Taking it nice and easy and cooling down after a tough race. It must be so intense out there in the middle of the race, but you handled the situation very well under the circumstances. What was it like in the early stages of the race?
In the early stages of the race, I was very nervous. I thought they were going to catch up to me and after one lap, but I could keep the lead.
How difficult is tyre management in these current conditions? It's really humid compared to last time. Are you finding it tougher, or have you kind of got the measure of it?
I'm finding it a lot tougher because the tyre management is a lot harder, and it's my first time trying to do tyre management, and yeah.
How's the balance ready for the second heat? Do you feel that the tyres will still have decent life in them, or are you having to be a little bit more calculated going into the second one?
I think going into the second one, the tyres still have some decent life in it because I didn't push that much in the last heat.
Well, that's good news. Hopefully your fans back home in Hong Kong will have something to smile about at the end of that next one as well. Good luck.
Thank you.
Great job from Mason Kwong, starting his junior campaign the right way. And we found the cadet winner straight away. Max Schilling has actually come back and joined us alongside. Max, what a great start. I mean, that was a very tough race out there. Certainly difficult to get the lifespan back in the tyres after the first couple of laps, but how was it from your side?
A very calm race. I expected to be a bit more aggressive, but once I had my teammates behind me, we just pulled away from the rest, and it was a good race from then.
The good news in that race, from what I saw, is that you only really had to move aside off the racing line when it was necessary. You didn't have to exert the tyres too much. Do you feel that in the second heat they'll still have good strength?
Definitely, yeah.
Perfect. It's a great start, Max. Well done. Get ready for the next one.
Thank you.
Amazing stuff. So there you go. We've heard from all of our race winners from the first 4 races of the day. We've got another one about to venture out onto the course. The Masters are getting themselves ready, and from the front of the grid, it's going to be 2 regular contenders that we're used to seeing at the sharp end. Luke Armstrong versus Ian Willock. We're all wishing Willock well. He's come close to the victory so many times, and this is his best chance. But Luke Armstrong will not want to let this slip. Game on. Master X30 definitely going to leave us on the edge of our seats as they usually do, and certainly a very tough competition in the offing as everyone is expecting a very solid race battle ahead. Let's see what the Masters can give us. So the 1-minute board is prepared then for the Masters. They're getting themselves ready in the hot seat, and that is certainly the right word for it. The Masters looking forward to an exciting battle. Luke Armstrong, pole position again. Last time he got the win. Definitely not going to be so easy to confirm and guarantee this time. The field is definitely catching up with the man on the top spot. So Master X30 getting more and more competitive as the weekends roll on. Expect the unexpected is what I've said so many times in INFINITY IAME Series Asia, and certainly this weekend that has never been more true in Masters. And so the 10 ready to go to battle. It's wonderful to see a double-figure grid regularly now in Master X30. It's always nice to get it once, but to get it week in, week out, that's a sign that we've got a championship that the drivers want to sign up for, and the competitors that come out of the woodwork, some of them who haven't raced for a while, and all able to show their vapid pace and their keen enthusiasm to keep the Master X30 field alive and well. At the IAME Asia Finals at the end of the year, we always get very close to a full capacity grid of drivers, and it's nice to have the regular INFINITY IAME Series Asia Master X30 race always coming up with the goods for double figures now, which when you consider that 12 months ago we were struggling to put 2 or 3 on the grid, is a wonderful advert for the fact that there are still plenty of drivers in the region and even further afield who still want to be competitive in the Master X30 category. Great to see the IAME drivers over the age of 30 still able to battle and have a great race weekend. It's all about stamina and calculated strategy in Master X30, and we're getting a great demonstration of that in fine style here in Bira as ever. So as everybody dials in for another great challenge on the course, we're going to see the Master X30 drivers battling once more. Luke Armstrong, pole position. Ian Willock in second. Kip Foster, the reigning IAME Asia final champion, third on the grid, along with Tiru Kumaran. Then it is Harith Saralo, along with Luke Purser, and then Darren Formosa and Bira Circuit, with the returning Jukka Koivistonen alongside Tamyu Ko. 5 Masters and 5 veterans. Always good to see fantastic battles between them all. But what I always love about the Master X30 category is they usually interweave with each other. And we're certainly going to see that again this weekend. So Luke Armstrong getting ready for another fight from pole position. Great to see the Australian ready for another solid effort. The 34-year-old from Simon Racing on the Tony Kart. Going to go wheel to wheel again with the man for Eugene Racing from Singapore. An exciting battle coming his way. Can Ian Willock finally get the monkey off his back and go for the victory in Master X30? He's come so close so many times, and when he gets the job done, and I do mean when, by the way, when he gets the job done, it will be so satisfying after all these weeks and months and even a couple of years now of hard work. Let's see what happens in the first heat of the weekend, though. We go racing straight away. Armstrong with a big charge forward. Kip Foster's going to get second into turn 1. He does it indeed, but he drifts out wide. Willock has a look, but he can't quite take it up the pieces again. As Tiru Kumaran moves up into 4th position, already Willock is on the defense, trying to keep Kumaran at bay. And there's a big charge forward from behind as well. That looks like a hard-charging Harith Zaralo trying to come through as Kumaran dives on the inside of Willock and gets into 3rd position. Not a fantastic start from the Tony Kart, who tries to get back on the inside of Kumaran and is unable to get there. So on the start, the reigning IAME Asia final champion, Kip Foster, is already charging after Luke Armstrong. That did not take him long to get into 2nd place. So it's the 2 Aussies up front, Armstrong versus Foster. And as they come off the hairpin, Tiru Kumaran, championship leader in 3rd place from Willock, Harith Zaralo. And then in 5th position, that is Darren Formosa in front of the reigning Masters champion, Bira Circuit, down in 7th. What a difference a year makes. Armstrong, Foster, Kumaran, Willock, Zaralo, Formosa, Yamchan, Purser, Tamyu Ko, and the Finn Jukka Koivistonen. Although, of course, he lives and is licensed here in Thailand. Lives out in Pattaya, just down the road. Good to see him back in the kart again for the first time in a long time. Formosa still keeping the pace in front of Yamchan. Really having to knuckle down and find a little bit of extra pace to keep in front of the reigning Masters champion. But the fireball, Darren Formosa, still keeping it nice and tidy. Yamchan trying to get down the inside and then goes for the outside line. Now trying the inside approach again off the hairpin. Controlling the pace as they run in close proximity again. But it's getting pretty tidy. Big opposition still coming in this one. Darren Formosa running in close call as they go down to the first corner again. Formosa definitely having a very tough race here with Bira Circuit as they go to battle again at the hairpin. Big opportunities coming as they knock on the door again, hoping for another solid race battle. But Harith Zaralo controlling things at the present moment in time. So it's going to be a very tough race now for Willock. He seems to have lost a lot of time early doors to Harith Zaralo. Willock is already 2.4 back from Luke Armstrong, so whatever they've tried to get the setup right for this race, it has kind of backfired on him a little bit. We're only on lap 3. And the pace is definitely not with the Singaporean on this occasion. They'll obviously have to go back to the drawing board and figure out how to adjust the tyre pressures and sort out the setup for Heat 2. That's Heat 1 very much on the drawing board again, though, for this one. He's just got to maintain the position and do the best he can to keep it favourable. So Armstrong leads Foster, Kumaran, Willock, Zaralo, Formosa, Yamchan, Purser, Tamyu Ko, and Koivistonen. Formosa and Yamchan, it's great to see these two are pretty much even in terms of their raw pace. A little bit of a run wide there from Formosa, but he gathers it up before he loses the position to P. That's what everybody in Thailand refers to Wirasak Yamchan. His nickname is P, as in the vegetable, not the letter. And he runs out of the hairpin. Still trying to put pressure on Hollywood. Nicknames galore in this field. Hollywood versus P. Fireball versus Top One. Kart Republic versus Kart Republic. And there's a chance for Wirasak Yamchan now. As he draws level with the Aussie, he has to take a lot of curb to get parallel. But Hollywood is not going to give him the space he had if it doesn't have to. Off the curb. Nicely tidied up. And the fastest man on track. No major shocks, folks. It's still the race leader, Luke Armstrong, who's extended to a second now over Kip Foster. So it's definitely looking pretty tidy from his perspective. Armstrong, Foster, Kumaran, Willock, Zairalo, Formosa, Yamchan, Purser, Tam, and Koivistonen. So what is the pressure going to look like in the next couple of laps? That's going to be the key factor now. A little bit of a drawl off the turn. As still, big pressure coming. Formosa tries to tidy things up on the far side. Formosa keeping a big check into the hairpin here in correlation with Yamchan. Yamchan is really working hard to try and get back on terms with Darren Formosa. It will be tight, it will be tense, it will be very tricky. So as they work their way through in close proximity again, we'll see if there's going to be a little bit more drama to contend with down at the braking zone. They'll come through on the far side. And it's still going to be very tricky as they work through again. Back on the turns. And Yamchan still pushing to try and get the moves here on Formosa. Little bit of pressure coming in on the front fairing from Yamchan on Formosa. Very tricky between these two. Yamchan really fancies his move on the inside line. Now he's going to get it as Formosa drifts a little bit wide. Wirasak Yamchan has the nerve and audacity to wave a thank you as he drifts wide there. So Yamchan gets through. So it would be very interesting at the moment. As through they come onto the far side. Armstrong, Foster, Kumaran, Willock, Howard Zairalo and Wirasak Yamchan now in front of Darren Formosa. Then it is Luke Purser, Tamiko and Jukka Koivistonen. Not bad considering that he's been out of the kart for such a long time that he's only 8 seconds back. You really have to run at the sharp end if you want to keep the adrenaline on. And based on Jukka Koivistonen's levels of fitness, he's the only one of the drivers who's elected to wear a neck brace. They're mandatory, of course, in cadets. But they're optional in junior and senior and master. And Jukka is the only driver who's decided to choose that. But when you consider that these drivers in the Masters do have to do an awful lot of work on their neck muscles and on their overall fitness levels, for Jukka to give this a go, it's a steep mountain to climb. Armstrong, Foster and Kumaran. This will be interesting. Consider Kumaran make the bid on Foster. You can sense he was getting tempted there. So he was looking very, very comfortable. And still, they run in close proximity. Kumaran really fancying a go at second place here. Let's see if he's got the momentum to make it work. Armstrong, Foster and Kumaran still dueling over second. Willock is fourth, Zairalo is fifth, Yamchan, Formosa, Purser, Tam and Koivistonen. But Armstrong's lead is looking very solid, 2 seconds clear at the moment. And so it's all looking fairly consistent at the moment. Luke Armstrong doesn't really have to look over his shoulder at the moment. He's just doing what he needs to do. As meanwhile, Kumaran is making good progress to try and close up on Kip Foster. Attention paddock. Will driver number 258, that is driver number 258. Please make your way to the stewards. 258. Please make your way to the stewards. So Kumaran still seeking the move here on Kip Foster. Really fancying a look to try and get in on the inside line. It's going to be a tricky one. Drivers still battling away in proximity. And so it will be a very tricky start to proceedings. It'll be a very difficult one as all of the contenders are looking for a clean run off the turns. Kumaran still looking to try and get that gap on the inside line of Kit Foster. And it will be very, very tough to see who's going to get the best of it as they come through on the far side of the course. Howard Zaralo battling away with Rita Sakamchan. Formosa is now a couple of seconds back nearly from those two, but Yamchan really wanting to break back into the top 5 again as Kumaran again looks at his move on Kit Foster. And this is going to be a big feather in the cap for the Malaysian if he can get through. The man who's currently the reigning victor of the IAME Asia Final, dueling away with the current championship leader on the Biralat, Tiru Kumaran, the Malaysian. Consistency and real pace and measured stamina is a very important factor in Master X30. So through they come again towards the end of lap 10. Luke Armstrong doing what he needs to do on the Merlin-inspired Tony Kart, driving under the Simon Racing banner. Foster looks over his shoulder again. That's really the first time he's looked back all race that I can remember. Willick in 4th. Yamchan now in 5th ahead of Harald Zaralo, so he's got ahead. Then Formosa, Purser, Tam and Koivistonen. This is a great drive from Jukka Koivistonen under the circumstances. To keep up in the pace with Luke and Tam, who have been here since the start of the season. This is great work from Jukka Koivistonen. He may not be in front of them, but even keeping pace with them at this level, very impressive indeed from the 50-year-old from Finland. So looking over his shoulder, that is Kit Foster, keeping himself in the battle again. Tiru Kumaran, of course, almost old enough to be a veteran at the age of 44. And Kit Foster, of course, is in that category. He is the leading veteran at the moment. You wouldn't think Kit Foster was 50 years old, would you? The man from Canning Vale in Western Australia, really enjoying himself as he goes into the final lap in 2nd place. And he looks to have the measure of the Malaysian at the moment, but this man has the measure of everybody. The youngest in the field, 34 years of age. Youngest of but one, my apologies, because Howard Zaralo has only just become a master. At the end of last year, he was able to get into the Masters at the age of 30. So he will turn 32 in July, of course. But certainly for Luke Armstrong, this has been a very measured experience, a very smooth run from the Australian. As further back, Kumaran has caught right up to Kit Foster. He wants one more bid to get ahead of the Aussie. But I think it is realistic to expect that it's going to finish this way. Luke Armstrong having a very tidy race, and he's held his nerve right from the start. This has all been about contained discipline. And now Luke Armstrong will come out of the hairpin for the final time. And that is job done, number 1 out of the final turn. That's the first victory of the weekend for Luke Armstrong. Great drive. Kit Foster in 2nd place in front of Tiru Kumaran, who banks another top 3 finish. Willick is 4th. Widisa Kamchan in 5th in front of Harald Zaralo, Darren Formosa, Luke Purser, Tamiko and Jukka Koivistonen. So in the veterans category, it is Foster from Formosa, Purser, Tam and Koivistonen. And overall, it is Luke Armstrong ahead of Foster and Kumaran. So very good work indeed from Kit Foster, his first race of the weekend. And the JDPQ Lenzo driver right up there in the sharp end. As Tiru Kumaran will come through in a very strong 3rd position. That keeps the Malaysians' title assault very much on track. And so the competitors are still having a very smooth time of things as the drivers run very well indeed. With Luke Armstrong at the head, Foster in 2nd, Kumaran is 3rd. From Willick, Yamchan, Howard Zaralo, Darren Formosa, Luke Purser, Tamiko and Jukka Koivistonen. So next up, it is going to be the challenge once again to go round for the seniors. And they will get their 2nd qualifying heat in the mix. We now have the provisional result amended from the X30 senior heat for groups C versus D. Kai Burke still ahead of Dylan Tan and Austin Gale, but there were some penalties to hand out. Front fairings in the incorrect position for the likes of Ayan Marwa, Wong Kifei, Warawong Komorakul, who was in the top 10, of course, and Andrea Galimberti. That's very unfortunate for the Italian, who drops to 7th as a result of that. So that definitely doesn't help the Italians' charge at all. All of that, of course, means that Jaden Pope was able to elevate himself from the back all the way to P4 in that earlier heat. So he can be very happy indeed with the way that that's gone. But we're getting ourselves ready for the next battle out on the course. The drivers will return to the course again, ready for more great drama in Senior X30. The 3-minute board goes up, and we got ourselves ready for more badinage and banter from the drivers in Senior X30. So here is the starting grid for this race. It is going to be Wadapong Yamchan and Kai Burke together on the grid from Siddharth Sinnamkokasen and Dylan Tan. Leonardo Mori and Danish Chen will be together on the third row with Travis Teo alongside Wadapong Komakul. And then rounding out the top 10, it'll be Chanoknan Veracha and Wong Kifei. Then it is Shomo Zwan along with Melvin Shane to round out the top 12. Seventh row of the grid will be Surat Anuras and Ayan Marwa. And then it will be Sun Yang, the Chinese driver, alongside the Hong Kong Jerry Ji. Then it is Aidan Forbes and Rafael Kamal, who's having a difficult weekend in 18th, along with Didi Tse and Jamie Ambrose, who had problems in qualifying, and then his times were eventually disallowed. So there's plenty of battles still to come as the weekend progresses, but certainly in the X30 senior category, there's been some penalties handed out. We talked about the penalties already for the front fairing in the incorrect position in groups C versus D for Galimberti, Commodore Cool, Wong and Ayan Marwa. Partially off the driving line at the start, penalties for both Melvin Shane and Johanatan Mosh, as well as for Panu Steenman Kong. So that's dropped him to 9th place from that first race as well. So big difficulties. The amended provisional result of Heat 1 of X30 Senior, the groups A versus B. Only front-fairing penalties for Chanaknan Viratacha and Thomas George, and a partially off driving line 3-second penalty for the Chinese driver Xiao Moswan. So we get ourselves back into race trim once again as the drivers venture out onto the course for another exciting battle, ready for the Senior X30s. And so we're ready to go racing again for another 12 laps of hearty motorsport here, as the drivers continue with more great drama and action aplenty. And we'll see some great racecraft. No doubt the drivers know exactly what they can expect from this battle. And from the front end of the grid, it'll be Putter on pole from Kai Burke in second. The first time ever that Wadapong Yamchan will start a race from the pole position. And a big opportunity for him as he will work his way further and further up the ranks if he can, to make himself a race winner. But Kai Burke was so strong in his first heat, even from second on the grid, a difficult place to start from. It's tough to envisage anybody but Kai Burke getting the most out of this particular heat. So Kai Burke will do everything he can to make it work in fantastic run. So as everybody works in a very solid effort to kickstart things, we're going to see a lot more battles in front of us. And now we get ourselves ready for a very tricky run. And so the drivers are on their formation lap now, having had their warm-up lap prior to that. And we're going to have a very tricky battle awaiting us. So we'll see how the contenders run. But let's see what we're going to have as we make more exciting battles on the Senior X30 grid. The competition will be high, and it will be very intense as always in Senior X30, but can Wadapong Yamchan convert a pole position for this particular heat into his first race win? He's going to have pressure from Burke and also from Sinnamkokasen, Tan, Mori and Chen. Are we going to go started straight away? We are. And it's a fantastic start from Burke, who's going to cut across to try and outbid Putter into turn one. But Putter maintains the inside line and salvages the lead with Sinnamkokasen coming with him. Great work from Putter. He maintains his strong advantage, but into the hairpin. He's immediately going to lose out to Sinnamkokasen. The CRG bursts into the lead. And Siddharth Sinnamkokasen is your leader. Kai Burke having to defend from the hard-charging Leonardo Mori as they work their way into the Mickey Mouse section for the first time. Excellent work thus far. And it's definitely going to be an exciting one to see how things continue. So it's going to be a tricky one as the drivers maintain a strong, solid effort. Oh, and that's an off. That is one of the Kart Republics that's come to a stop there on the far side. So a big problem there. That's the 263 in dire straits. So that is a big disappointment on the opening lap for one of the LORs. And that's all gone terribly, terribly wrong early doors. I think that is going to be Shalmoswan as up comes Putter and up comes Kai Burke. They've both got the move on Cinnamon Kokkasem. So the lead and second place have changed, and Kai Burke is immediately trying to go after Putter, who is desperate to win his first race in Senior X30 on home turf. Kai Burke's going to make it happen, though, and Putter's going to drift wide. He's having to work very hard to keep second place, but Kai Burke is absolutely invincible. He is King Midas here in Thailand. Everything he touches turns to gold. And Kai Burke works his way through the hairpin. That's a lovely dive on the inside line as well from Danish Chen. He gets the overtake to move up into P5. So good work there from Danish Chen as he takes on Leonardo Mori and moves ahead. Dylan Tan, meanwhile, is going after the hard-charging Cinnamon Kokkasem. So it is Kai Burke who leads. Wadapong Yamchan in second. Sedikit Cinnamon Kokkasem is third. Then Dylan Tan, Danish Chen, Leonardo Mori and Travis Teo up to the inside line. That was Wong Kifei trying to go on the inside line of Melvin Shane. So good work already from the contenders as they try to make more work of things. But a very bold battle as the drivers continue to work their way forward. And I have to say, Wadapong Yamchan is really starting to look flustered here. Second position, it's going to be hard for him to keep Cinnamon Kokkasem back in the run of the draw. It is going to be tricky. Dylan Tan, P4, Danish Chen, P5, then Mori, Teo, Komorakul, Vidatacha, Melvin Shane, and Wong Kifei. So as the drivers keep themselves measured on this opening lap. Very good work to keep it nice and measured. 3 laps in, and it's Kai Burke all the way. The Australian is dancing to the victory at the moment. Not only has he got the lead, but he's already pulled out a bit of breathing space between himself and Putter Yamchan. So Sedikit Cinnamon Kokkasem, sorry, third position. How long is he going to be able to maintain that in front of Dylan Tan? Dylan Tan, who took the victory in round 2 in the final, don't forget. Looking to try and make it 2 from 2 as Jamie Ambrose sets the fastest lap after a miserable opening lap to this one. Retired from the opening heat and is now down at the back for this one. So he really needs something to salvage his weekend. Otherwise, he's in danger of being one of the 4 drivers who'll be eliminated before the final. Still a long way to go in that. And I've just been handed the provisional result for the X30 Cadet heat. And there's already drama because it turns out that Shabil Basalama has been given the black flag post-race. The mechanic was working on the kart in the pre-grid. So that is a disaster for Shabil Basalama in Cadet. That means he will lose his 3rd position. And that certainly gives the championship fight a big twist. It gives Max Schilling a big breathing space going into race number 2. So now we'll see how things continue, but that's obviously a story for later in the afternoon. But Kai Burke leads from Yamchan, Cinnamon Kokkasem, Dylan Tan, and Danish Chen. 6th place for Mori, 7th for Travis Teo, then Wong Kifei, Melvin Shane, and Chaknanin Vedatacha. So through comes the battle again. Dylan Tan still thinking about 3rd position, doesn't want to exert himself too early. It's a 12-lap heat, don't forget. So a lot can still happen here. Kai Burke is keeping himself in a very strong position up front, 9/10 of a second clear of Wadapong Yamchan. But here comes Travis Teo, all over the back of Leonardo Mori. This is the 7 racing driver, Leonardo Mori, with the DRM Paralin of Travis Teo, all over the back of him. Kicking out through turn 1, the Paralin versus the Cosmic. Cosmic, of course, part of the OTK group. So there's always still going to be pressure. And I have to say, one driver who's really on the move and making steady progress through the field already is Jamie Ambrose. After being several seconds back down the field after an incident early doors, he's already got ahead of Aidan Forbes and Ayan Marwar. So very impressive work from Ambrose to try and make that recovery. As one Bira Asia driver runs in the lead. Another one is charging his way through the pack. He needs to be a bit like Super Giorgio at the moment, like that missile through Mario Kart. And Ambrose is certainly picking up the pieces at the moment. So Burke leads. Yamchan second. Third is Cinnamon Kukasem. From Tan, Chen, Mori, Teo, and Wong Kipeng. So Dylan Tan really getting impatient now behind Cinnamon Kukasem. And the GFPT CRG is having a lot of hard work to deal with in this one, because that Kart Republic is looking fairly feisty behind. But is the CRG going to be the measure of the Kart Republic in the hands of the Singaporean Dylan Tan, who was kind of taken aback a little bit and taken by surprise by his fantastic form in round 2 and the victory that came with it. But his confidence really has elevated since that point. And we're seeing much stronger pace in general from Dylan Tan. It's no longer just a flash in the pan from one session to the next. It's solid and calculated speed all weekend round, which is absolutely fantastic news for him. And Jamie Ambrose is absolutely storming. He's not only got past Forbes and Marwa, he's also now made his way past Sun Yang. I think he's got ahead of Bibica and Rafael Kamal as well. So Ambrose is just going through the field like wildfire here. There he is coming through, 14th. So he's got ahead of Sir, Yang, Kamal, Marwa and Forbes. Very solid attack mode there from Jamie Ambrose, who's obviously driving angry and saving his weekend with a drive like this. Burke still 1.6 seconds clear. Look at that. The deficit is massive. And all of that was the determination, really, from Yamchan to keep hold of that second place early doors. Yes, he bought himself track position, but he lost a lot of momentum in the tyres, and that's given Kai Burke an absolute sweep through to the victory. He's driven slightly smarter. Dylan Tan launches in the hairpin, but he's going to drift wide as a result, and that's going to be a steal back for Cinnamon Kokasem. And now there's a chance for Danish Chen to attack Dylan Tan. So he's taken a big roll of the dice, and unfortunately, not only has it worked against him, but now he's got Danish Chen trying to come back at him. So the battle is still raging. Kai Burke, Wirisa Kamchan, and the third place man is now Sidikit Sidamon Kokasem. Danish Chen is trying to get ahead of Dylan Tan, and in turn, he's got pressure from Travis Teo. So it's not going to be an easy one at the moment to see where he's going to make his mark. But Kai Burke leads Wirisa Kamchan, Sidikit Sidamon Kokasem in front of Dylan Tan, Danish Chen, and then Travis Teo and Leonardo Mori. Attention paddock, will driver number 189, driver number 189, and driver number 86, please report to the stewards. That is driver number 189 and driver number 86, please report to the stewards. Meanwhile, Dylan Tan has gone into third place past Sidikit Sidamon Kokasem, and is now defending. So having made the overtaking move, he clearly doesn't have the faith in the pace of his Kart Republic. He feels he's going to drop a lot of pace, and he's just trying to hold on to third position now for dear life in the last 3 laps. That's going to bring Travis Teo back into contention. Tan in third ahead of Cinnamon Kokasem. Travis Teo and Danish Chen are closing in on the CRG. And so that can end up really backfiring for Sidikit Cinnamon Kokasem. He's just got to hope that there's pace in the kart left. Still making good work of things. Very tricky situation now, as all of the drivers are looking for a solid battle ahead of them. It will be tough, it will be tense, and it will certainly be calculated now. As big pressure coming, Travis Teo fancies a move on Cinnamon Kokasem. But the CRG really is proving to be the cork in the bottle now with 2 laps to go. He knows that all he can get is P4, so he covers the inside line. Watch for Mori. He could get a chance here on Danish Chen, but instead it's Teo pushing, nudging, urging Cinnamon Kokasem to stop defending and get on with it or get out of the way. So through the Mickey Mouse section again comes the CRG. And there's no doubt at all in the mind of Sidikit Cinnamon Kokasem that he's got to keep this kart absolutely ironclad firm on the inside apex. These radiuses cannot be messed around with. As here comes Travis Teo. Teo nearly made the dive then. He thought better of it. But he's looking for a clean exit from the apex. But P5 is still a very useful position for Travis Teo to be in. He doesn't want to cut his nose despite his face. And as they come off the turn, it's the last lap. Berg is leading. Yam Chan second, Tan third. All three of them are well clear. As Jamie Ambrose is still on the charge. He's up to 12th. Great drive from the Brit. Now closing in on Shane G. Gomadakul. And still with a bit of time on the last lap to make another move. But Kai Burke, ever present, up at the front end. This is just such a sweet run from the man from Bundaberg. And he's really been so composed and so measured in this race. He's never had to overwork it. And the Bira looking so solid and smooth. It looks as if at least one of them is going to get a serious crack at the victory today. And as they work their way through, it is going to be a checkered flag success again for Kai Burke, who from the first two heats of the weekend makes it 2 wins out of 2. The boys in red and white, very happy indeed. Kai Burke, Wadapong Yamchan and Dylan Tan. That's the way it finishes in the first of the qualifying heats of the second rotation. Cinnamon Kokasem fourth from Teo and Chen, then Mori, Wong, Shane and Jetty Chi. So a fascinating battle so far then. And Kai Burke has opened his account with a victorious run. Wadapong Yamchan second. Third place for Dylan Tan. Then Sidiket Cinnamon Kokasem from Travis Teo, Danish Chen, Leonardo Mori, Wong Kifei, Melvin Shane and Jetty Chi. Excellent racecraft so far. Wadapong Komrakul in 11th place. Even better from Jamie Ambrose, who is able to sweep his way to 12th position from the back of the grid, despite an incident on the opening lap. Srat Anuras in front of Chinaknon Veratacha, then Didi Tse, Sun Yang, Rafael Kamal, Aidan Forbes, and then the two retirements from the race in the end, Ayan Marwa and Shao Muzwan. So great racing so far. The same race victor that we had earlier on. Kai Burke certainly delivering on his potential and continuing a great race weekend. Two wins out of 2 then for the man from Queensland, and certainly looking very positive after the opening encounters. No chance of him losing tack at the moment, and certainly keeping himself very well measured indeed in these opening couple of heats. We've had the Senior X30 heat for Groups B versus C. Next on track will be the Groups A versus D. So there's your starting lineup for this next race. Nathan Arya and Panush Steenman-Kong, Toby Gale and Yuka Po, Anatan Tanganachai and Austin Gale, and then Dominic Setyavan and Andrea Galimberti from Kian Shah and Sashan Gunasekara, Mika Slabat and Pakin Jananakul. Then Panya Yamchan and Jonathan Mush from Paco Miguel Sarmiento and Kantapat Nalan Suksanti, Jenny Bibanet and Jaden Pope, Thomas George and Zachary Boyce. 20 drivers, all bidding to get another victory on the board. So already there's going to be some interesting challenges. It looks as though there's already a problem for Andrea Galimberti. He was fiddling there with something on the cart that looked like the chain guard for the second weekend in a row. His first weekend here at Bira 2 weeks ago, he had an issue with the chain guard. It actually came off the cart. And now it looks as though he's got a problem with it again on the second heat of the weekend here in Bira. So very tricky stuff for him as they get ready for the start of the race. Attention paddock, attention paddock. Will driver number 159, driver number 159, my apologies, driver number 157, number 157, please make your way to the race stewards. That is driver number 157. Please make your way to the stewards. Thank you. So what is going to happen in this race battle? We're going to see what will occur as we get ourselves under starters' orders, and we're racing. Nathan Arya straight to the first turn alongside Panush Steenman-Kong. Up the inside line will come Toby Gale, trying to get into second position in the Bira Lot, and he's made it work. So Toby Gale into P2, immediately past Panush Steenman-Kong. So big pressure already as they work their way down to the far side as Yuka Po is trying to go right round the outside into third position. No way! Fantastic from Yuka Po. Excellent start from the Kart Republic as he charges his way on the outside line of the hairpin and he's up to third place. That's why he's the reigning champion. He's had a very tough opening couple of weekends, but here he has finally unlocked the pace that we know he's got. Excellent stuff thus far. Really good work. And so on to the far side of the course, we get the battle. Into the apex again of that part section of the course, and it's Nathan Arya from Toby Gale. Yuka Po in third position. There's a big squabble of the deck from the drivers behind. A little bit of contact there in the mix with Panya Yamchan having to shut the door firmly on the 237 there. Sorry, the 231, I should say, of Johanathan Mosh. But Arya is your leader from Gale, Yu, Steenman-Kong, Tanganachai, Austin Gale, Setyavan, the Komodo Dragon, then Kian Shah, Andrea Galimberti, and Mika Slabat. So I wonder what is going to be the case of affairs as running wide. That's a big error from Tanganachai. That was enough for Austin Gale to get the advantage and move up into fifth position. So now we've got two Gale brothers in the top five. And as they work their way through, it's definitely going to get heated from here on out. Big pressure and big demands on the drivers to make more opportunities come their way. So it's going to get pretty tricky, that's for sure. But the drivers know already how much pressure is going to be exerted on them. So we can expect to see some very tough missions from the competitors as they run side by side. Austin Gale trying to get on the inside line and make the move on Panush Steenman-Kong, and he's there. Austin Gale to P4, fastest lap of the race in the process. 55.9. Now he's going to be followed in by Tanganachai. Tanganachai down on the inside, and he gets past Panush Steenman-Kong as well. So an Anton Tanganachai goes with Austin Gale. Gale into fourth, Tanganachai into fifth. And it's Panush Steenman-Kong that has suffered and goes down to P6. His next victim could well be Dominic Setyavan. So through they go on the third lap. And Nathan Arya has the advantage. Oh, no, he doesn't. That's Toby Gale through. He took his lead very early on that one. We were so busy again following the drivers behind, we missed Toby Gale's move. He always picks his overtaking move this weekend at the worst possible moment. We don't get to see the move in quite such fluidity. Maybe we'll get a replay. But certainly Nathan Arya is no longer your leader. It's now Toby Gale from Arya, Yu, Austin Gale, Tanganachai, Steenman-Kong, Setyavan, and Gunasekara. Jaden Pope is ninth, would you believe, already. Mika Slabat 10th. Big dive as Austin Gale gets into third on the reigning champion, Yuka Po. He may have taken time out to go cycling rather than racing in karts, but I tell you what, Austin Gale has lost none of his speed. It is wonderful to see that he is right back at the sharp end here in Bira. And it's currently Toby Gale, Nathan Arya, and Austin Gale in the top three. Yuka Po has no response just yet. Down the back stretch, up towards the hairpin again. So far, so good in Senior X30 as the race battles continue. This is a really exciting challenge as all the drivers are continuing to showcase why they are so strong. Out of the hairpin again. And a really good effort from our drivers to continue making light work of the situation around them. As Jaden Pope now bangs in the fastest lap of the race in 8th place, trying to close up on the Komodo Dragon, Dominic Setiavon. So through they go again. Toby Gale, Aria, Austin Gale, Yu, Tangnanachil, and Steenman Kong. And you do get the sense that Austin Gale is not going to wait around here to get his bid on Nathan Aria. And if I know Austin Gale, if he gets into second, he will want to try and close up on Toby. So we could have a nice duel between the brothers. We didn't really get to see much of that last year because they were having sporadic programs, both of them, and then Austin Gale decided to call it a day and focus purely on cycling. But clearly his motivation and his will to succeed is as strong as it ever was. So Toby leads, Nathan Aria in second, and a very solid race continuing for Austin Gale in third. Johanatan Mosh now gets the fastest lap of the race. The Singaporean, who is in 10th place in front of Galimberti and Stabat. Galimberti's having a problem, and he's getting the technical flag. Andrea Galimberti, for the second weekend in a row, is getting a technical flag. What disaster for Andrea Galimberti. The junior champion and championship contender in senior in 2026 is having a nightmare in Thailand for the second weekend in a row. It's chain guard related. He tried his best to fix it, but unfortunately, Andrea Galimberti is going to be shown the technical flag on the home straight, and that, once again, takes a massive bite out of his championship attack. Out of the turn come the leaders. Galimberti is at the back of the train, but there is the technical flag for 2:43. Andrea Galimberti will have to report back to the pits and drop to the tail of the field. Can you believe that lightning has struck twice in as many weeks for the same driver? Andrea Galimberti. He lost his battle in the first heat of the second round last time out 2 weeks ago. In the first heat, he got the technical flag, and then, of course, it all went away from him. And now it's happened again in the second consecutive weekend. The very flamboyant and very emotional Italian Andrea Galimberti, he's peeling into the pits now, and Galimberti is going to be absolutely enraged that it has happened a second time in as many weekends. And out in front, Toby Gale now leads his brother. Austin Gale's got ahead of Nathan Aria. So the Gales are 1 and 2. Toby in front of Austin. Then Nathan Aria from Yukapo, Karushtiman Kong, and Anton Tangnanachai. Andrea Galimberti has gone back out on track at the tail end of the field now that the chain guard is fixed. But that is an embarrassing problem to have 2 weekends in a row. As up the inside, big dive comes in from the top one. That's Jaden Pope getting ahead of Setiavon. So Jaden Pope making his move and now setting up the attack on Tangnanachai. But up in front, it is Toby versus Austin. The Gale brothers not just fighting out for the bragging rights on the track, but clearly also fighting to see which of the two brothers is going to do the washing up tonight. Toby in front of Austin. In third place, it's Nathan Aria. Then Yukapo, Parushtiman Kong, and Anton Tangnanachai. And Austin's got good pace here. Look at this. Not only has he got into second, he's chasing down his younger brother. So this is going to be fascinating. Will Toby be able to keep the victory, or will Austin, who's only here for a one-off, he wants to make the most of it? And I'm sure that the tactics between the two brothers will be, look, I'm racing you too. There's not going to be any team orders for sure at Bira Asia. That's not the way they do things. They let everybody race their own race, even if they're in the same household. Toby Gale and Austin Gale are going to give us a very interesting show if Austin Gale's pace continues as it currently stands. And of course, Austin Gale was third in his earlier heat. Toby was the winner in his earlier heat. So now, what are the brothers going to give us? It could be an absolutely fascinating dynamic here. Very tricky to predict how this is going to fare. But Toby leads brother Austin. Then it's Arya, Yu, Stimlenkyong, Tananachai, Pope, Setyavon, Mosh, and Gunasekara. Then Slavat, Shah, Jananukul, and Panya Yamchan. Big challenge from Jaden Pope again as he attacks Tananachil. This is a great weekend turning out to be for Jaden Pope after a miserable start. And his throttle sticking open in qualifying, and he absolutely pulls a blinder on Tananachil. That's P6 for the man from Australia. So Jaden Pope really is turning a silk purse out of a sow's ear here. Excellent work from the Aussie. Up into P6 he goes, and knocking on the door of top 5 already. But it's the brothers Gale who lead us around. 1 and 2, Toby and Austin. And who's going to get the job done out of the two? It's certainly going to be tricky to predict as they come off the turn. 2 laps to go. And are we going to get a battle royale, or are they going to keep it fair and tame for now? They've both got to keep their eye on the bigger picture, because there's this race, plus Heat 3, plus the Super Heat, before we even get to the final. So you do wonder what the tactics are going to be. I think Austin will be quite satisfied if he finishes in second place here. He will feel that this is a wonderful return to form. And if he's got to be beaten by anybody, then who better than his brother Toby, as Andrea Galimberti has pulled into the pits to retire. Devastating for the Italian. Not what he needed at all. So Galimberti is out. How much bad luck can one man have in a season? He had a lot of bad luck last year, of course, as well, before he wrapped up the title in the season finale here at Bira. But a few months later, and it's absolute heartbreak. Final lap begins then, and Toby's still in front of Austin. But I think Austin is demonstrating that when it comes to the final tomorrow, he's not going to hang back. He's got pace in his pocket. And Toby Gale versus Austin Gale. This is a warm-up for tomorrow. This is the hors d'oeuvre. We'll get a very juicy main course tomorrow. And maybe in the closing stages, we even maybe get a little bit of pudding. But Toby and Austin Gale, the class of the field in this second heat. And a brilliant opportunity for both men to showcase the raw pace of the Bira Asia kart. We've seen some great performances from those machines today. Not only Toby and Austin Gale, but Kai Burke dominating in the 2 heats. The flamboyant comeback from Jamie Ambrose in his second heat. That kart really is flying this weekend. And so we're going to see Toby versus Austin take a break for the moment, because Toby will hang on in front of Austin, but that's a taste of what we can expect tomorrow. Toby in front of Austin, and then it's Nathan Arya from Yukapo, Panu Stimlenkyong, Jaden Pope, and Dominic Setyavon. And then Johanathan Mosh, Anatun Tananachai, Sushan Gunasekara, Kian Shah, Mika Stabat, and Fakin Jananukul from Sarmiento, Boyce, Yamchan, Bimanet, George, and Nanin Suksanti. The one retirement from the race, very sadly and unbelievably, Andrea Galimberti, having the same problem he had 2 weeks ago with a loose chain guard, robbing him of a clear top 10 finish. And so it's not quite as straightforward again in Senior X30. Both men at the front of the field in both heats have come up with the goods. Toby Gale, 2 wins. Kai Burke, 2 wins. Not easy to determine who's going to get the best of it. But if it goes the way it did in the first 2 heats, then they could take a clean sweep of hat-tricks. And if that were to happen, then the man who grabs the ultimate pole position is actually going to be Kai Burke for the Super Heat tomorrow. Because of the 2 of them, he is the only one who will be starting on the front row of the grid for the heats. Toby Gale, of course, is on the second row of the grid. And so based on their qualifying, if they match each other for 3 wins apiece, then it will be Burke that gets the Super Heat pole, as his qualifying lap was faster than Toby Gale's. So all Kai Burke and Toby Gale have to do in their heats this afternoon is what they've just done already twice. That's easier said than done, but they're certainly looking pretty good at the moment. So it's certainly a fascinating challenge at the moment, as all of the contenders are gearing up and ready for another exciting slice of the pie here. It's going to be a really exciting battle. But round 3 of the IAME Series Asia, brought to you by INF1NITY, here on the Bira Circuit. Very hot temperatures here on this fantastic circuit. Jake Sanson, as ever, with you in the commentary box position, overlooking the start-finish line. And we've already got the board warming up the drivers in the Junior X30. 5 minutes to go before their heat. So for the second and final time today, it's going to be the Junior X30 heat out on the circuit, and that's going to put Mason Kwong and Knox Black back on the front row of the starting grid again. So it's going to be a very exciting battle for all concerned. They'll definitely give us plenty to get excited about. With Kwong and Black on the front row of the grid, we saw already how exciting their duel is going to be this weekend. And certainly more great action is going to be coming on the way from them. They'll certainly do plenty more action-packed drama in this one. I'm very keen to learn how much more pace Knox Black is going to have as the day continues to unfold. There's certainly a good opportunity for him to come out of the woodwork a little bit in this one, but he still has that difficulty of starting from the offside of the front row, and that's always tricky to manage, especially if you can even get slightly wide. You can see for yourself when they go through turn one just how much pickup there is evolving on that far side of the course. Pickup is what we call the rubber, the remnants, those little marbles, chunks of the top of the tyre that fall off the kart and part company. And the more karts you go with a faster speed, the more those chunks of rubber fall off and end up on the outside of that line. We call it pickup in this sport for all those watching at home who are still new to the world of karting. And for Heat 2, X30 Junior is going to take a very interesting tack now, because this is where Mason Kwong can really be solid and put himself into the pole position for the Superheat tomorrow with a very cool and mature drive, if that's the way things end up evolving. So it's definitely going to be a tricky situation to find oneself in. But we are going into this battle with a very solid effort. So we'll see just how tricky things can become, but certainly at the moment it's all looking A-OK from the front row of the starting grid for Mason Kwong and Knox Black. Then Porsche Kokkanjanaset and Kevin Subhavanichinon. Sahil Singh and Puttapong Wangdapachan from Poshkong Chol, Karsten Chong, Kitturunkanin Bunirakalin and Sanjana Dandu in the top 10. Out of the final hairpin into the two tram lines. The lights are on. They will go out now. Good start from the second row of the grid immediately from Kokkanjanaset. He's going to follow Kwong into the first corner. So Porsche Kokkanjanaset immediately into second place. Knox Black very smart as he sorts himself into third position nice and early. Doesn't give himself too much to do on the opening tour. Just holds the position. He's already got a little bit of offense from the drivers behind, particularly from the fast starting Sahil Singh, who's once again moved himself into fourth place off the grid. So a very strong start indeed from the Malaysian, as everybody else is just trying to keep themselves to themselves. They're actually being very well behaved on this Saturday. They know, of course, that the serious business is going to be tomorrow. And there's a little bit less pressure on the juniors, knowing, of course, that all 23 of them are going to make the final. So they just need to look after the tyres today. They can still be racy, of course, but there's a little bit more calculation to be done going into tomorrow. Just keeping the tyres honest and keeping them favourable is what's going to need to be the focus here. So certainly a very strong position now as the drivers are working their magic. It's certainly looking very strong for Kwong. Porsche Kokkanjanaset, though, is already starting the attack. And he's keeping things very much in his favour as he moves forward. Very good effort to try and elevate himself further up. So let's see what becomes of this battle. Still making good work of it. Mason Kwong and Porsche Kokkanjanaset battling away. Knox Black in third. Sahil Singh is fourth. Then Subhavanichinon, Kongchol, Wangdapachan, Dandu, Chong, Roland and Bunirakalin from Suksomchai, Kasemsup, Klambonjong and Jackson Gate. So Mason Kwong going into a very smooth position again in second place. Just doing what he has to do to keep things in his favour. A very solid race battle still continuing. And certainly looking very neat and tidy at the moment. He doesn't have to worry too much about the pressure from behind. Kokkanjanaset just keeping himself smooth at the moment. But up to fourth position, that's Subhavanichinon diving in on Sahil Singh. So Subhavanichinon takes the move away from the Malaysian. And that's P4. So that's another position made up. Still a few more of those to come. I wouldn't say it's anywhere near close to decided yet. Still a lot can happen and still a lot to be decided. The fastest lap of the race so far has actually come from Knox Black in third position. He's put in a 56.48. So he is the quickest out there, but Mason Kwong has only been a few thousandths of a second slower than that. So there really isn't much in it at the moment. And great to see that there is so much still on the mindset of these drivers. They're still giving us plenty. And still the battle is going strong. Still, everybody in very close proximity. So Mason Kwong having a good time of it in the lead. Kaukan Janaset, Black, Subhavanichinon and Singh going very strong indeed. Then Kongchul, Wongna Pachan, Chungkahe, Sanjana Dandu and Juddy Rowland. Very solid so far. And a very good effort at the moment coming in from everybody to just keep things measured. It's all about staying calm and keeping everything in check at the moment. So we're still in a good position. We're still solid and strong. And it will be very, very calm indeed from the leaders to get themselves around the course in the most favourable times possible. They need to just keep it measured. So still, we're going to have a very tidy run of it. And so, everybody just keeping it nice and smooth at this moment in time. And everybody gathering it all up in very close proximity. Just a little bit more from the drivers to keep it together. And so we will still have plenty more from the drivers they come through. Everyone's still very tight together at this moment. Looking for a good, solid attack. Comes Knox Black, closing in on Porsche Kaukan Janaset. They go up to the hairpin. I think Singh's going to have another go at Subhavanichinon before this race is out as well. So you can expect a little bit of offense there. And there's still so much more for these drivers to do. So Black just trying to keep on top of his tyres at the moment. Still, they run in close proximity. So they are still very closely matched. But you can sense now that Knox Black is getting impatient. Everyone very close together. And we will continue to see just how measured this is going to end up becoming. Because there is a little bit of urgency again. So still, the battle rages. You get the feeling that there's still a big amount of intensity. And still everybody very, very closely mixed. We're going to keep the battles favourable with the tyres as well because they've obviously got a superheat to come tomorrow as well. You can't afford to push it too hard, even in a heat like this. Better to keep the tyres honest and get it home than force an error. So Mason Kwong ahead of Porsche Kaukan Janaset and Knox Black. Then Subhavanichinon, Sahil Singh, Boshkong Chol, Puttapong Wongna Pachan. And then Karsten Chong from Sanjana Dandu, Jari Rowland and Kitanutupat Bunirakulin. Banu Suksum Sungchai, Chris Kasemsut. And then Pumzit Klambonjong. Jackson Gate, P15 from Akil Rungta, Chuk Kaijin, Hobart Yao, Rishan Khan Rashid, and then it is Kamaruzaman, Pratap, and Barchi. So Kwong still measured. Knox Black is still trying to find that little bit extra on Porsche Kaukan Janaset, but the Birolats are so evenly matched here. It's very difficult to find that little bit of intensity to move the way further forward. So they will still give us a little bit more intensity, still a little bit more offense. And the battle really is going strong as the competitors look to have even more battles in the offing. So still the battles continue on. Everyone wanting to find themselves in close proximity, early doors. A lot still to come. They know just how measured things can be. But they're obviously going to work their magic. Pedro Hiltbrand still just guiding these two Birolat drivers to their best form. They don't want to put too much pressure on them. But there's obviously still work to do in the weekend. You don't want to overstretch them. You certainly don't want to put too much pressure on them at this phase. So there's a lot that can still happen, a lot that can still go wrong. But everyone knows exactly how tricky things can get. And still the battles will rage, and they'll put on an excellent display in a very tough showcase. Everyone certainly looking very neat and tidy and very solid at the moment. Everyone putting on an excellent showcase. There's definitely going to be some tough pressure and tough battles, as the drivers know just exactly how much pressure is going to be needed from them tomorrow. Still big battles coming this weekend, and still a lot of high offense. To the braking zone again. And all going according to plan for the moment. But there's a lot more still to do. So let's see how tricky things get. Kwong, Black. Kalkan Janisset to Black, having made the move then on Porsche Kalkan Janisset. I was so busy looking at the times, I didn't see where he made the move. I do apologize. Singh in behind INF1NITY. Gongchol 6th. Chungkahe, 7th place. Karsten Chong still banging in good points. And then it is Wangnapachant from Sanjana Dandu, who's definitely picked up some pace. And then Bunyad Rakilin running in 10th place. From Pun Sungsungchai, Chris Kasemsup, Jody Rowland, Premsik Lambonjong, Jackson Gate, Akil Rongta, and Zhu Kaijin. So it's definitely going to be very high intensity as the drivers look for an exciting challenge ahead of them. We'll see all sorts of pressure coming from the drivers. They certainly want to have a little bit more to it. But I get the sense it's going to be a very intense battle again. They all know what to expect of themselves. We're definitely going to see some tough missions. And I think we can see and expect to see a lot of great work. Still, the tough battles are rising, and everyone knows exactly what they can expect from the challenges that await them over these last 2 days, over these last 2 races to come after this one. But certainly for Mason Kwong, he's had no pressure at all. Keeping it nice and tidy. It was always going to be a measured race that would get him to the dominant run. And he's had to be very calculated about how much he's put in, how much he has pushed himself. But the kart has worked in his favor right from the outset. And he has given himself very little to do tomorrow. There's even a little bit of a tank snapper, but the kart feels so balanced, I'm sure, for Mason Kwong as he runs ahead of Knox Black and Porsche Kalkan Janisset. It's going to be the Paralin from the 2 Biralarts. And for Mason Kwong, the championship leader, it's turning into a little fairy tale here in Bira. As out of the final turn, he will cross the line, and it's 2 from 2 for the Junior X30 championship leader. Great run from Mason Kwong ahead of Knox Black and Porsche Kalkan Janisset. Then Kevin INF1NITY and Sahil Singh from Posh Gongchol, Chungkahe, Wangnapachant, Bunyad Rakilin, and Sanjana Dandu in 10th place. In front of Pun Sungsungchai, Chris Kasemsup. And then it will be Jody Rowland from Premsik Lambonjong, Akil Rongta, Hobart Yao, Jackson Gate, Zhu Kaijin, Rahan Khan Rashid, and then Medina Kamaruzaman, Aditya Pratap, and Lennon Barchi. Sadly, Sudipash Ketsuwan unable to finish the race. So very much dominant form at the moment from Mason Kwong, 2 out of 2. And he goes into tomorrow in pole position for the Superheat. He's the first one to book his place, with Knox Black and Porsche Kalkan Janisset very much keeping him honest. And they will definitely want to do some homework overnight to see if they can improve the form of their karts and get themselves a little higher up the rankings. Certainly a very solid opening day at the races and a very positive start to the weekend for so many. But certainly for the Biralarts of Knox Black and Porsche Kalkan Janisset and the Hong Kong sensation of Mason Kwong, it is a great start here for round 3 at Bira. But there is more to come as the cadets will end up on the circuit for the second time in X30. And it is a very dramatic second race we will have. So with the battles still raging here at Bira, let's do it all again. Sriatapat Tirapatara Bawang going to be lining up from pole position, and Tirapatara Bawang will have Shabil Basalama with a second chance in this race. He lines up on the front row, and it's going to be pressure on him because he was the one who sadly had a disqualification at the end of the first heat because the mechanic was working on his kart pre-race. Big disaster for Basalama, and that means he loses the result from race 1. So the pressure is off his teammates, Darren Artagani and Max Schilling, to a certain extent, but they'll still want to take advantage of a stressed-out Basalama going into this one. So we could have a very tricky race battle ahead of us. So Sritapat Tirapatara Bawang on the front row along with Shabil Basalama, then Max Schilling and Siddhavit Sritanakul, Darren Artagani and Dalat Tanchanpong, Sahara Leprosepacorn and Achira Pinpuk from George Patrizi and Chan Hajwan. And then it is going to be the hard-charging Pimpak Kuring Fatai, along with Jaden Aria, Kaylin Delsey and Percy Yonko, then Jensen Hammond and Wong Tsi Yang, Aaron Akil and Carson Choi from Nataporn Churungrang, and Liban Lewis Kanan, Zhang Yicheng and Tantaj Yuvasakunkrai, Mitrarat Vanish Prapa and Koyang Jian from Cruz Priello and Kenzie Arizananda, Chayut Limratanakan and Tutamin Set from Pichaman Lutuk Rivit and Joshua Tan, Trinkasensa, Falik Fariz, Zhang Jiyu, Times for Try and Chotanin Itikaradat. 35 drivers, all hoping that they can come through as the top banana. So it was a top 3 finish in the end for Sritapat Tirapatara Bawang, but only after an exclusion post-race for Shabil Basalama. So he's going to have to do a little bit more work here. Jaden Aria coming up with the goods for the top 5 along with Sahara Leprosepacorn. Palatan Chanpong was 6th in that race from Siddhavit Sritanakul, George Patrizi, Tian Oswan, and Liban Lewis Kanan. So there's definitely going to need to be some big racing from the cadets if they're going to get a similar result again. And of course, all eyes are going to be on Shabil Basalama to see if he can salvage a decent grid position for the superheats from a very tricky scenario. So we go into the 2x2 formation now as the drivers get themselves ready at the penultimate hairpin. The Sodi kart of Sriatapat Tirapatara Bawang in pole position. Alongside him will be Shabil Basalama. And then Max Schilling from Sritavit Siratanakul, Darren Artagani, and Palat Tanchanpong. So it's definitely not going to be easy to predict this one. So many top drivers with a chance to break through. And Sritavit Siratanakul with a chance to put the DRM 4 drivers up in the top 4 positions, so he won't want to be the weak link in the chain. Out of the final turn, Tirapatara Bawang going for broke from pole position. Will it be a decent start? It will not. For the second time, it's a false start in Cadet X30. Just a little bit eager from Sriatapat Tirapatara Bawang, hitting the throttle too early. They're not supposed to accelerate, of course, until the yellow line on the approach to the finish line. But of course, once the drivers are in formation and they come out of the final turn, they just want to go for it. That doesn't mean it's legal, but they still want to go for it. But of course, if the start is incorrect, yeah, so look at again, and you can see that gap. That's what it is. So it is going to be very difficult indeed for the contenders as they work in close proximity. But it will be tricky, that's for sure. And they know they're obviously going to have big pressure on them to get things right out of the luck of the draw. It is going to be tricky, so they know exactly what to expect. But of course, all eyes will be on the pole man, Sriatapat Tirapatara Bawang, to go in fine proximity. So we're definitely going to have another intense race from the cadets, but how intense will all come down to the measure and composure of the maturity. They have to stay hydrated, and they have to stay very well focused indeed. But now it's time to see how the drivers will fare coming off the final turn. Are we going to get a clean start? Yes, we do. That's better. And so immediately Shabil Basalama tries to squeeze to the lead, and he's done it. Fantastic from Shabil Basalama. Squeezes the Tirapatara Bawang, and there's no response from him as he takes the lead commandingly. So Shabal Basalama wants to go straight into the lead of this one and disappear into the distance to at least put one win on the board to make up for the DSQ from race 1. And straight up into second comes his teammate, Siddhavit Sriathanakul. So Sriathanakul has gone through into second place, and it's Max Schilling in third, in front of Tirupatara Bawang and Daranata Ghani. So it's a proper shuffle of the deck compared to race 1 earlier. But the second of the heats is now very much in charge, and there's a retirement already. So someone in trouble there. 2 carts off the road. And it looks like they're teammates, actually. I think it's 2 drivers from the Peak Racing team. So sadly, 2 drivers have ended up coming off the road together there. Oh no, my apologies. One of them appears to be the JDP Lenzo. Is that Cruz Priolo? I think that's Cruz Priolo out of the race. So we'll look at them as they come through. And after what's already turning out to be a nightmare weekend, I think one of the retirements might actually be Cruz Priolo. It is. It's Zhang Ziyu and Cruz Priolo. So that is devastating for the Australian, who is fighting for the title, of course, this year. Having a nightmare this weekend in round 3 so far. And Cruz Priolo drops to the back of the field and out. Well, that's certainly one more opponent for Max Schilling not to panic about this time. As Schilling now goes for his teammate, Sriathanakul. And into second place he goes. Just. Very nicely done from the man from Hong Kong. And now Daranata Ghani is getting his move into 4th position. Past Tirupatara Bawang. So the DRM Paralympians are 1, 2, 3, and 4. Basalama leads. Schilling second. Sriathanakul is third. And Daranata Ghani 4th. And it's going to be a tough one for Tirupatara Bawang because he's lost the place now to Tan Chanpong. So Palat Tanchanpong has come into 5th position. That is York Schilling. You've got a decent gap to make up to Basalama, but you've got pace on Sriathanakul as well. Go for it. Go, go, go. Second place then for Schilling. But Shabel Basalama is taking the disappointment from race 1 and tangling it into a win. Meanwhile, further back, some good overtakes. That looked to me like Jaden Aria battling away with a Chira Pinpuk. And Jaden Ari has got to wait for his moment. But he's managed to make the move there on Anchira Pinpuk, so not too bad a run at the moment. Attention paddock, attention paddock. Will driver number 255, driver number 255, please make your way to the race stewards. That is driver number 255. Please go to the race stewards immediately. Thank you. So the battles are still well and truly joined here. Shabel Basalama has a decent advantage. Look at that. But it's up to the drivers on the same team, Schilling, Sriathanakul and Ghani, to team up and work together to see if they can close down Basalama. All the pressure at the moment is on the leader. But Basalama is doing what he needs to do to get back on terms after his unfortunate error, or I should say his mechanic's unfortunate error. Because it wasn't Shabal Basalama going to work on the card, it was his mechanic. And Ghani on the inside now dives in and takes the move on Sriathanakul. So the Paralins from DRM are still 1, 2, 3, and 4, but Sriathanakul trying to bounce back on Ghani. He really wants to get this 3rd place back from him. Trust me, it's my turn. Darren Arthur Ghani says, no, it isn't, it's mine. And so he takes on the move and gets back into 3rd position. Nicely handled. So it was always going to be tricky, but he's certainly got himself into a neat rhythm now, Darren Artagani. Really is improving all the time. And it's great to see him make these big moves to elevate himself further and further up. Still big pressure on the DRM Paralins. They want to make big headway here. Schilling in second in front of Ghani, Sriathanakul, and Tirupatara Bawang, then Arya, Pinpuk, Leprosepicon, Tanchanpong and Patrizi. Attention paddock, attention paddock. Driver number 243, please report to race stewards. 243, please report to the race stewards. Thank you. So Shabel Basalama in front of Schilling, Ghani and Sriathanakul, the 4 DRM Paralins controlling the pace. Then it is Tirupatara Bawang, the pole sitter, in front of Jaden Aria, who really is unlocking the same sort of pace we saw from his brother Nathan earlier. Jaden Aria is making a fantastic return to form. Now up in the top 5 and very quick indeed with it. At least Kaylin Delsey's getting a little bit more luck this time, just outside the top 10, P12 at the moment. Charging after George Patrizi and Chan Ho-Xuan. This is very impressive from Kaylin Delsey, considering he's not had anywhere near the same level of experience as the drivers around him. York Schilling reminding his son, think, concentrate. Second place is good. Don't need to do anything silly from here. 5 done, 5 to go. And Darren Artagani able to go with Classic Max at the moment. So these two definitely closing in on their teammate Basalama. And this is the incredible raw pace that the DRM Paralympic squad have been able to get. It's 4 out of 4 at the moment, up in the top 4. Basalama from Indonesia. Schilling in second. Darren Artagani in third. And the Thai, Siratanakul, in 4th place. Then it is Tirapatara Bawang, still showing his raw pace in 5th position in front of Jaden Aria. And then Achira Pinpuk from Saharat Lodprasepakon and Palatan Chanpong. And in P10 at the moment, it is George Patrizi, looking good for a decent, solid top 10 finish here. Never easy to climb the ladder. Next up is Kaylin Delsey. He's got ahead of Chan Ho-Xuan. So that puts Kaylin Delsey into 11th position, knocking on the door of the top 10. And Darren Artagani is doing a fantastic team game here, working with Max Schilling to close up on their teammate, Shabel Basalama. Both he and Max Schilling have got good raw pace here. And so Basalama's still got good speed and energy. But he obviously needs a little more than that if he's going to shoot for the victory. It will be tricky, it will be tense. But it's definitely going to be very close matters out on the course at the moment. So we'll see how much the pace is going to come back. I don't think there's going to be any more really out of the woodwork from the Paralins. They are keeping maximum pace here, and they don't really need to exert themselves any more than this. Basalama can go and win the race on his own, and it's still looking good for Schilling. If he finishes second to Basalama after the DSQ for the Indonesian in race 1, then Schilling will start the superheat from pole position. Darren Artagani is going to be close to him on the grid as well, so that will certainly be a little bit of support early doors. And it's going to be Basalama playing catch-up in the superheat tomorrow, while Cruz Priello is also going to be on the comeback drive after a retirement in this heat. Devastating for the Australian. Kaylin Delsey's broken into the top 10. He's got ahead of Super Giorgio. So George Patrizi, and there's the move from Darren Artagani. He gets through on Schilling. Schilling's going to retaliate. And Schilling gets him back again, nicely in the Mickey Mouse section. So the two of them having a little bit of a race of it. And that tells us that Darren Artagani has got very wide eyes, almost as wide as his stomach here. He wants the second place. But Max Schilling has been able to return the favour going to the Mickey Mouse, and that's bought him a little bit of oxygen. There is a bit of daylight now between the two. Is that going to be enough of a draw between the two carts that Schilling can hold on to second, or is Darren Artagani going to attack again? I think it's going to be the latter. Garni goes very deep into the hairpin. Both drivers very cautious to run wide out of that final turn. You've got to be careful on track limits. Garni going for a move on the inside on Max Schilling, and Schilling is resisting. Careful, boys. You do not need this to go sour. Schilling is trying to keep Garni back. There's a nudge, and Schilling kicks out wide. Garni's going to get level, but Schilling's going to control the inside. That's not how you're going to get past me, Darren. So Schilling holds his line. Garni has another look, and Max Schilling controls it for the moment. But here comes the teammates. Siddhavit Siratanakul in fourth position is getting into it. Oh, no, sorry, it's Svetabhatirapatada Bawang who's closing in on them as well. So Schilling just trying to stay in that second place. That would be enough to guarantee him the pole. Darren Artagani is trying his best to overcook him on the penultimate lap. But Schilling is driving such a smooth race here to defend his position. He has no problem at all with Shabal Basalama taking the win in this one. Darren Artagani really is fighting to draw level and get alongside. Garni's going to steal second here from Schilling, surely. Schilling's going to control it around the outside, but then tuck in for the switch and to get him back again through two. Fantastic racecraft from Schilling. He knew he was going to lose it, but he knew he could take it back again. And now there's going to be pressure from the other DRM Paralin. Here comes Sriatanakul. Schilling wants to box Garni in. Here comes Tirupatala Bawang. He comes through past Sriatanakul. And the fight for second place is going to go down to the wire here. But Schilling controls it. Here comes Sriatanakul to get back on Thiripattara Bawang. Thiripattara Bawang takes it back again into fourth place. So Schilling controls it. He's got about 2 kart lengths between himself and Darren Artagani. That might be enough. But Schilling still going strong. He's going to lose ground in the slipstream here. Darren Artagani goes for it. Schilling lets him have it. Gets faster out of the hairpin. And he's going to draw level again. Ghani still trying to salvage this place. But Schilling might just have to let him go. It's Basalama who takes the win up front. Ghani out of the final turn. Schilling lets him go. Ghani gets second. Schilling in third. And fourth place for Thiripattara Bawang from Sriatanakul, Arya, Pinpuk, Lerpasepakon, Delsi and Tajanpong. But Shavel Basalama picks up the victory this time, and he needed that. Well, big battles in Cadet X30 to come tomorrow then. And for the first time, we get 2 different winners across the heats. In Cadet X30, we had a win earlier for Max Schilling. Now we get one for Shavel Basalama. Darren Artagani is second. Max Schilling is third. And there's so much more to come tomorrow. But as it turns out, the Cadet X30s are just getting started. But one of the big stories in that one, the retirement of the Australian Cruz Priolo, fighting for the title. That is a big disaster for the Australian. And that's going to really hamper his chances of a decent starting grid position heading into tomorrow. Master X30 will be out on the course next. The 1 minute board goes up. Luke Armstrong and Ian Willock on the front row of the grid for Master X30. Kip Foster and Tiru Kumuran on the second row. Then Harith Zaralo of Malaysia, row 3 alongside Luke Purser, with Darren Hollywood Formosa, 7th on the grid alongside the reigning champ Widisak Kamchan. And then it is Jukka Koivustanen and then Tam Yukho having a fantastic run in the back end of the field. 10 carts ready to go to battle again. And so we will have another strong run. Luke Armstrong going off the front row of the starting grid. It will be a very tough mission for him to hold on to the battle for a second consecutive race. For Ian Willock, he's got an even harder task because Ian Willock is going to have to try and find some pace compared to what we saw from the first race. It did not go well for him. And certainly heading into the first corner, it all started to fall apart. He slipped out to P4 on the opening lap. So they will definitely have done their homework before the next race. And hopefully they're going to have a much stronger encounter. But it's definitely going to be all pressure on Luke Armstrong and Ian Willock on the front row of the grid. Expect a little bit more from Kip Foster before the end of the weekend as well. 3rd at the moment, 2nd in the earlier heat. But I have a feeling they're keeping something back. I don't think they're going to show us all of their magic just yet. There's still a little bit more to cook up. And so I can expect a little bit more from the draw, as it were. We're certainly going to have some very exciting opportunities coming from the competitors. They know exactly what else to expect from this second heat. But of course, the Master X30 drivers don't have it quite as tough as the Senior X30 drivers will, as they are getting ready at the holding area, ready for their 3rd heat of the weekend. And that is seriously intense stuff from them. And so the drivers get ready once again in Senior X30, but the Master X30 drivers are on their formation lap. And for Luke Armstrong, Ian Willock, Kip Foster and Tiru Kumuran, this is going to be difficult. Harith Zaralo next up in the mix. And then Luke Purser, hoping for a little bit more drama as well. Expect a very decent run as well from a lot of the drivers around. They'll be wanting to put some decent run on the draw as well. So here we go, into the 2 tram lines. Armstrong to the inside in the black Tony kart. Simon Racing with the Merlin insignia on the kart. And then we're going to have Ian Willock in the familiar colours of the Tony kart alongside him. But what can Foster and Kumuran do from the second row? What about Zaralo and Purser? Are we going to go starting? Yes, we are. Off we go. And Foster is going to try and go straight into second with Armstrong. He's done so. Can he make a bid on the inside? I thought Armstrong was going to get a little bit loose there. Foster fancies his chances to go for the lead in the first lap of the second heat. Armstrong's going to protect the inside line. Can Foster come out and sprint from behind him and make the overtake on the opening lap? Armstrong's defending valiantly. But can Foster sneak up the inside line again? Level, he's done it! Foster through! Foster takes the lead in the first battle that we've really seen for the lead in Master X30 so far this weekend. And Kip Foster's done the homework and got ahead of Luke Armstrong for the first time. They've battled side by side and it's come up good. Terrific stuff between the two of them. And they're really giving us plenty of drama already. The suspense will certainly be getting to the drivers around them. But certainly good show as the drivers continue making good hay while the sun shines. So through they go again. Another intense battle to come from Luke Armstrong on the second lap. He will not want to let Kip Foster get away with this. The last time he got ahead of him, of course, was on the last couple of laps of the IAME Asia final last year. We all know what happened when that went down. He doesn't want a repeat of that for sure. And so they battle again. Armstrong trying to get back on terms with Foster, but Foster can be one of the very best in defence. So he is not going to have even the slightest hesitation to keep his position. Foster will work very hard indeed to keep the Lenzo kart in front, but Armstrong is definitely going to look for an opportunity. Down to the hairpin. Armstrong will certainly be pushing. There is Ian Willock, who's having a much better race this time. 3rd position, watching these two battle it out. And of course, if things get hairy, Ian Willock could come through for the goods. Kumuran is 4th. Then it is Purser in front of Yamchan. Zaralo, Formosa, and Tamyako. We're not sure what's happened to Jukka Koivustanen. He is still in the race. He's just a few seconds back. So Armstrong still attacking Kip Foster. This is fabulous from the Australian pair. But Foster has only really shown us the goods now. He's been keeping it on the down low and keeping it fairly measured up to this point. So it's very exciting indeed to see things finally come good from his perspective. It's going to give us a little bit more drama to the end, and that's what we want to see. So still the battles rage on. Not done yet by a long, long shot. So still, we are racing to the absolute ragged edge. Still a lot to battle for, still a lot to find. And it's going to be tricky to keep things on the downturn. But Shabal Basalama's victory in the last one has certainly given Kip Foster a little bit of inspiration. If he can bounce back from adversity, then Kip Foster certainly can. And he is making it happen. He's really finding the goods here. So it's all down to Luke Armstrong to see if he can retaliate. Meanwhile, Bira Circuit has managed to get his move on Purser. Harid Zaralo a little bit too urgent on the inside, and that's enough for Darren Formosa. So Formosa has picked up the pieces there and made the overtake. That puts him into 7th place. And he, of course, is battling with both Kip Foster and Luke Purser in the veterans category, with Tam and Koivistonen behind them. But Kip Foster is the overall leader, never mind the veteran leader. And Luke Armstrong is trying to tidy this up as much as possible. We heard from both Luke and Kip over the course of the weekend. So now it's time to see if Foster can finish the job. This is going to be fascinating. Turn 1. Flat chat through 1. Tidy it up on the approach to 2. Keep it nice and measured and get back on that short stretch down. And Armstrong's going to make the bid on the inside. He launches in. Foster's going to try and get the switcheroo. But Armstrong will have the inside for the next apex. Surely he's got this done. Foster tries again. And he needs to be careful because Willock is now going to attack. But Luke Armstrong has served him justice as far as he's concerned. Made the overtake. Absolutely nailed it into turn 3. And now, as far as Armstrong is concerned, it's a chance to disappear and take flight. On lap number 5, he gets his man. So Luke Armstrong leads the way. 2nd place for Kip Foster. 3rd is Willock. 4th is Kumaran. And then it is Bira Circuit from Purser, Formosa, Zaralo, Tam and Koivistonen. So this is a very intense battle. Further back, we've got Purser, Formosa, Zaralo and Tam having a great duel for P6. Now, Foster is not dropping back as far behind Luke Armstrong as I thought he might. So Foster's still got good end pace here. This is really good work from Kip Foster. First time racing in Thailand for quite some time. If not, I think it might even be his first appearance here in Bira. So he's certainly giving us a great show and entertaining us royally. So as a result, we are definitely in for a good showcase from Kip Foster this weekend, and he certainly wants to give us plenty to be excited about. So now we're going to get some exciting duels. Back into the action again, onto the far side. We're still waiting to see some exciting duels as the race battles continue here. From the far turn. Armstrong trying to pull away from Foster, but he's only managed to pull 3/10 on Kip Foster at the halfway point. So we've definitely got ourselves some inspiration here from Kip Foster, who's decided to showcase what he's potentially capable of at this stage. But if this is just a taster, imagine what could come from him tomorrow. If they can do some data crunching and number analysis overnight on when the tyres are crumbling, when the tyres are starting to fade, when he can find a little bit more burst of energy, he might just be able to springboard his way into the competition permanently tomorrow. So it's going to be very tight between these two, but it's also going to be fairly even between Tito Kumaran and Ian Willock. They're having a great duel over 3rd position. Kumaran fancies his chances. So they're definitely going to be very tight. So it's definitely going to be tricky as they balance in position. Up on the far side, Kumaran still edging closer to Ian Willock. Very tricky now to see how things are going to balance out. But Tito Kumaran is hovering around behind Ian Willock like a wasp at a picnic. He really wants to get past him. And Kumaran could really do with a chance. But Willock is definitely on top of things more than he was in the earlier heat. So let's see if there's going to be a little bit more of an offense from Kumaran in this one. P4, definitely working magic at the moment. But after a third place finish in race one, a fourth place finish here would do Tiru Kumaran no harm at all. And so we continue. Luke Armstrong, Kip Foster, Ian Willock and Tiru Kumaran. That's the top four. Then it is the reigning champion, Widisa Kamchan, having got his way back into P5. And then we've got Luke Purser ahead of Darren Formosa, Harik Zarolo, Tamia Ko, and then about 10 seconds back off Tamia Ko, it is Jukka Koivustanen. So 4 laps remaining in this second X30 Master Heat. And then we'll have the third and final Senior X30 heats. And then we'll know who is going to be where in position for these fantastic race battles to kick off tomorrow in the Super Heats. It's definitely going to be high tension, high adrenaline and high drama. But we're in for an exciting battle. What's Kip Foster gesturing for? Kip Foster seems to have looked away a little bit from his mark. Has Kip Foster got a problem? He's in second place. He's dropped quite a far way back from Luke Armstrong as now Kumaran makes his bid on Willock. And Kumaran's going to finish the job. He does indeed. He gets into third place. And I think he's noticed that Kip Foster is looking over his shoulder a bit too often. So has he sensed that Kip Foster is vulnerable? Foster was looking around him there on the main straight. But Luke Armstrong really has kicked into high gear and started to jog away. 1.6 seconds was the gap. And I think it's considerably more than that now between Luke Armstrong and Kip Foster as they come through. I would say it's actually a little over 2 seconds now, so Armstrong really starting to extend the gap by about half a second a lap or so. And with 2 laps to go for the Australian in the lead, he doesn't really have to worry too much. Foster checking over his shoulder to see where Kumaran and Willock are. And that definitely seems to be the body language of someone who's a little nervous. Meanwhile, Purser's got Formosa for company, and Tamiko is challenging Harit Zaralo. So Willock is doing everything he can to stay with Tiru Kumaran, especially with Widisa Kamchan trying to close them down. So things could still change here. Kip Foster's made 7/10 of a second, lost 7/10 of a second deficit, to Armstrong on that lap alone. Kumaran having got ahead of Willock, he's made half a second on him, and Widisa Kamchan is trying to reel back the second deficit that he had to Ian Willock. But certainly for Luke Armstrong, he made the overtaking move when it was necessary, and then cantered away into the distance, exactly what he was hoping for, but he certainly had to go about it the hard way. And so now things are very tricky indeed as the battles are running in close proximity. So Luke Armstrong on the final lap of the second of the 2 X30 Master Heats here. And this has been such a fantastic run for him today. Pole position in qualifying only by 1/10 of a second, but that's all you need in Master X30. And then in the races, nobody has been more in command of their tyres than this man. Luke Armstrong doing a grand performance here and really putting on the steam. Fantastic run. Excellent display for Luke Armstrong. As he comes through the final couple of corners, he'll through the left, then the left clink, and then he will come out of the right-hander. A very smooth transition from Luke Armstrong to pole position, to race 1, to race 2. It's all Armstrong today. Pole position, heat 1, heat 2. Foster second from Kumaran third. And then Willock in front of Widisa Kamchan. And then it's Purser who just hangs on from Formosa. Next up, it's Harit Zaralo, then Tamuko, and the last man home out of the final turn now will be the Finn, Jukka Koivustanen. And that's all she wrote then in Master X30. A very exciting run as they continue to battle in close proximity. So Luke Armstrong doing a grand job here and puts on the steam. Great race and a great performance. Kip Foster second, Tiru Kumaran third, from Willock, Yamchan, Purser, Formosa, Harit Zaralo, Tamuko, and Jukka Koivustanen. Next up on the circuit will be Senior X30, and we're ready hopefully, to get started pretty sharpish. I think the 3-minute board will be the next thing the drivers see. The Senior X30 drivers all look ready to go. Indeed, they are. And the 3-minute board comes out at the end of the pit lane. So we're going to go straight in with the challenge from the Senior X30 drivers. And they know immediately what is to be expected of them in this battle. Expect a great charge forward. Attention paddock, attention paddock. Well, driver number 75, please make your way to the steward's room. Driver number 75, please make your way to the steward's room. Thank you. Two Senior X30 races to go then, and this is going to be the challenge for Heat B versus D. And that is going to give us Warapong Yamchan and Panu Steenmankong on the front row of the starting grid. Then Sirikat Soromakonkasem in front of Yukapo. Then Leonardo Mori and Austin Gale. Travis Teo and Andrea Galimberti. And then we'll have Chanoknan Viratacha and Sashan Gunassekara from Shamoswan. Fakin Jananakul, Swa Anuras, Yohanatan Mosh, Sun Yang, Kantapat Niran Suksanti, and then Aidan Forbes, Jaden Pope, Didit Sir, and Zachary Boyce. Starting grid is on your screen in the order stated, because we're now into groups B versus D for this race, and then groups A versus C will go to the circuit for the next one, and it'll be the last race of the day as well. Full credit to everybody here from the supporting teams from SKT Thailand and RAAT, the Royal Automobile Association of Thailand, for assisting the fantastic team we have here at the INFINITY IAME Series Asia, keeping everybody safe and sound and as close to schedule as possible after the delay in qualifying, between qualifying and race one earlier. Full credit to everybody. They've been fantastic in setting everything up. And so now we're getting ourselves ready for the penultimate race of the day. So battles will be joined very shortly indeed here. And it will be Vivek Kanthan, it will be Bonifasak Yamchan on the top spot. Pole position again for the fastest driver in the second group. And he's going to be alongside Panu Steenmankong, Siddhakit Siddhamakokasem and Yukapo, second row of the grid. Then Leonardo Mori and Austin Gale, Travis Teo and Andrea Galimberti. Here we go. Drivers are released. And so we head out onto the circuit again, ready to get this race under starters' orders. And everybody knows just how intense it's going to be. The second of the Senior X30 races already getting gridded up behind them in the holding area. And so the contenders will go to battle once again. But it's Widisak Yamchan, putter, who is going to be in fantastic fashion. So Yamchan and Steenmankong, front row of the grid. Siddhakit Siddhamakokasem and Yukapo, along with Leonardo Mori and Austin Gale, Travis Teo and Andrea Galimberti, and then it is Viratacha and Gunassekara from Shao Mujwan, and Vakin Jananakul, 12th on the grid from Sra Onoras, Yohanatan Mosh, Sun Yang, and Nanan Suksanti from Forbes, Pope, Diditsa and Zachary Boyce. Into the seniors we go then for the last two times today. So far, all of the victories have gone the way of either Toby Gale or Kai Burke. But for this race, that's impossible because neither of them are on the starting grid for this one. So whatever happens, we're going to get a completely different race winner from this heat. And so it's going to be fascinating to see which of the two drivers, Toby Gale or Kai Burke, gets the better of the other going into the final heat of the weekend. Final heat of the... Yeah, it is the final heat of the weekend because, of course, they'll have the super heats tomorrow. And so the drivers will get themselves formed up in their tram lines. Stationary yellows means you've got to get yourself formed up in the grids. So Warapong Yamchan now takes over the commanding position, and he will back up the pack. He really wants to win this race, though, from pole position. He had a chance earlier, and it didn't quite work out. But with the absence of both Toby Gale and Kai Burke from this particular group race comes his best chance ever to win a heat battle in Senior X30 in the INFINITY IAME Series Asia. So let's see what can happen. There's problems further back. Problems further back. We've got a kart stalled, and I think there's going to be a false start. There is indeed. False start, because we've got a kart not moving and then getting going again. It's one of the Bira that's had an issue there. It is the 2-1-1. That is Fakinjan Nanakul for the 1-1 Racing Team. So the 1-1 Racing Team driver, Fakinjan Nanakul, sadly having a problem there. Starting a long way back on the grid from where he was hoping to start then, because, of course, the whole field went through. Now, I'm not sure what that means for his starting position. Does that mean he can take his original position, or does he now have to start the race from the back of the queue? Because the race started technically without him, then he got going again. So that's an interesting one. So we'll have to see what the officials decide on that one, but certainly for the moment, Jananakul is going to try and get his original position on the grid. Attention paddock, or driver number 30, 3-0. Driver number 30, 3-0. Please make your way to the stewards. Driver number 30, please make your way to the stewards. Driver number 30, 30. So we'll try that again as the drivers come out of the final turn. Is it going to be a clean start in Senior X30 this time? Yes, it is, and off we go. And is there going to be a big charge forward now, as it's going to be the hard charge press from the inside line from the 202? It'll be a tricky one as the battle rages coming off the turn, but it is Warapong Yamchan who has held the pace from Panushtin Mankong, as round the outside, big pressure cooking in from Austin Gale, who's going to get up on the curbs to finish the move into second place. Lovely bit of driving from Austin Gale. So into second place he goes, and it's certainly going all guns blazing for him as he has worked into good position. And where does Sakyamcha? Oh, collision! Three karts coming together. That's Didit Sir over the top of one of the kart republics at the tail end of the field. So Didit Sir tangling there with Sun Yang, and she's trying to get the kart back onto the road again, as both Didit Sir and Sun Yang can recover. But that's a lot of time lost for both drivers, I'm afraid. So it's all gone wrong for Didit Sir as one top one drops to the back. The other one is still leading. Warapong Yamchan leads the way. Austin Gale second. Third is Yukapo. And up the inside. Whoa, big dusties round the outside as Andrea Galimberti is trying to salvage something. Austin Gale, he's obviously had a few weeks out of the seat, but he's trying every trick in the book to get Rast into the lead of this race, nearly costing himself second in the process, as Yukapo and Panushtin Mankong are dueling away for position as well. For some reason, Warapong Yamchan's transponder doesn't appear to be working, because he is currently leading, but the timing screen seems to think Austin Gale is. He's not yet. He's in second place, in front of Yukapo and Panushtin Mankong. Then it is Sirikit Sinaman and Andrea Galimberti from Teo, Mori, Pope, Vivertacha, Gunasekara and Jananakul. But clearly something is not right with Ridasak Yamchan's transponder, and that could actually cause him problems later if that is the case. So across the line comes Yamchan. Now he's back in position, so clearly a little bit of a temper tantrum from the transponder. Galimberti tries his tricks on Cinnamon Kokasam, and it's not going to work yet, as Steenmankong fancies his chances on you. But again, big defensive line there from Yukapo. He holds on to third position. So very exciting tactical battle at the moment. And further back, there's even more, because that was Fakinjan and Akul watching as Travis Teo duels away with Sirikit Sadaman Kokasem. And Travis Teo trying to make his bid. We've got the two drivers for top one behind them, Galimberti and Pope. Then Viditacha, Gunasekara, Anuras and Jananakul. Out of the braking zone. Yamchan, Gale, Yu and Steenmankong. And up the inside, Travis Teo gets the run, and that's going to open the door for Galimberti. Galimberti will storm past them both into fifth position. Great run from the Italian. But there's definitely daylight between them, as now here comes Jaden Pope trying to get right round the outside of Cinnamon Kokasem, and he's done it! Jaden Pope, that is a stunning move. Now he's going to try and take on Travis Teo. So can Jaden Pope get the run on Travis Teo? Big run on the lead as Austin Gale dives in on Yamchan. And Yamchan gets him back again. This is for the lead of the race up front. None of the drivers in this race have taken a heat win so far. It was 2 wins earlier on for for Toby Gale. And it was 2 wins earlier on for Kai Burke. So Austin Gale with a chance to make it 3 wins out of 3 for the Gale family. But of course, for the leader, Wanapong Yamchan, he has the chance to win his first ever heat in INFINITY IAME Series Asia. So it's a big chance for him. And of course, everybody from top 1 is going to want to make the move stick there. There's a technical flag for the 207. That is Sun Yang. So that is a remnant of the accident he had with Didi Tse, I'm afraid to say. So the technical flag then for Sun Yang. He is going to be out of the race. There is the meatball flag. You can see it to the sidelines being shown to cart number 207. Fastest lap of the race for Andrea Galimberti. He'll just be relieved that it's not for him this time. He's seen more meatball flags in Thailand than he ever wants to see again. Yamchan, Gale, Yu, Steenmankong. And now the 5th driver joins the fray. Guess who? Andrea Galimberti. He'll be absolutely enraged at the loss of a 2nd heat in as many weeks to the same problem, the chain guard coming loose. So now he's hoping that he can have an attack on Banu Steenmankong. Down this back straight, it's only lap 5, but he's clearly meaning business. The youngest man in the field, the only senior X30 driver not to have turned 14 yet. He will do so in the summer. You're allowed to compete in senior X30 provided you turn 14 in that year's competition. And Galimberti did a lot of his testing in senior X30 rather than in junior X30. So he tested seniors as prep for juniors the last couple of seasons. So he already knows how to handle himself in senior, but handling yourself in senior in a crowd is very different to testing in senior X30, and he's obviously finding that out the hard way. Oh, Gale riding the curbs to try and get through on Yamchan, as Galimberti has found his mark on Steenmankong, and that puts him into 4th place. Here comes Jaden Pope. He wants to join the party, and he could bring Teo and Senaman Kokasem along with the ride. Lap 6 of 12. And still the battles rage. Weird Sakamchan trying to hold station here. It's going to be very tricky. So a very difficult battle for everybody. But now Austin Gale fancies his chance on Weird Sakamchan, and he's going to make a window. Oh, and he bashes the back of the front fairing. The front fairing of Yamchan tags the back bumper of Gale, and that could have been very loose there for Yamchan. Austin Gale asserting himself and puts himself into the lead. He's had a 3rd, he's had a 2nd, and now it looks like he's going to take a 1st. Andrea Galimberti now trying to find his move as he tucks in, trying to get the battle on the inside. Jaden Pope coming through. So Galimberti through to 3rd. Past the hard-charging Steenmankong. Yukapo is falling into the clutches, having lost out to Jaden Pope. And now Travis Teo fancies a move on Yukapo. And there is Surikat Sulaiman. He wants to move forward as well. And it looks as though we've got the black flag now for Sun Yang. He has ignored the meatball flag, the technical flag, for too many laps. And so he will get the black flag. It is so unwise to ignore the technical flag, even if you want to stay out there to prove the point. Because unfortunately, the officials will throw the book at you. Galimberti diving in on Yamchan. He doesn't care squat that he's his teammate. He's through. And Galimberti rides the curbs. Now he's got to cover the line on the inside because Yamchan's going to come back at him. Galimberti chops across. Pope is going to box in the fantastic run from Steenmankong. And suddenly the teammates are 2nd, 3rd and 4th, and Yamchan loses out to Jaden Pope. Pope is now in 3rd. What a comeback for Jaden Pope. Imagine where he could have started had he not had that stuck throttle in qualifying. And there's a problem for one of the Biralats. They've stopped out at the back of the field. I think that's Fakin Jananukul in trouble again, having had initial problems on the initial start. He's now struggling, and he's lost a big amount of time there. Well, we've had 2 retirements thus far. Leonardo Mori on lap 2 and Xiao Juan on lap 5. Pedro Hilbrand making it very clear to Austin Gale that he's still got a decent bit of gap to Galimberti. But Austin Gale is not in contention for the title. Andrea Galimberti is right in contention for the title. And here comes a bid from Steenmankong. He's going to need the curbs to go side by side with the hard-charging Rinasik Kamchan. And now Yukapo fancies a move to come through. Travis Teo and Siddharth Kunkasam are losing patience, stuck in 7th and 8th as well. And we've got 3 laps to go after this one. My, oh my, is this getting exciting stuff now. Let's see if we can make this a real barn dance to the flag. Gale leading Galimberti, but for how much longer? Galimberti has got his dander turned right up. And with the dial up to 11, what hope does Austin Gale have against the fiery stallion, Andrea Galimberti? Up to the first corner, none at all it seems. Oh, Austin Gale is no slouch though. This is not Austin Gale's first rodeo. And he knows that Galimberti is going to be hunting him down. But after a third and a second, you can bet your bottom dollar that Austin Gale is not going to concede any space that he doesn't have to. This could end up being the wildest of the Senior X30 heats we've seen so far. So let's see if this is going to be the feisty battle we've been hoping for and building to. Problems there for Steenman Kong. Steenman Kong's dropping back. And Steenman Kong dropping to the back of the queue. So I'm not sure what has happened to Steenman Kong, but he's certainly dropped to 8th place now. I wonder if he's got a problem developing, but he's still going. 2 laps to go for Galimberti as he hops and skips over the curbs. He really wants to attack Austin Gale. Will he try the same tack? Trying to take the lead into turn 1. He's trying to sell him a dummy as Gale defends. Can Galimberti storm out through turn 2 and make the launch into 3? Gale is positioning the Bira to make it as wide as a Buick. Can Galimberti run round the outside? Perfect tactics from Gale to box him in. And now here comes Jaden Pope. He wants to challenge Galimberti. Galimberti rides, nudges the back wheel. Sideways for Gale. Galimberti's through. Oh, fantastic racecraft. Pope now squeezes through. Gale will not be happy, but Galimberti will not be denied. What incredible racing from the top 1 duo. As now Andrea Galimberti storms his way to the front and takes his teammate along for good measure. Let's look at the replay. This is as tight as it gets in the duel for position. Gale covers the inside line. Galimberti finds the smallest gap in history, commits to it. Gale drifts onto the pickup, and that's enough for Galimberti. Thank you very much. Now the question is, will the stewards look into that? Because you could argue, and I'm sure Austin Gale might argue, that could be seen as advantage by contact. IAME is defending valiantly here. Travis Teo and Siddharth Kunkasam is desperate to work his way through on the inside. And it's almost a similar repeat move. And now IAME really is desperate to get back on terms with Teo. No, you don't. Tight rotation on the curbs from Siddharth Kunkasam. That could draw him level with Teo. Everywhere you look in Senior X30, it's an absolute rout. And on this final lap, Galimberti is going to check out to Pope with Gale licking his wounds in 3rd. Another big chance as they dive in for the hairpin, but Galimberti is going to finish the job here. What a storm back. He may have had a technical flag in race 2, but nothing of the like in race 3. Galimberti is back in business. He wins a very hotly contested heat ahead of Jaden Pope from the back of the grid to 2nd, and Austin Gale in a stunning 3rd place. Yuka Po, Travis Teo and Siddharth Kunkasam behind. Then Panu Steenmakong and Johanatan Mush from Winnerster Kamchan, Sra Anuras and Sheshan Gunasekara from Zachary Boyce, who crosses the line in 12th. Very good work indeed from him from the back row of the grid. That's not to be sneered at all. But you really get the sense that if Andrea Galimberti even gets a sniff of the Bira tomorrow, there will be no salvation. There will be no mercy. Fabulous, fabulous run from Galimberti today. Denied a great result in Heat 2, but that's only fired him up to glory. If he can get a decent run in the Super Heat and then get a solid starting position for the final, anything's possible. We know the pace of the top 1 kart republics here. They are almost invincible. I say almost because at the moment it's been everything one-way traffic for Bira Asia until this heat. Galimberti storming back and taking possession his way. And so the contenders ready themselves for the last race of the day, the X30 Senior Heat. B versus D is over, but A versus C is coming up, and that's going to put Our original pole sitter, Toby Gale, back into contention. Our original pole position sitter, Kai Burke, I should say, on the front row of that starting grid, with Toby Gale tucked in for third. And of course, they're going to have a very interesting challenge, because on the front row of that starting grid is going to be the hard-charging Nathan Arya. In only his second weekend in Senior X30, it'll be Arya and Burke on the front row. So for the last time today, and the last time in the qualifying heats, off we go. And it's Nathan Arya and Kai Burke on the front row of the starting grid. Then Toby Gale and Dylan Tan from Anton Tanyanachai and Danish Chen. Dominic Setyevan, the Komodo Dragon, along with Wadarong Komodokul, the GFC importer. Kian Shah and Wong Kifei from Mika Slabbert and Melvin Shane. Panya Yamchan along with Ayan Marwa. And then Paco Miguel Sarmiento and Jetty Chi from Jenny Bibinet, Rafael Kamal, Thomas George, and from the back of the grid, Jamie Ambrose. But not for the first time. I'm sure he's going to put on a sensational charge back. So 12 more laps of the qualifying heats today. And we are in position. It's going to be a very tight race battle from the outset. All of the drivers know it's going to be edge of seat motorsport from here on out. And of course, this is the most important heat of them all thus far, because coming into this heat, we've had 2 wins for Kai Burke, who starts second, and 2 wins for Toby Gale, who starts third. One of them is going to have to finish ahead of the other, and whoever does will be on pole position for the superheat tomorrow. It's so important to get this right. So as far as the drivers are concerned, it really is about measured control and discipline. But don't forget, Senior X30 have 3 qualifying heats compared to all the other classes who have just 2. So looking after the tyres is going to be very, very difficult indeed. They really are going to stretch them to the limits. So now we get ourselves into position. And so it's going to be a late form-up of the grid, perhaps a little too late for Nathan Arya. Inexperience from going from pole position. Might this end up being a false start? I think it could be. No, we go for it. And off we go for Kai Burke. He's going to get a magnificent start round the outside of the pole man. Kai Burke asserts himself into turn one as there's a little bit of biffing and budging behind. And it's really caught out Dylan Tan, who has gone backwards down the field. And there's more problems in the midfield as well. The top 4 drivers have broken clear. It looks like Watakon Komunakul has got a bent GFC chassis as well at the back of the field. So already there's drama. And there's more karts in the barriers. Someone's gone clean off into the walls. That is Jerry Chi. Jerry Chi with his Ferrari Lewis Hamilton replica helmet. And Jerry Chi is out of the kart, but he's clearly in some discomfort. He's had a bit of a tangle there, and that could potentially bring us to Battenbergs. We're not sure at the moment yet if that's the case. Of course, we don't have Battenbergs here, but we do have double wave yellows as Rafael Kamal has big damage and he's parking the car. Jerry Chi gets going again, so that should take away the need for full course yellow. So Burke leads the way. Arya second, Gale third, Tanganachai fourth, and then a huge gap back, I should say, to the man in P5, which is the Komodo Dragon at the moment, Dominic Setyavan. Meanwhile, Kian Shah is making a push to come through. He's battling away with Ayan Marwa and Panya Yamchan. So all sorts of problems for Tan and Komunakul. They've dropped to the back of the field. So too is Danish Chen down into 16th place. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one as the competitors are running in close proximity. And so we will have a very exciting run from Kai Burke if he continues to run. Oh, that's a run wide from the 288. Dominic Setyavan, 289, sorry, trying to hold on to this position. He's already lost a couple of places to Shah and Marwa. I wonder if Setyavan has got a tyre problem here because he is slowly starting to lose the traction. It's up the inside. That's a lovely bit of opportunism in the mid-pack there from Wong Kifei. So Wong Kifei, the Chinese driver, Coffee as he is known, working his way through and having a fantastic charge forward. So Kai Burke running in front of Nathan Arya. And it's already very, very strong run. Very solid run at the moment. So it's looking pretty tidy. Kai Burke now stretching well clear as up into second has got Toby Gale. But I think the deficit to his teammate Kai Burke is just going to be too large, even at this early stage, 3 laps in. And the gap is, well, a 56.3 for Gale, a 56.1 for Burke. And that means that the gap between them is a second. That's a lot with 9 laps still to go. So this is going to come down to one thing and one thing alone. Who has looked after their tyres better? Oh, some big dives into the hairpin at turn 3. All the way through the pack as drivers are taking their last opportunity. Kai Burke leads. Toby Gale second. Nathan Arias third. From Tanya Natchai. And then it is Kian Shah 2 seconds back from Tanya Natchai alone. Marwa, Setyavan and Paco Migosamiento. Great run from the Philippines youngster. He's having a great charge. Side by side through the banking. That is a very brave place to go wheel to wheel. And yet everybody has got through without too much drama. Behind Wong Kifei and Panya Yamchan, she has got Jamie Ambrose right in behind her. And that's great news for Ambrose. He is again driving out of his skin at the moment to get back into the top 10. This is another masterclass recovery. In fact, Ambrose is up to 10th place on lap 4. Can we just point that out? Ambrose has gone from the back to P10 in 4 laps. Amazing drive from the Brit. Now there is Jenny Bibonet, who is tangling behind Thomas George, trying to get her move to make the overtake. Proof that there aren't just moves at the front of the field. There are plenty of moves in the midfield and at the tail as well. So everybody still having an excellent race of it. Kai Burke leads. Gale is second and 1.2 seconds back now. It looks to me as though Burke has done all the hard work in the previous 2 heats, looking after the tyres. Still tensions on the sidelines as everybody wants to see the outcome of this very tense race. But Burke leads Gale. What's the gap now? It's bigger. Gale is 0.4 of a second down on Kai Burke on this lap alone. It looks like the Bundaberg boy wonder is going to keep extending and extending up front. So Kai Burke is in a sweet spot here from Toby Gale. Nathan Aria, I'm so impressed with Nathan Aria this weekend. Pole position is one thing, but to sustain it in only his second weekend in Senior X30, when going into 2026, Senior was not the plan. They wanted to finish Junior this year. But he had a massive growth spurt between January and March, and they realized, well, this is probably not going to work to stay in Junior X30. He's not going to have the ability to run at the front. So do we just cut our losses here and have a go in Senior X30 and see what happens, inverted commas, when it turns out quite a lot. Fabulous charge at the moment. And a really mature run from Nathan Aria in third behind the Birolats of Burke and Gale. Right, Gale is getting back on pace. 56.3 compared to Burke on a 56.2. So the gap is steadying at about 1.5, 1.6. Meanwhile, there's battles from the Birolats at the front, and there's also battles from the Birolats further down. Thomas George and Jenny Bibinet are still having a great race of it. As we now have retirements from Rafael Kamal, Jerry G, and we also have retirement from Wadawan Kamarakul. Great effort from them, but unfortunately, they will go no further in this heat. Don't forget, it's going to be very tough indeed on 4 drivers at the end of the super heats tomorrow morning, because there will be 4 names erased from the entry list going into the final. 40 drivers in the entry and only 36 spaces available in the final. So it's going to be tricky. But at the moment, all guns blazing. And so it's very, very tricky to see how things are going to play out here. But we can certainly see the battles intensifying in the middle of the field. It's going to get interesting from here on out, because the 260, Paco Miguel Sarmiento senses an opportunity, and he wants to take on the Komodo Dragon. He'll get the move on the inside of Setyavan, and he's there. Sarmiento makes it dive, and he has to now protect. So it's going to be tricky on the grass. You don't want to keep your cart there. That's really going to ruin the condition of the tyres. And they're still side by side, these two Birolats, Jamie Ambrose and Dominic Setyavan. Ambrose is now going to make his bid on the inside line. Lovely job from Ambrose. But the door is open, and that'll do for Wong Kifei. Still, they crack on. It's going to be a very tight race all the way through. Kai Burke from Toby Gale, Nathan Aria, Anaton Tangninachai from Kian Shah and Ayan Marwa. Then Sarmiento, Tan, Kifei, Ambrose, Setyavan and Iamshan. Very tricky racing all the way. It was always going to be nail-biting stuff to the last. And yet again, that is the way it's going to play out. So for Burke, out in front, he's got the measure of Gale, although, having said that, he is losing a little bit of time to Toby Gale now. Not going to be easy to balance the last section of the battle here. And so it will be very tight all the way to the death. Tricky battles coming forward, but Burke has the advantage. Gale, Aria, Tangninachai, Shah and Ayan Marwa. But Burke has the opportunity at the moment to make it stick in his favour. Toby Gale, second place from Aria, Tangninachai, Shah and Ayan Marwa. It's going to be very tricky to see how this all plays out. But it will be a very, very tricky situation as Burke holds his station. Gale is definitely gaining the ground. Aria in third position. Then Tangninachai, Shah, Marwa, Sarmiento, Tan and Ambrose. This is really impressive stuff from Dylan Tan this weekend. He's had to try and make up a little bit of the time lost, but it's so difficult, the tyre wear that is currently coming his way. He's got an opportunity now to take on Sarmiento, but this is all the right moves in defence for Paco Miguel Sarmiento. Pedro Hilbrand still just guiding Kai Burke. Don't worry, you've got a big gap. So too is Toby Gale. Don't need to worry about Aria. He is too far back, really, to be much of a threat. Shah and Marwa still getting some decent pace down. So it's going to be fairly straightforward for them. But of course, there is a lot more still to do and a lot more to contest. Still great battles all the way. And I reckon this one is going to go down to the wire between these two in particular. Sarmiento is not going to leave anything on the table in his duel with Dylan Tan. He really wants to salvage the position. And it's not going to be easy at all. He'll certainly have a very decent run of it as they continue making light work of things. But look at Kai Burke. Even in the last couple of laps, he has found a little bit more. But of course, they still need to make sure they've got tyres in hand for the superheats tomorrow morning. There is the final lap. And so for Toby Gale versus Kai Burke, it wasn't quite as intense as I thought it might be, but that was because Toby Gale had to work to get into second place. And by that point, Kai Burke was already long gone. So it could well be that we get Kai Burke on the pole position for one of the superheats, and the other superheat pole could well go to Toby Gale as a result of this. So it's actually 2 steps back to go 3 steps forward for Toby Gale. He can still put himself into a decent position tomorrow. He doesn't have to panic too much about the state of affairs. But certainly a really exciting run is set up, and he can be very, very focused on his objectives. The tyre wear has gone exactly the way that the Bira team wanted it to go. He's not had to panic. He's not had to push himself beyond his limits. And he's been absolutely the way it was supposed to go. Out of the final turn, and the checkered flag comes his way. It's 3 out of 3 for Kai Burke. Fantastic work. Toby Gale in second. Nathan Aria is third. And then it is Tangna Natchai in fantastic fashion. And so it is absolute dance to the victory. 3 times over for Kai Burke, ahead of Toby Gale and Nathan Aria. Exactly what they were all hoping for, exactly what they came to do. And it's an absolute clean sweep for the Australian from Bundaberg in Western Australia. Toby Gale is second, from Nathan Aria in third, from Tangna Natchai, Kian Sharp, Ayan Marwa, and so on and so forth. So it really has been a sensational day at the races here at Bira Circuit. Domination for Luke Armstrong in Master X30, a clean blitz for Mason Kwong. It's nail-biting stuff in cadets, as we've got Shabal Basalama fast enough to win, but Max Schilling going into tomorrow with the pole position. And certainly, it's very tight indeed at Senior X30. Wins for Andrea Galimberti, Toby Gale, and a hat-trick for Kai Burke. It's going to be a great day at the races tomorrow, but there's more where that came from. From me, Jake Sanson, and everybody here, that's it for now. Saturday is Saturday. So we'll get ourselves ready for the finals and the superheats tomorrow, when the halfway point of the season will conclude.